And a very special good morning as we are in over number one of this fixture. Welcome to the BNOC ground for this game between India, who recorded a victory over Wales at Weymouth, and the game reduced to 20 overs, and the West Indies Masters, who on the losing side by some 6 wickets to the USA. The news that India are batting first, and we're in the first over, being bowled by Captain Zaman Amen. And this is the bit outside of the awesome and taken a slip by Brian Johnson. So that's the end of the first over. And I'm Lyndon Yard to be joined by Wayne Holder momentarily. And of course, you're listening to coverage of this, the Big Man Cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup to be played right here in Barbados, with India batting first, 2 without loss, with Bloom Bia yet to score, and S. Berry is also yet to score. And that's the India side batting first, 2 without loss. 2 wides in the first over sent down by Zaman Amin, as I've been joined by my good friend and co-commentator, Wayne Holder. Wayne, good morning to you.
A very good morning to you, Lyndon, and a good morning to all viewers and listeners to the link here at the Barbados National Oil Company, as we welcome you to the second series of matches in the Big Man Cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup, the West Indies versus India. And as Lyndon would have told you, the Indians are batting first, and we've already gotten through the first over. The quiet start, just a couple of runs in some fairly pleasant cricketing conditions, a bit humid and slightly overcast, but I think that the players themselves would appreciate the lack of that direct sunlight onto the ground, but it's still quite warm and a bit of a breeze coming across the ground. So pleasant conditions for the start of this match here at the Barbados National Oil Company.
And the 2 umpires being umpires Johnson and Clark. It's going to be Ian Drake's to start. And I just want to slip in the team here for the West Indies side. Is Zaman Amin, the captain, and Ryan Bidishi. You have Ian Drakes, who's going to open the bowling, and from the northern end. And he's on his way into bowl to Berry, and Berry gets a lifting delivery. Nicely taken behind the stump by the keeper. And he did well not to get an edge there, Berry. Who had a top score of 33, I think, in his first game. To continue the West Indies side, Farid Hussain, Brian Johnson, William Lashley, Rajinder Mangali, Ishwar Maraj, and Anthony Morris, Rajendra Sadeo, and Anthony Sahadeo, as Johnson is in to bowl to Berry, and Berry is in 2 minds as to whether to hit that one through the offside. In the end, he keeps his back tucked in somewhat and allows the ball to go over the top of the bat to the keeper. And that 0 being to the West Indies, who went under in their first game to USA. And India had a nice victory over the victory over. We'll get back to that. Just to take you around the field, there's 2 slips of gully. There's a backward point cover, mid off, mid on. The umpire just having a conversation. It gives me a little time to breathe. So just gonna try to ascertain the team for India win as you come back in. 2 without loss.
Well, yes, Lyndon, just a slight delay here, but interestingly, these 2 teams would have had contrasting results in the first round of matches. The West Indies going down to the USA, and India very much victorious. So
over Wales.
India over Wales.
In a 20 over battle at Weymouth. And just to complete the umpires, Chris Johnson is with Lamar Clark.
Well, yeah, Chris Johnson from England.
Yeah.
All the way from Leicester in England.
I see you've done your homework, Wayne.
Well, I would have spoken to him on the first day.
And you would have gotten all of his details. So I suspect you have the emails and IG and everything.
I know for a fact he's a fan of the Newcastle club in the English Premier League.
Oh, wonderful.
I can say that much. And I think he was born in the Newcastle area, but he lives in Leicester at the moment.
You aren't missing any play. Maybe you can just get your impressions of the first game at Windwards in that fixture between the USA and the West Indies side. How did you see that game?
Well, a very
played out?
impressive USA side, I must say, in both facets, batting, well, in all facets of the game, they basically outplayed the West Indies side. First of all, their bowling stifled the West Indies batters. They looked very athletic and moved very well in the field. And when it came to batting, they got off to a flying start. And once the start given by the openers, led by Sunny Singh, and once they had done their early work in the first power play, the game had been basically blown open, and it was just a matter of cruising, just a matter of controlling the chase and cruising to a victory by some 6 wickets. So we are going to get restarted. Something of a delay, getting some logistical matters being sorted out, one would imagine, as we have had 1 over and 2 balls, and India invited to bat 2 for no loss.
And just to go through that India team, there's Virender Bomblea, then there's Sanjay Barry, and just struggling here with my vision. I don't know if your vision is better than my vision. You can complete the side, the India side. Okay, you got on the Barry, right now on the back.
Okay, so
Here's Drake's on the way in. As play resumes again, he beats Barry outside on the off stump as Barry's fishing through to the keeper. Go ahead, Wayne.
well, what I see here is Iqbal Khan is the captain, Vininder Boombla, Shyam Sundar, Sanjay Berry, one of the openers, Pratinda Singh, Krishnan Subramaniam, Vinen Patel, Fitji Verghese, Dinesh Sharma, Ravi Raman, and Sukhdev Singh, who will be the wicket keeper.
As this is flashed to the offside by Berry, he will pick up a run. Thinks about 2 and has to get back on his ground and be content with 1. So India up to 3 without loss, having been invited back by West Indies, who need a win here to stay in the Caribbean Cup. There's also the Caribbean Plate, which was featured teams 5 through 8. And of course, the first 4 teams will make up the Caribbean Cup and vie for that cup with the semi-final and the final.
Well, very much so. India looking to secure themselves. If they can pull off a victory here, that should put them safely into the next round. One would presume. The other teams in this zone, Lyndon, I know for a fact that one is the USA.
The other team's
being Wales.
Will.
So we've got Wales and USA in competition today.
So what can happen here is that the winner there will join the West Indies if they can win here, which also mean that they will also join India with all 4 teams in the game in the zone recording a win and a loss.
Well, yes,
So the West Indies definitely need to win to stay in the competition here. As Drake's back to top of his mark on the way into bowl to Boomla, and to this delivery the right-hander is allowing it to go by outside of the off stump, not taken cleanly by the keeper. And that concludes over number 3. Done and dusted. And I can tell that Zamin Amin is sent down 1 over for 2 runs. And Ian Drakes, he is sent down 1 over for 2 as well. So 2 overs done and dusted. And it is 3 without loss.
Well, Drake's bowling. Good line here, I thought, with the new ball. Concentrating very much on a line on, off, and outside the off stump. And getting a bit of swing too, as from where we sit, almost directly behind the bowler. I actually detected a bit of swing. So it is swinging for Drake's. The new ball, the new pink ball here, Lyndon.
Yes, and a very tight Zamin to continue. We've been privileged, Wayne, to have at our extreme left Pamela Clark. Just returned recently home from a trip abroad. So she's been living it up.
Well, yeah, Pamela
I
been
understand she
around.
came in especially for this tournament.
Well, very much so. I mean, this is a special tournament.
The
So one would
inaugural being
expect.
staged in the West Indies and Barbados to be exact.
Well, that's it. So the big man cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup.
And this delivery is driven in the air through mid wicket by Berry. They'll take one and turn and come back for two. The fielders onto it. And has his return on the bounce to captain Zamin Amin. And two more to the total. 5 without loss. India invited to bat first. So with those two, Berry moves to 3. And Bumla is yet to score. And here is the left arm between the umpire and the stumps. And it'll be outside in the off stump. Left alone. And the umpire at that end is Lamar Clark. At square leg is your good friend Chris Johnson. And Berry, the top scorer in game 1 against Wales, sells over his bat with 5 on the board, and he gets a bit outside of the off stump, allowed to go by, taken by the keeper with number 186 on his back. And if we can just pinch it there.
Anthony Sahadio, is it?
Sahadio, yes, Sahadio. As this delivery is swinging across the left hander, and they're not making any contact through to the keeper, Sahadio. So Berry going against the player, they're not getting his left leg to the pitch of the ball. Be better advised to try and hit the ball through the offside. Here is the left arm spin of Amin into him. And it was a beautiful delivery this time, coming down the line of the leg, turned across him. And he manages to survive. So he's not looking too comfortable, is Sanjay Berry. But he has three against his name. 5 without loss and over number 3. Now he gets a short delivery, hits it in the ear and is caught. So a simple catch to Shandapal Singh has taken the catch. And the first wicket goes down. And that is 5 for loss of 1. Wayne.
Well, yes, Lyndon, the batsman, it took your advice actually, because you had advised with the previous delivery that he should look to play the ball into the offside. I don't
But
think
not
you
hit
would
it,
have advised
to hit it in the ear
I
like
don't
that.
think you would have advised it to hit it in the ear. But one must notice that there is some definite grip and turn for the left arm bowler, the left arm orthodox bowler, and the ball spinning quite sharply across the batter. And on that occasion, I think guilty of playing a bit too early with the ball, as I mentioned, sticking in the pitch somewhat, looking to pierce the very heavily policed offside field and getting it off the top edge and offering a very, very simple catch to Singh, who was there at the square cover position. And India go 1 down after those 2 overs. So early strike for the West Indies. And Captain Zamin Amin will be quite happy with how things have gone so far. As it's going to be Drakes to continue. Ian Drakes, a left arm medium pace. He's bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Verinder Bumla. And his first delivery of this over is just outside the yard stump. This one swerving back in. With the left arm bowler coming around the wicket, coming in with the angle and pushed away square on the offside. There is no run.
Morning to you, Wayne.
Didn't recognize that I actually have a new partner. Lyndon gone off to do some other duties, but good morning to the one and only Martin Paris. Number 49, Ian Drakes, is on the off stump, and this one is driven up to mid-off, straight to the fielder. And there is no run. So good start for West Indies, Martin. Good morning.
Yeah, a change of venue, a change of fortunes.
Well, eventually, we may discover the previous match. Yes, the opposition, the USA, got off to a really flying start when they replied to the West Indies total. Here comes Drakes again, and this one is bringing the batsman on the front foot again. This one coming in with the angle and turned away. Going with the tide, more or less, Bumla, and he gets off the mark eventually off the 11th delivery he has faced. He's off the mark. India up to 6 for the loss of the wicket of Iqbal Khan Berry.
And my spell was very short because Lyndon went to learn some more Hindi as he was getting the numbers to match the shirts of the Indian batsmen. so that we be on top of the
Well, yeah,
coverage.
that does help to make our job a lot easier. Drake's is on the all stump, just outside the all stump, pitched right up again, and the batsman looking for the drive, getting it too, but not timing it as well as he might, and getting up to the fielder at mid off, and again there is no run. So one can definitely see Ian Drake's seeking to bowl a full length, and he's targeting that all stump and the area just outside that all stump. Goes past umpire Johnson now, and this time he's offering some width and driven powerfully up through the extra cover area, and the outfield here today a lot faster than we would have seen last Wednesday at Windward, and that ball racing across the rope at deep cover. So for once, Drake's straying somewhat in line. He continues to plug away at this very full length, but this time he got it a bit wider and offered the batter Iqbal Badri. Khan Badran it is, and picking a boundary. So 1-4 added to the total. It's now 10 for 1 in over number 4. Final delivery from Drake's, and he's coming onto the front foot, and again this one coming in and taking him somewhere high on the area. It's taking him on the finger actually, so a bit of disconcerting bounce as he came onto the front foot. Drake's pulling his length back, and the ball darting in sharply, coming onto the front foot, struck painfully on the right hand, it appears, the fingers, that he's actually called for some assistance from the pavilion. So a slight injury to Iqbal Khan, and at the end of the fourth over, India invited to bat 10 for 1.
Yes, and they've sent for the resident team doctor, I suppose, traveling with them. But the ground here at the BNOC reminds me a lot of Guayakar Park. Strangely enough, Guayakar Park is near where Petrotrin was, and this is the BNOC, another oil company, and the outfield it's quite similar. And the square, as you can see, is offering purchase for the bowlers, as well as the fact that that shot we just saw that went for 4 prior to the injury to the batsman, you can actually, the ball is coming on.
Well, Martin, I thought when you mentioned the square, I thought you were going to be describing the shape of the ground, because normally we associate cricket grounds with ovals and circular forms, but this ground looks rather square, I would have to say.
You are fooled by the fact that the fence at the southern end and this end that we're at here on the north actually has a major road on it, so they had to conform the outfield to it and maximize as much of the playing area as possible. But as you can see, the ball is speeding across the outfield.
Well, yes, but very much...
One of the shortest spells in commentary. I was about to hand back over to Lindemann. He says, no, you're keeping a tidy line in length there, Martin. Continue.
Well, the game has again been halted. We've had a bit of a stop-start so far ever since we got going at 9:30. Remember these games, 45 overs per side, Martin, and divided into 3 power plays of 15 each. So right now we've only had some 4 overs, and we've had a number of interruptions so far. Actually, in a matter of some 25 minutes, we've only had the 4 overs, but I think we're going to get going again now, as Verinder Bumla, who is on 1, will take the strike. He's facing up to the left arm spin of Zamin Amin, the West Indies captain, and this delivery on the off stump, coming onto the front foot, pushed away square, and there is no run. Noticeably, 2 slips and a gully in place, Martin,
yes,
for a left arm spinner with the new ball. It's quite unusual to see such aggressive tactics employed in limited overs cricket, but what is noticeable, there has been some purchase, there has been some grip for the left arm spinner. So reading the conditions well, Zamin Amin, as his next delivery is a dot pushed down onto the offside. Here he comes around the wicket, left arm, and this delivery pitching and spinning away, the batsman choosing to play on the back foot, watching it carefully. He was giving the benefit of the doubt that of keeping his bat inside the line. Once he picked up the line and realized that the ball was going to be spinning away sharply, holding his bat inside the line and allowing it through to the keeper. 2 slips on the gully there waiting. There's a backward point, there's a square cover, extra cover in the mid-off, so some 7 fielders in the offside Martin. And just Tony on as this one is flighted upon the off stump. The ball comes off a thickish edge, travels in the air for a short while, but dropping well short of that man there in that gully. And once again, there is no run. So the West Indies bowlers keeping it very, very tight. Again, this one is a push through of a bit flatter trajectory. Again, pitching and spinning up across the batsman into the gloves of wicketkeeper Sahadio. He goes down. Brian Johnson at first slip settles, and this one is flighted. Full toss, pulled away through the mid-wicket area. This is going to challenge the boundary at deep mid-wicket and go across the rope.
Sigmund.
No. So exploiting the vast expanse of open spaces on the onside, Martin, and this time losing his control, bowling a full toss, and the batsman quick to pounce on it, of course, knowing that it is a lot easier to score in the onside, which is very much almost unpopulated, and picking up a boundary. So a boundary off the final delivery of the fifth over. India 14 for 1.
5 good deliveries, and then he goes into the lab with a full toss. Thank you very much. Pulled away, and 4 runs, taking the tins over. And the funny thing is, he's the captain, so he can't complain to anybody else but himself for that loose delivery to end the over.
Well, didn't get it perfect, but up to that point, he had bowled what could have been described as a perfect over. And Drake's looking to continue to apply the pressure here for West Indies. Is short outside the off stump, not taken cleanly by keeper Sahadio. Standing up to the wicket to the slow medium pace of Ian Drakes, and Drakes pounding this one into the pitch and having to jump as he took the rising delivery. Sahadio not able to bring it under control, but keeping it within his range. No damage resulting. Drakes around the wicket and coming onto the front foot, pushed back onto the pitch by the batsman. This batter being Iqbal Khan, who came at number 3, who after the dismissal of Sanjay Berry caught Chandapal Singh, bowls Zamin Amin for 3. It's 14 for 1. And again,
I must commend you at this point in time on your form when you continue to take wickets while you're on air.
I wish I was that potent when I was actually playing. Delivery on the all stump, coming onto the front foot, guiding it down into the gully. Again, there is no run. So let's take a look at the field, Martin. There's a slip, there's a deepish gully, there's a man at point, there's cover and a mid-off. Then we have a mid-on. We have 2 close infielders on the onside, a forward short leg and a man just behind square, both crouching now as Drakes comes in around the wicket. And this delivery is wide, hit in the air, out towards cover, running back as the fielder is Zamin Amin, the captain, it looks like, and unable to make the catch. As a matter of fact, that looks like Mangali, the number 57, is it? Rajendra Vangali, not able to take the catch, but the ball in the air, and Martin let off there for the Iqbal Khan.
I believe the skipper is putting himself under unnecessary pressure there.
Well, no, that was Mangali, that was not the skipper.
Okay.
Mangali running back from cover, ball high in the air. It was a difficult catch, running back, looking over the right shoulder, so the ball going away as he was running back. Managed to get both hands to it, but unable to hold on.
Suppose in the younger days he might have risked going to ground as he took the catch. But, older bones tend to be more brittle and take longer. The rest of the tournament.
Well, Martin, I'm not old enough. I would not be old enough to know about that. So know about that. So maybe so, but maybe if that's your experience, I will be guided by you. As this delivery is outside the off stump, well taken by the keeper on this occasion. As this one left alone by the batter. So another over completed. 6 gone. 15 for 1. India invited to bat by the West Indies.
Yeah, well, I had one fractured proximal phalange, and that's the only broken bone in my body. Not playing cricket, and it's one of the what you could say father time.
My broken bone actually happened on a cricket field, not playing cricket, actually playing the fool, and it came about through the one of the rollers, one of the pitch rollers,
Yes.
going over my right hand. Mischievous schoolboy,
Mm.
having what I thought was fun. It didn't turn out to be fun in the end.
Well,
Resulted
Captain
as-
Amin is back on track, and there you go. No full toss system round, and it's a dot ball.
Yes, again, back on his regular. It's a normal service resume. Back on that all stump line as he comes in again onto the front foot, and this time picking up the line and leaving it alone through to the keeper. But I mean, you can see really enjoying these conditions here, where he's been able to get the ball to grip. He's exercised fairly good control generally. Just the two men in the onside once again, outside the all stump, bowling to his field, and the number 5 Iqbal Khan, the captain of the India side, again is content to leave it alone through to the keeper as he waits. Again, comes onto the front foot. This one pushed away square. I got a bit excited because it left the bat in the air, but it was quite well clear of that man there at gully. 2 slips in the gully, all crouching, all very close in. And Amin is going to come. So it's captain to captain actually. Amin to Khan outside the all stump. Left alone once again. The total remains 15 for 1. We have one delivery left in over number 7.
Let's see if he's learned from the previous over. He's making a field adjustment.
Bringing
And-
the fielder from deep cover into a more conservative run-saving position. As he's driven up to the man at backward point. That is Ian Drake. So is that a maiden over, Pamela? Yes, very much so. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 8 runs, and the only wicket to fall so far, Zamin Amin, the West Indies captain, India, 15 for 1.
Yeah, and he probed away outside that off stump for all 6 balls. And I can't quite say it was a false stroke that went to the fielder inside the ring there just now, but at least he didn't give him the freebie of the hospitality of welcome to the West Indies. And it's interesting, you know, that age-old adage of Indian players coming up on a diet of spin, and yet the spin of the West Indies captain Amin is keeping him. And they're managing to keep the Indian batsmen fairly much under a bit of restraint. Usually when you see the Indian blue, you expect the likes of Kohli and Dhoni and those to be getting busy.
Deliveries down the leg side and looking for a pull shot is the batter, Bumla.
Well, no wide was signaled there, so something must have been.
Well, he actually got well across his wicket and the ball travelled over the stumps, over the wicket.
The
rather
umpire's
than
slightly blocking
down
it.
the
That's
leg side. Well,
umpire
where we are
Chris
sitting, Martin,
Johnson.
where we are sitting, Martin, is directly behind the umpire. We can't even see the batsman at this moment, but we know that he's come up from the front foot and driven this one up through the covers. A chase back for the fielder from square cover, and the batsmen are going to get a couple of runs on this occasion. So Bumla goes up by 2. The man there at cover, Farid Hossain, chasing back and keeping the scoring down to 2. So it's 17 for 1. Bumla goes up with those.
easily put away.
Drakes again. Outside the off stump. This time the batsman picking up the line and allowing it through to the keeper unimpeded. Again, not taken cleanly by Sahadio standing up, but keeping it well within his range. Still those 2 close infielders on the onside, a forward short leg and a man just backward of square. A backward short leg, I guess you can call him. There's a slip on the gully also. Extra cover mid-off. Drakes has chosen now to go over the wicket, left arm over the wicket, and bringing the batsman across. This ball bowled into the pitch and sticking again, as I mentioned, the holding in the pitch. He did play in the air, but very much in front of him, so those 2 close infielders are not coming into the action on that occasion. But I think that Drakes has very much decided that he's going to use a different angle by bowling over the wicket and bowling, I guess, looking to angle the ball into the body of the batter from the leg side, from over the wicket. This the one is pushed across the batsman now. Um, so starting and pushed across to the off stump and left alone once again by Bumla. Still remains 17 for 1, getting through their overs fairly quickly. The West Indies bowlers too.
Just as Drakes drops the ball as he's coming over the wicket now.
And this time he is batsman a bit tentatively coming onto the front foot, getting it off a thickish edge. The ball travels along the ground to the fielder in the gully. So a dot ball to finish over at number 8 with India 17 for 1 after 8 overs.
I was asking the dismissed batsman, Berry, if he knew what the brand of the ball was, because I'm impressed with how the ball is actually standing up to the conditions. We were at Windward for the opening match against the USA, and I didn't see the ball get changed. There was only one attempt to change the ball when it went for 6. But other than that, these balls seem to be standing up reasonably well, and I like the color, because for our fading eyesights, it's
Again,
signal
Martin,
red. You're wearing your glasses.
Again,
I need to get mine
Martin, I
checked.
implore you to speak for yourself.
I was speaking in general. We're 50 plus, your eyesight naturally will become.
Zamin Amin into ball to Iqbal Khan, and this one stroked up to extra cover, coming onto the front foot, and there is no run. They play with the pink ball, Martin, and I did have a chat with the umpire Lamar Clark before the game, and as stifled appeal coming only from the bowler as the batsman. This time is genuinely beaten by one that pitches and spins across him into the gloves of the keeper. But you know, the normal. It is normal now for limited overs games, especially at the ODI level and List A level, for there to be 2 white balls employed. In this particular case, we're only using 1 ball for the 45 overs. And
Strengthening my point, I'm impressed with these balls. Normally it's a ball from the north and a ball from the south.
Very much so. And what it has done at the international level and at the List A level, what it has done, it has taken the reverse swing out of the as a factor in limited overs cricket. One can go right back to the days of the Pakistanis, Wasim Akram and the likes. Wakar Yunus, you know, and
they would make the ball talk.
Those guys were devastating, using 1 white ball, and as the ball got older, as we got down into the latter half of the innings, as you said, these guys made that white ball talk with the reverse swing, and a decision taken to remove that aspect of the game when it was decided to implement the 2 white balls for limited overs cricket. 17 for 1, another over completed.
And the thing about it is, if you can't get the ball to swing normally, you won't be able to get reverse swing done. I mean, it's like a fella being given a Maserati or a Ferrari, and he, as we were saying, Belgian parlance, and he can't even drive a box cart. If you have control of the ball, you should be able to get it.
Well, Martin, I will remind you that we are going to an international audience, so you may need to explain to some of our viewers what is a box cart.
Well, it's a cart, but it's usually made from the remnants of an old pallet or any kind of wooden box that you may have found, and the engine bearings, ball bearings, used as the wheels.
Okay, so maybe we can get someone from the museum to come and have a chat with us for further elucidation, as this delivery is driven up to mid-off by Bumla.
I'll call 2 names for you. You were talking about the design of a box cart. You know of a fella called engineer and another one called contractor.
Raise your hand, Martin. 1 for you. That's 2 for you.
Nary a bad word. Because that was contractor's first name.
On the legs, turned away into the onside. A run off Vicks into the onside. I think that might have been the very first run he has conceded in the onside so far. But
Since
again,
coming round,
well, yes,
over the
well,
wicket because
well,
he's
right.
left
Now,
arm.
now that he's bowling over the wicket, looking to push the ball across the right hander, but he got that one a bit too straight. And Bumla able to turn it away, screen on the onside to pick up a single, 18 for 1. And Drake's in his fifth over, 4 overs and 2 balls, conceded some 10 runs so far. Had a catch dropped off his bowling as he's in to bowl to Khan on this occasion. And Khan just holding his ground in his crease and allowing this ball to come on to him quite slowly once pitching. The pitch definitely holding up and pushing it back along just in front of him on the offside. There is no run.
Getting a little advice from Chandrapal Singh.
And in again. Again, he's looking. You can see the plan here, Martin. Drake's trying to get this ball into the body of the right-handed batter.
And tuck him up.
With those 2 fielders close in on the onside.
Yes.
I don't think the pitch has responded to him as far as the bunks that he might have been hoping to extract. And has allowed the batsmen to negotiate those deliveries quite safely. As this one is again angling across into the gloves of the keeper. So still a very, very quiet start here by the Indians. They have been restricted somewhat. I say quiet, but very restricted by the 2 opening bowlers for West Indies, to the credit of the bowlers.
And
Captain Amin, 5 overs, 2 maidens, just 8 runs and a wicket as Drakes is in again. And coming across, beaten again with the angle. Well taken again by keeper Sahadio. The end of over number 10. So we've had 10 overs, and India, who were invited to bat by West Indies, have found the going quite tough as far as runs are concerned. 18 for the loss of Sanjay Berry's wicket. Berry caught by Chandrapal Singh off Zamin Ali for 3. At the moment, Varinder Bumla is on 8. And Sanjay and Iqbal Khan, in fact, he is not out on 5.
yeah, and we're here in the location nearby to brothers in cricket, as you would have had Sylvester Clark coming from the nearby area, and his brother Roddy Eswick, one of the coaching staff of the West Indies men's team, and Silly Clark perhaps might have put some fear in the Indian batsman in his time. But here we have 50-50. Reputation, expectation, game still in the balance, just about 2 runs and over, or just under. So here we go. Amin. Getting another dot ball in there as Lyndon takes over. How do you do?
Yes, Martin, thank you. As this delivery is outside in the off stump from Amin and allowed to go by the batsman. Just to bring you up to date and one of the other games, and this is a Zone B fixture. Of course, it's the big man's cricket Caribbean Cup. I can tell you that England are 33 for 1 against Canada. England 33 for 1 of 7 overs. So we get a good report that the commentary coming back from India is going very live and good. And once again, with the England side having their first game, Canada went under to West Indies A right here at this very same venue. And by 5 wickets. And England, their game against United Arab Emirates was rained off at Wonders. So back here at the Barbados ground, Captain Zaman brings the batsman onto the front foot, and there is no addition to the total. And presently, the news that India, having been asked to bat first, they're 18 for 1. As Zaman, about to complete his 6 overs, in it to be tossed up, and there is the batsman
lovely.
getting cute. Plays the reverse sweep, but doesn't finds the fielder, Ian Drakes, at backward points. And that completes over number 11 with Varinder Bumla on 8 and Captain Iqbal Khan is now on 5. Martin.
Yes, but we have to say a special hello to those in Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata, Uttar Pradesh. I don't know many more places in India, but at least I know a few.
Okay, I'll take your word. Well done. Can you speak anything in English in India?
The words I know in Hindi are not for broadcasting.
Okay. Well
One of
done.
them rhymes with odd.
well, well done. So, it's going to be Drake's. He's in the process of his 6th over. Having sent down 5 overs, no maidens, none for 10. Captain Zaman sent down 6 overs, no maiden. Sorry, Drake. Yeah, Drake's 5 overs, no maiden, none for 10. And Zaman 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8. And the Indians haven't lost Sanjay Berry, who was caught by Chandapal Singh off the ball of Zaman for 3. Faced some 9 deliveries. Virendra Bumla is on 8. And here is Drake's on his way into the outside line, the off stump, allowed to go by to Khan, taken by the keeper behind the stump. And there is no run. So you're listening to live coverage right here from beautiful Barbados, where we are graced with some puffy white clouds, no threat of rain. Country's been having some showers off and on. Drake's left arm over the wicket comes into bowl to Khan, and Khan gets it very right up, digs it out, plays it down to Singh, Chandapal Singh, who had a good game against the USA. And there's no run.
Lyndon, you're a big
total.
money man, so you would know the words crore and lakh. Those are the IPL money.
That's what our West Indies
Words.
players are bought for. They'll be played over the offside. There's no run. So Bumla not out on 8. Khan is on 5. And wicket seems to have a little bit of jump in it, a little bit of lift, a little uncertain lift. And I was remarking earlier that 75% of the teams that win the toss here usually will bat. It's that kind of a wicket. And the West Indies opting to play this from behind, having lost the first game. Here's a full toss, whipped into the leg side. Beautiful shot, through mid wicket. They've gone for 1. They're going to turn and come back for 2. Khan will probably think of the 3rd. And the sells for 2. And remember, as we were saying on Monday, at this age, you can think about 3, but running 3 is obviously a different scenario altogether, Martin.
Well, and my final vocabulary in Hindi, you know of chapatis, of course, food, and tandoori cooking.
I know.
Famous spot in London, Charlie's Tandoori.
I know Chanapis.
There you go.
I'm going to have to do some research for the remainder of the tournament.
We will talk about masala another time.
Okay, Drake's moves in on the way to bowl to Captain Khan, and Captain Khan is allowing this one to go by outside of the off stump, not taken cleanly by the keeper, Shahadeo. Bubbles it, it goes to slip, and no addition to the total. So at the completion of what is over number 12, and it is 18 for the loss of 1. Bumla, he's on 8, having faced some 34 deliveries. He struck just a solitary 4. And Iqbal Khan, the captain, is not on 5, 1 4 and 27 deliveries. Extras are 2. And Ian Drake's 6 overs, no maiden, and he's picked up none for 12. And with him, his bowling partner, Zaman Amin. He has sent down some 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8. As over number 13 is about to start, and it's look as though we're going to have a bowling change. And yes, we're going to have the right arm leg spin of Singh into the top. It's Chandapal Singh.
A big name.
Yeah, he had a good game. It was very impressive in his first game. See how he goes here, Martin.
And he is also covering loads of he's been doing a marathon in the field. You saw him in the previous over, chasing right out to the boundary, making sure that he was there to support his teammate.
In all forms of international cricket, you can relate to both names, Chandapal as in Shivnarayan Chandapal, and Singh as in Navjot Singh Sidhu.
Very many Singhs.
And Yuvraj Singh.
Now there's Arshdeep Singh.
Okay. Are there any more Singhs in the Indian team?
Oh, not current, but there was an RP Singh.
Well, I think there's another Singh in here to come. And we'll see him a little later. On the paper, he's done at 10. Don't know if he'll come at 10. He's the keeper. Pull
Savage.
through mid-wicket. Lovely shot. They've gone for 1. And Boomla is going to turn and jog back for 2. Can the fit of the 2. And they're going to turn for 3. The return comes in. Beautiful running. Lovely running. Good anticipation there by Boomla. And he helps himself to 3. Very well played through the mid-wicket region. 3 more to his tally.
He's
into double figures.
Going to almost the farthest point.
And he was moving quick between the wickets for a big guy.
Yes, indeed.
So 23 now for the loss of 1. This is the 13th over of 45. This is the second round of games in the big man cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup. As Singh is in, the right arm leg spin is outside line the off stump. Allowed to go by Captain Iqbal Khan.
And Lyndon, you're going to have to ask Mr. Viren to make himself available at the break because he promised me to engage in some Hindi.
Okay. I'm sure his listeners and viewers following the live stream would love to hear from him. How they're enjoying the conditions and the play as well as the country.
Yeah, and the cricket is decent too.
Oh, very good. As Singh is in to bowl. Which Khan is driving back to the bowler, looking to hit it hard. Hit it into the ground.
Nice and loopy there.
Yeah, give us some air. Let me take you around the field. There's a slip. There's no change in the field. There's not going to plug the offside. So a slip backward point. There's a sweeper going to go on the extra cover boundary. Cover, extra cover. Long off, long on, 3/4 of the way. Mid wicket. As Singh is in and they'll be tossed up. Give him some air and he good judgment there by Khan. And Singh jump in the air. Thought he had his man. Seemed to be the googly. Did he pick it?
I'm not sure what he picked. It was a lot more body English than the actual movement of the ball. But that's just my view from here.
And here he is driving involuntarily up to the mid-on position. Waiting to hit it through the offside. And playing off the inner portion about the end of over number 13 concluded. And India having been asked to bat first by West Indies who went under to the USA in the first round. India had a victory over Wales. I can tell you they are 23 for the loss of 1 after 13, Martin.
Yes, and well, if they continue on their successful tour of the West Indies, they'll end up playing in the Cup.
In the Cup, yeah. So the top 4 teams will go through to the Cup, and the teams 5 through 8 will play for the plate.
But there's all to play for.
So there's all to play for. 2 cups at stake.
Question asked of Lyndon Yard.
There's a special link. There's a link that I can send to you, so I can give you an update at the other games as well. And the England versus Canada game is playing no more than 10 minutes walk from this ground. Yeah, Pickwick. You know the ground, so you've definitely been around Barbados.
He's done his reconnaissance.
It seems that this is not his first trip to Barbados.
Yes.
Okay. Here's Ian Drakes. It seems as though he's going to bowl out. On the way into bowl to Boomla, who gets the delivery once again. That jumps on him and hits him painfully on the left glove. And they always say, batsman, you should show no mercy, show no fear. Never let the enemy know you're wounded. Yeah? Never give away the advantage. 23 for 1. Play hard. Go hard. Fight hard. Here is Drakes on the way into bowl. Gives him the charge. Hits it high and hard. Beautiful shot over long mid-on for 4. Oh, magnificent shot. And that is a shot, Martin, of retaliation.
Matched only by Viren from in the pavilion, taking it on the one hop and returning it smartly.
He anticipated well, and 4 runs there to Boomla, giving Drakes the charge, and is up to 27 for the loss of 1.
Have the shackles been broken?
Drakes is in, and just pause and play.
You know, it's strange. He just bowled a decent over the wicket, and he's gone back round the wicket with his left arm stuff. And here we go now.
Well,
he's paying the price.
Rattled by that boundary. He's going to come left arm around the wicket. Into bowl to Boomla. To this delivery, Boomla stands up straight and plays it into the offside with soft hands to where a forward short leg would be. And there is no run. 27 for the loss of 1. Boomla up to 15 and 37. Delivers his face. 2 fours in his knock so far. And his captain Khan is now on 7. And Drakes in the process of his 7th over. 6.2 overs remaining done for 16. He's in, goes past umpire Johnson to bowl to Boomla. Boomla gets short delivery and runs it down to backward point. And it is fielded there Wide the fielder, there's no run. So slipping position. There's a gully, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on. Square leg to the left of the umpire. And William Lashley is, that's not Lashley quite, but the captain's has a short fine leg, or is he a, what do you call him, a short fine leg, Martin, or
He might be
for
introducing a
leg?
position called a leg gully.
A leg gully position. Drakes is in, and Boomler is onto the front foot. Looks very Tessie. It reminds me a lot of Verinder Seawag. Getting onto the front foot, playing very close, ball and pad close together, Martin.
But you know, they told me that Jasper Boomer, similar name to the striker.
So there's Boomer and Boomler.
Yeah, exactly. But they told me that Jasper was an opening batsman, but he fell in love with bowling. Can you imagine that?
Well, I'm sure at this age that Boomler wouldn't want to be bowling. He waits on Drakes, goes into him, and he runs it out to the fielder at that gully position. There's no run. The conclusion of over number 14, India, being asked to bat first at the water break. It is 20.
No, they've been asking for water.
Oh, they've been asking for water. 27 for loss of 1, Martin.
Yes, and it's interesting that we thought the shackles had been broken with that lofty on drive, but normal service was resumed thereafter. But again, we've grown accustomed. Contest between India and the West Indies, home or abroad, keenly contested.
So at the moment, who would you say are in front, Martin?
The scoreboard.
The scoreboard is in front of you.
Yes.
So even Stevens at this stage then?
Oh yes. It's at that balance now where we'll see who wriggles first.
So Shandapal Singh to continue. From the sudden end, goes past umpire Clark. They be tossed up and is stroked through the covers. Lovely shot. The sweeper off the cover boundary. Has it under his control. They take 1. So another run to the total. So Boomler comes on to strike. It's now 28 for the loss of 1. 6-15 to Boomler. And Khan on 7. So take you around the field. Slipping position. There's a backward point. There's a sweep on the cover boundary. I think he's between cover and the cover and the cover point, really. As this delivery is tossed up. And there's a batsman driving it in the air. And Jesh taken on the bounce. There's a ball. And umpire Clark is saying it's a ball. The fielders are confident that the catch was taken. The catch was taken is right. But even from my vantage point, Martin, I thought it was a ball.
And we're not so sure as to the cleanness of the catch.
I think the catch was very clear. They're talking about the DRS. Martin, do you have your DRS?
David is about to rewind and give us a replay.
Well, here's the batsman stretching forward. The question is asked by Shandapal Singh. Umpire Clark not impressed. And Khan stands at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, Shandapal Singh is really
on strike. He's giving a lot of air. And he's operating from the road end.
Interrogating.
He's into bowl. The division shot. Pull and drop.
Oh.
Straight in the hands of the fielder at mid-wicket. Hit him hard. And Mangali. He went to him very, very hard. The pink ball was a full-blooded pull, Martin, and he put it down.
Catch it or wear it.
Well, they say catches win matches.
But he was actually there ensuring that it was a dot ball.
And I think that might have been his second offense win. Yes. So Mangli's now put down 2 catches for the morning.
Well, you know how cricket goes.
Here is Singh on the way in, and the batsman is coming onto the front foot. That is Bumla. Plays it into the offside. There is no run. So
the ball will find him.
Mangli having a horrid time in the field.
The ball will
He's
find
already
him.
put down 2 catches. And here is Singh on the way into bowl. The Bumla delivery tossed up, goes onto the back foot and plays it with ample time out in the offside. There's no run. And that concludes yet another over. 14 overs done and dusted. 15 overs done and dusted. And correct. 28 for the loss of 1. 15 overs
No,
gone.
it is.
Remember, we're playing 45 overs. Martin. So I can tell you from the top. that they lost Sanjay Berry for 3 off 9 deliveries caught by Chandapal Singh off the ball of Zaman Amen, the captain, for 3. Varinder Bumla is not on 15, and Iqbal Khan is not on 8 extras or 228 for loss of 1 off some 15 overs. Chandapal Singh having sent down 2 overs, no maidens, none for 4, and Ian Drake 7 overs, no maidens, none for 16, and Zaman Amen, the captain, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8, and no doubt Ian Drake is going to bowl right out, Martin.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We're gonna have the World Cup in Qatar in a couple of days, and nutrition breaks and hydration breaks very important. And
Well,
even although outside is nice and windy,
Well, it looks as though we're gonna have
electrolyte.
looks as though we're gonna have a change, Martin. Looks as though Drakes is gonna give way to Mangali, who has the ball in his hand. He's already put down 2 catches for the day.
It's nicer to
So
be
Drake's
bowling
having
than
sent
to
down
actually be in the field.
some 7 overs. So he has the 1 left. 7 overs, no maidens, none for 16. India answers the bat first in cool cricketing conditions, where outside is cloudy but no threat of rain whatsoever.
You think Mangali is opting to bowl while he still has 2 good hands, and it will reduce the possibility, because we haven't seen many cotton bowls in this contest. We've had a half century or 2.
I think 1 half century thus far. Half century to Brian Johnson, 58, and a losing cause for West Indies against USA. And it's going to be Mangley to take it up. And he's going to operate from the northern end, or the pavilion end, here at the BNOC ground. In the lower part of St. Philip, you call this?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact,
Border of St. Philip and
border of
Christchurch.
St. Philip and Christchurch.
Packers,
yes. I think you
St.
can put 1 foot in
Patrick's.
St. Philip and 1 foot in Christchurch.
Yes. And do you remember the first time you saw a bowler still have his cap on while bowling?
You get that a lot these days in the over 50s and over 40s, the Masters tournament. And I was trying to remember who was the first international player to do that.
I just found it strange. Even some guys bowling in their sunglasses. I just found it strange.
Well, Khan is on strike. 28 without loss. Here is Mangley, right arm medium pacer, outside in the off stump, short delivery, and cut down into the gully. They will get 1. The return comes in, and backed up in the offside
By the very Chandapal Singh.
Chandapal Singh. You can always find Chandapal in the game.
Yes.
And 1 more to the total. Is up to 29 for loss of 1 over number 16. As Mangley is in, onto the front foot comes Bumbla. Plays it out on the offside. There's no run. India at the bat first. They had a decent win, if memory serves me correct. They scored 119 against Wales, for whom they restricted to 101 for 7. I think India lost 4 wickets at that 119 again, reduced to 26 overs, and then eventually brought down to 20 overs. The West Indies, they went under to the USA. Here is a little bit outside of the off stump. Cut away between the fielder at cover and point. A little bit of footballing skills by Ian Drakes. Is backed up in the offside by his partner. And they take 1. Run number 30. Martin?
Yeah, I believe that game with India and Wales was at Weymouth, where Weymouth, Wales would have been playing.
Here is Mangley on the way into bowl to Khan. And Khan is cutting down to the gully. Brian Johnson fields. There's no run.
The Weymouth ground is the home of the Barbados Police Force, and the soccer team that's associated with the ground.
Is that just so you don't get caught up, Martin, between Independence and National Day, the Barbados Police Service.
Yes, Barbados Police Service. It used to be the Royal Barbados Police Force up until a year ago.
A hotly debated topic these days on the media in Barbados. Here is a outside in the offset, run down to the vacant slip region. They take 1. Captain Khan. Good sensible batting by Khan. Brian Johnson retrieves from short third man, and they take 1.
Good to see that Johnson has back his mobility, because you would remember in the match against USA, he had a thigh injury. But with a day's rest and probably some duct tape and strapping, the sports medicine people tell you the 2 things you need in your first aid kit. You Anything that you don't want to move, you put duct tape on it. And anything that's not moving, you use WD-40. Refreshment break, and I get the opportunity to call on a new friend of mine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can have an interview with him.
Mr. Viren, join us here. And thank you and welcome to Barbados.
Thank you very much.
Where in India are you from?
Well, in India, I'm near Ahmedabad,
Okay.
city called Nuryad.
Nuryad.
That's in sort of central.
Central. So it's not near Bangladesh, it's not near
No.
Pakistan.
No.
There you go. Your experience in cricket, you played at school?
Well, I've been coming to Barbados to tell you the food. This is my first journey to Barbados. Absolutely brilliant.
We do offer something called a long stay for visitors who visit regularly.
Love to be here. Excellent. It's great. One of the best places to visit.
The next question is, how come you're not playing? You're 12th man and you're onto the field. The ball comes into the boundary. You leap up and you take it with one hand.
I am playing. That'll be a surprise for you now.
Okay.
I am playing. I'll most probably opening the bowling as well.
What happened is that you just don't have on the rest of your playing kit. That's the distraction that I've got.
That's right. No. I am playing. I'm in the 11. I'm in the 12th, and I'm opening the bowling. And yeah,
So you said you're not in India now.
I'm in UK at the moment.
Okay.
So, but yeah,
Whereabouts in the UK?
near Gatwick Airport, just outside the London.
Okay. My stomping ground is Ilford in Essex, which is northeast.
Absolutely, yes.
Where Graham Gooch's ground, St Valentine's Park. That's in the county cricket.
That's right. Yeah.
And you bowl.
I bowl. Yeah. I open the bowling and open seam and swing. So yeah.
I'll give you a bit of warning.
Go and tell me.
This was a UK tour.
Right.
I went to Dublin. I said, I remember Ambrose putting down his first ball in Test cricket in the UK. And it touched down outside off, and the wicketkeeper had to go around the third slip to collect it.
My goodness.
I opened the bowling with another friend of mine. Hello to you, Wesley Kirk, in the UK. When I put down my first ball, it went deep, deep, and deeper out of the ground at Leinster.
Jesus. So that's how good you are, right?
Well, here's the thing. It was off the bat.
Off the bat, right? Okay. What was it? The edge or?
It was cleanly hit. The batsman, JP, he was using what they call the mongoose bat, which is like a baseball
Yep,
bat
yep,
with
that's right.
just
Sure, yeah.
the practice paddle at the bottom.
Absolutely, that's right.
By the time I got to Uxbridge on the England part of the tour, I was back to gentle off breaks.
Excellent. Well, that's what you do. That's what you're best at, right?
So how
Do
are
you
the
bat as
guys?
well?
I am a middle to lower order batsman.
Right.
How are the guys enjoying the tour so far?
Everyone just loving it. It's one of the best places, like I said, and it's just nice to be here.
As Chandapal Singh comes in, and I thank you, Viren. The break has ended. And at the end of this over, I'll give Wayne Holder his spell. This is so enjoyable. I mean,
Here is David
I'll get
tossed
to
up
go and talk privately, yes,
And work.
with Viren a little bit.
to mid wicket. There's no run. Bumla. He's now on 17. With him is Captain Khan, who has 10. 32 for the loss of 1. Can give you some bowling figures. Amen, 6 overs, 3 minutes, 1 for 8. Drake, 7 overs, 1 minute, none for 16. Chandapal Singh in his third over. Before this, 2 overs for 4 runs. The bowls of which the batsman goes on the back foot. That is Bumla, the opening batsman. Plays on the offside, there's no run. And Rajendra Mangali, 1 over, no minutes, none for 4. So 32 for 1. Onto the back foot. He pulls this one up to the fielder off the long on boundary, who's going to jog in. That looks to be Ian Drakes, taking his ample time to get there. The batsman will collect what will be run number 33. India has to bat first. 33 for the loss of 1. In the game at Pickwick, featuring England and Canada. Give you an update momentarily. Here's a David driven and misfielded by the captain Zaman. So he gives away a single, run number 33. And I can tell you that England has to bat first are 49 for the loss of 2 of 16.3 overs. 49 for the loss of 2 with Wildman not out 17. And I'm going to give you a complete synopsis. Here is Singh. And this delivery is drag involuntarily, not really intended it. Up to long on. And they take yet another single run, number 34. So his first over has concluded, 34 for the loss of 1 wicket. And Martin will have a final word before he gives way to Wayne Holder. But before you do that, I can tell you that England lost East Clone Stone, out for 10. Ecclestone for 10.
Like Bernie
and
from the
Snell
Formula
Grove for 18. Those are the 2 batsmen out. Wildman is not out 17. Williams not out 2. 49 for the loss of 2. And those 2 wickets have gone to Rajadura. 5 overs minutes 2 for 18. Martin, your final words?
Yeah,
your parting words before
I'm
you take away.
expecting the shackles to be loosened now. The batting, they have to step up. The run rate needs to increase. And some more probing and enterprising bowling from the West Indies. So we have an even contest. Over to Wayne.
So Martin is departing, and having departed, Mangley bowls his first division outside of the offside and spanked into the offside. The batsman don't score. As Mangley off a very short run, bowls the division. The batsman is looking to run down to the vacant slip region, makes no contact. Taken cleanly behind the stumps. As I welcome back Wayne.
I, Lyndon, and still quite attritional contest at the moment.
Here's a drive, and the fielder indicates that the ball bunks in front of him, so that's very good sportsmanship. We will just have to have gone upstairs to DRS. Wayne?
Well, yes, excellent, as I said, because it was a magnificent effort by the man there in at cover, diving on and taking it cleanly. We thought initially inches off the ground, only for him to indicate that he hadn't taken it cleanly. So well done by him.
Good sportsmanship. And it's something I think the youth can learn from the elderly statesman. Not that it doesn't practice these days, but he was very quick to indicate that he took it on the bounce. Here is a outside of the offside, wide of the offside, and umpire Johnson. For the first time today, Wayne signals wide.
Signals wide. So Mangali, he has been actually operating quite wide of that off stump. But what has been happening is that the batters have been actually pursuing those deliveries and playing shots and getting contact. But a lot of those deliveries
Mangley moves in and bowls a short delivery and wide outside of the off stump. So he's really testing the patience of umpire Chris Johnson. And he obliges him by signaling wide. So Can has 12. Bumbler is on 19, and it is 37 for 1. We are in over number 18. Over number 18. And to the extreme left, Wayne, we're seeing a hover in the building of a very dark cloud. We can hope that we can continue to have some wind to push it over. They'll be short. The batsman looks to pull it from outside in the off stump. The shot was on. The angle was different in that the bowler opted to go around the wicket. And there is Bumbler. Ball bunks in awkward. So it seems to be getting some very awkward bunks at the southern end, Wayne.
Well, yes, and in order to compensate for those wide deliveries, Mangali choosing to go around the wicket now.
He's in to bowl to Bumbler. And to this delivery, Bumbler is running it down to Brian Johnson, who's patrolling that short third man position. There is no run the end of the over. And India asked about first 38 for the loss of 1. 38 for the loss of 1. With Bumbler on 19. 58 deliveries, he's faced 2 fours. And with him is captain Iqbal Khan. He's not on 12 or 4 deliveries. And he struck 1 4 away.
Well, quite slow going here by the India team, but more importantly, I guess they can claim that they have got a number of wickets in the hutch, so that will become useful as we get deeper into the innings when they would want to really press on in the hunt towards the end of the innings. So far they have been prepared, this pair actually, to get stuck in and keep those wickets intact for the batsmen coming in the lower order.
Yes, here is Singh, Chandapal Singh, and he tosses up the leg break, which is cut to the fielder off the cover boundary. And they're going to take 1. So 1 to Farid Hussain. And we yet to see him into the attack. Another run to the total. 39 for 1. And Bumla on strike. And he plays, he looks to get cute. And he will get away with it. Opting to go for the reverse paddle, Wayne. A shot that we've seen with the invention of the T20 cricket.
Well, yes, very much so. Not being perfecting it. This is the second time that I've seen him attempt the shot and not really getting it perfect up to this stage.
Here is Captain Can, stretches onto the front foot, looks a little testy. And keeps the ball in front of him, 39 for 1. And this is the Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup for over 50s. The second round of games. India, they got the better of Wales at Weymouth. And the West Indies, who are playing here, they went on to the USA. So a must-win situation for both teams. The winner, if India win, they sit pretty to advance to the Caribbean Cup. And the West Indies, if they lose, they'll be facing the prospects of playing for the Caribbean Plate. The plate competition, as yet another over is concluded, with India having been asked to bat first here at the BNOC grounds, 40 for the loss of 1. I can tell you that Iqbal Khan is now on 13. Varinder Bumla is now on 20. And Shanda Paul Singh is now sent on 4 overs, though is none for 10. And his bowling partner, none other than Rajinder Mangali, he sent on 2 overs, none for 6 win.
Well, yes, and Shanda Paul continuing to operate from that southern end of the ground. Nice loopy leg spinner he is, and has shown excellent control. Not really, the batters have not been able to get after him. No attempt by any of the batters actually to use their feet, because I think at his pace, one effective way of scoring against him will be to use your feet, get down the track, meet the ball on the full. But the batsmen so far have not been that adventurous.
Mangley is into bowl to Bumla, and Bumla goes on to the back foot, plays the ball to the offside. There is no run, 40 for the loss of 1. This is the start of over number 20. So at some point in time, they're going to have to go on the accelerator. Remember, it's a 45 overs per tournament. Short ball pulled out to the fielder, Captain Zaman Amen, who comes off the long on boundary. And the batsman amble what will be run number 41. 41 for the loss of 1. And it brings Can on strike. The sun is back with us. Mangley's into him and he whips it through mid-wicket. Singh is onto it. Or actually, it goes to the field at square leg. And he feeds cleanly. And that happened to be none other than Narayan Bidesi. As here is a little bit outside the pull, beautiful shot out to the fielder, William Lashley at mid-wicket. And they take another single, one more to the total. Now 43 for 1. They said, Wayne, we're bathed in sunshine, but extremely dark to the east of us.
Well, yes, very much contrasting conditions.
Here is
I was just noticing that.
Can allowing this one to go by outside in the off stump.
Over to the east, white grey, almost looking
very grey and dark. Or a darkish kind of grey.
Gloomy, and as you said, hot, bright sunshine here on the Woodbourne ground.
So as the over comes to an end, and I'm fairly sure that is the end of my stint on commentary. And I could tell you that India, having been asked about first, they are 43 for the loss of 1. 43 for the loss of 1. Having lost Sanjay Berry, he got 33 in the first game. He only got 3 today before he was caught by Shanda Paul Singh off the bowlers Amen for 3. Varinder Bumla is not on 22. Iqbal Khan is not on 14. And India asked about first, 43 for the loss of 1 after 20 overs. Wayne?
Well, yes, it's nice to be back, Lyndon. Just let me quickly bring some updates from the games, the other games being played today in the Cricket West Indies Masters Association's Big Man over 50s Cricket Caribbean Cup. The other game in this zone, Wales versus USA. Wales 50 for 5 after 16 overs. Wales 50 for 5 after 16 overs. While in the match, West Indies A in the other zone, West Indies A versus UAE. West Indies A 54 for the loss of 1 wicket from 17 overs. And Lyndon would have brought an update from the game England versus Canada. After 9 overs, England are 59 for 2.
Well,
Here,
that could actually be updated to 63 for loss of 2 off 19 overs now. England.
well, yes, an appeal for a catch at the wicket. The wicket keeper, as a matter of fact, it can't be for a catch because there is the ball traveling along on the pitch. So it must be for leg before wicket. Can coming onto the front foot to another one of those well-flighted leg breaks from Chandra Paul Singh. Here he is on the off stump, and coming forward is Can, pushing it down in front of him, assisting wicket-keeper Sahadio in picking the ball up as Chandra Paul is driven on the first bounce, so the fielder there at short extra cover. Again, can't score. He's can, but he can't. Here he is again. And this one, googly, the wrong'un, as the Australians call it, coming the other way. Well read on this occasion by Can, though, choosing to play it off the back foot, allowing the ball to spin into him, and then working it away square on the onside for a single. So he picks up a single off the final delivery of
I
the
suspect being that the covers are going to be pulled on.
21st over.
And they're not going to take any chances.
Those
as I said.
dark clouds beginning to encroach on this area. Of course, we know generally here in Barbados, Lyndon, we can look to the east for the rain. Any rain coming from any place other than the east is quite unusual. I would almost say unnatural, but the players, the precaution being taken here by the officials, they have asked for the covers to come onto the ground. The rain has not actually arrived, but it appears quite imminent. And here it is now as I speak. The rain is with us.
So full kudos to umpires, Lamar Clark and
Clark,
Chris Johnson.
More the northern part of the parish of St. Philip.
Most
so
definitely.
we know, and I think there's another game not
Being
very
played
far
just
from here,
above us.
just
As a
east
matter
of
of fact,
us. Yes.
At Pickwick, and I can tell you that rain has also stopped play there because once you get rain at BNOC, it is very, very likely you will also have some rain here at
Well, actually,
above.
I would suggest that the rain probably got to Foursquare before it got here.
And
So yes,
when the rains came, it was 63 for loss of 2. England 63 for loss of 2 off 19.2 overs. And they're up against Canada with Williams not out on 11 and Wildman not out on 22. And that is in that Zone B fixture. Unlike the Zone A fixture where the rains is very much with us. But it's not pouring rain, it's a very light rain which is abated or is dying down as we speak. As we look outside, there's still that dark cloud hovering around. It's getting extensive, it's spreading, that's a good sign. And I guess we need the wind to continue to just push it over. But the covers are on the square. And at the moment, safely you can say that the West Indies will enjoy the exchanges with the position of India.
well, yes, the Indian batters have found it very difficult to really develop any momentum in their scoring. Fairly restricted by some very good bowling, I must say, by all the bowlers employed by the West Indies. The intent of the Indian batsmen, though, I thought Lyndon might have been a bit lacking. Nobody really looking to press on and looking to get on top of the bowling. I mentioned the lack of the use of the feet by the batters, particularly to the leg spinner Chandra Paul Singh. I still maintain that at his pace and the amount of loop that he gives to the ball, that it would be quite effective if the batsmen can use their feet, get down the wicket, and if anything, force him then to resort to other tactics, and they may even be able to get him to bowl a bit shorter, so, and create opportunities to score.
I think they could have transferred the pressure back on Singh because he was giving the ball generous loop just by driving the ball through the offside rather than, because I think, especially with Boomley, he wasn't picking him. And the fact that he was tossing the ball that high is just simply mean that he needed to put the left leg down and just stroke the ball through the offside, which would then force Singh to look for other options, maybe relying on his googly more often than his leg break.
I guess the same can't be said, though, Lyndon, for the opening bowlers, Captain Zamin Amin and Ian Drakes, because Amin, left arm orthodox, was able to get the ball to grip and turn quite a lot. The pitch here offering that kind of assistance, and not of the floaty trajectory that employed by Shanda Paul. So the batsman forced to remain at home, remain in their creases, and I thought that he really exercised beautiful control. He kept the ball on or about that off stump consistently, and it was much more difficult to score against him. Drake's a bit faster through the air, looking well, in his heyday, he was quite stiff medium pace, left arm medium pace. Not quite as stiff, not with the same kind of pace now.
I think to Drake's advantage is that he operated from the northern end, and there was some awkward bunks from that end, which made stroke playing against him, especially once he wasn't pitching the ball up, a lot more difficult. So the batsman had to be more watchful against Drake's. And as I say, a little unusual for the wicket at the BNC to play lifting at one end and casual at the other end.
And he also got the ball to swing quite early. Drake's looking to exploit the nice breeze coming across the ground, and he got the ball to swing, to shape in to the right-handed batters, concentrating on a line just around that off stump. So it has been quite interesting, intriguing cricket. I would have to say.
Not intense, but interesting and intriguing.
Very intriguing. And
some good news is that the rains have abated. We are blessed with a strong breeze, but we are still having that huge grey cloud, which once assembled dark to our east, is now come directly in front of us, way into the south. But if you look beneath towards the bottom, towards the airport side, we can see it's quite clear out there, which is a good sign.
So it
tells us that the wind is pushing it, it's breaking up that cloud, but it's also pushing it towards the southern side of the country, which is a good sign.
Well, a positive sign is that the umpires are standing in the open, so obviously they are not experiencing any precipitation. They couldn't be getting wet. There's no headgear, no umbrellas or anything, just standing in the open. So that is a good sign that they are satisfied that the rain is not presently falling, although the covers are still being battened down by the ground staff. So again, local knowledge may suggest that as far as they are concerned, the rain is not quite finished as yet. We may be having
Yes, I think what they're
shower.
doing is that they're just taking every precaution. The dark clouds that have assembled in front of us. At one stage it was to our left. Now it's directly in front of us. That they don't open from directly on top.
And that's what we're heading towards the west, we hope. But just let listeners know that this match got started on time this morning. West Indies versus India. And with the West Indies winning the toss and opting to field. And India starting this morning with Verinder Bumla and Sanjay Berry. The West Indies opening the bowling with the captain Zamin Amin and the new ball shared by Ian Drakes. And the one wicket to fall so far, that of Berry, who was caught in the covers by Chandra Paul Singh, off the bowling of Amin for 3. The Verinder Bumla has remained there ever since. He's been at the crease from the start of the innings. He's on 23 off some 63 balls. He struck 2 of the 3 fours that have been scored in the innings so far. Iqbal Khan, the captain, is on 15. It has taken him some 53 deliveries with 1-4. And just to look at the bowling figures for West Indies, Amin 6 overs, 3 maidens, 8 runs, 1 wicket. Drake 7 overs for 16 runs. Ashanda Paul Singh 5 overs for 12 runs. And Rajendra Mangali bowling his right arm, slow medium pace, 3 overs for 9 runs. There have been some 4 extras so far, all 4 being wides and a grand total of 45 for one of 21 overs before we had this rain interruption that has seen play halted in this match. The second round of matches in the Caribbean Masters cricket.
The big
The
man.
West Indies, actually. West Indies Masters Cricket West Indies Masters Association. Big man cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup. And this competition brought to Barbados quite a nice innovation, Lyndon. We know the folks here where we are at the BNOC Club, led by Anthony Morris, who is part of the West Indies team.
As a matter of fact, he's also part of the West Indies panel for West Indies Masters panel.
Right, the Cricket West Indies Masters Association panel. Well, yes, Captain Singh, I may be able to quickly have a quick word with you. At 45 for one, you have faced some 21 overs. Some would say that is slow going. Or what do you think though might have caused the slowness of your run rate?
The wicket is very slow. It's very wet and damp, so it's not easy coming on the bat. And they have really bowled very well, used the conditions so well that it's not easy to get away. We had to just graft it, just play the overs off.
And who have been the most effective of the bowlers so far?
From here, Drake's has been very effective on a wicket like this. He's just not playable. In even Amin, the captain left-arm spinner, he bowled very good spell. You could hardly hit him.
So you're satisfied with your position at the moment?
Yes, we are. As long as we keep the wickets in hand, we are fine.
Right, and importantly, as you said, our wickets in hand are going to be important. You would expect it. You perceive though that the conditions will get any easier as the game goes on.
It should get easier.
Okay, thank you very much. That was the captain of the India side, Iqbal Khan, who himself has been in the middle. He went to the wicket at the fall of the opening batsman Sanjay Berry, coming at number 3. So he has been there for quite all of an hour, in fact 62 minutes, captain, and explaining to us what we almost detected from this distance, Lyndon, that we did realize that there was some grip, there was some slowness in the track, and he verified for us.
Yes, and we detected that from this angle. First, at the southern end, where Drakes was bowling from the northern end, he was getting the ball to jump. And then the uncertainty or the lack of commitment by the batsmen to use their feet against the spin from the other end made it a little even interesting in terms of how the batsmen were accumulating their runs. But we're going to have another interview.
Lashley.
And William Lashley is going to join us, and he'll have a chat with you
of the
Wayne.
West Indies side.
Yeah, so we can try to keep it even.
A veteran of Masters cricket, could you believe it? Although one of the younger Masters, one with if looks are anything to go by, and William, nice to have you. Of course, you must be elated with the advent of this tournament being played right here in Barbados.
Yeah, it's great to have it here. Bring people to our country. It helps our country and the tourism. And yes, playing at home with a little advantage from my end. I think that the inside knowledge could help some days.
Well, yes, because we noticed that the covers were brought on long before the rains actually got here, and I was assuming that advice may have come from some of you who are very familiar with the conditions here.
Yeah, we have a little bit of insight from where it's coming from. We saw it coming, but we didn't think that it would get here, but we got the edge of it, so we had to delay play.
Well, yes, and William, of course, you would have been very much involved. I think you were one of the first of the Barbadians to be involved at this level for West Indies, as far as in a previous tournament played, I think, in North America.
Yes, in Texas, yeah. I had a good tour down there, and we got beaten in the finals against the same U.S. team that beat us yesterday. So a bit of a grudge going on there.
Well, that would have been on Wednesday, but you know, William Lashley, the name, the average listener or viewer to this broadcast may not know that you are actually of some famous pedigree.
Yeah, my father, Patrick Lashley, he known as Peter Lashley, made a lot of runs, especially at the first class level. Didn't get much opportunity at the top level, but yeah, he made lots of records at, in Shell Shield cricket and stuff like that, an amazing average.
Well, yeah, Peter Lashley would have played among the greats for the West Indies, and as far as we are concerned, he would be regarded as one of our great players. Unfortunately, as you said, he didn't actually get the opportunity, and I suspect it was because of the quality of the players that surrounded him. He didn't really get much opportunity to strut his stuff at the international level.
That's correct. That's correct. There was a lot of talent, a lot of people that had lots of talent that didn't even get played or look in, and we all know it. There were the sideliners that were really good now, and we wish we had half of those people on the bench because they were so good. That's the reserves that they could set up another team and beat this current West Indies team. Obviously, I think.
Well, I don't think that you would lack support there for persons of local knowledge. But your dad, Peter, has more or less, one could understand why he disappeared from the local cricket scene. How has he been in recent times?
Well, you know, when your sight starts to go, you know, glaucoma and a little bit of cataract, you don't really want to come to cricket because you can't see a ball, you can't see anything, and so he has taken himself away from the game for a while because he said, "Why go to cricket and I can't see it?" Right? So, but he is he's still well and able, but he's not able to watch cricket now. He listens.
Well, yes, he's been. I guess he would have gone on a number of tours with various West Indies teams. One recall, I think he was in England for sure in the early '60s. He would have also traveled to Australia. Would you be able to recall some of his other tours with West Indies?
No, you hit the nail on the head. He only went on 2 tours, England and Australia, and he played in the Tide Test. And he made, I think, 1 and 18. He said if he had made one more run, it wouldn't be in a Tide Test.
Well, one would imagine is if the Australians had made one run less, it would also not have been a tight test. But you yourself, I mean, growing up with a father deeply involved in the game with him, it was only natural that you would have taken to cricket, William.
Well, it's a funny story, but I didn't really like the cricket at the early age when he was actually pushing me, and when he stopped, I started to like it badly. So hence now at this age I'm now playing a little better.
So, like fine wine, you're getting better with age.
Well, better is in the feeling, but not in the feeling of the joints and pains. Right? It's hard at this age to recover, especially these long matches, 45 overs. It is tough. People look at it and say, "Oh, these guys are, we could play better than these." But I don't know if they can handle the 45 overs, meaning 90 overs in a day, and then playing 2 days later.
Well, yes, I thought that was some sort of an undertaking when I realized that the competition was being played on a 45 overs per side format for players over 50, in the case of some players over 60 years of age, with basically back-to-back games, because just a day between matches really is similar to back-to-back cricket. What would have influenced though the organizers, as far as you know, to adopt this format rather than, let's say, for instance, the now very popular, overwhelmingly popular format of T20?
Well, I did ask that question, and Raj, our president, told me that that's the international rules, and they don't want to change it. I think there's been at meetings people have put up the option of bringing it down, but the bigger nations seem to want to play this longer version. I don't know exactly why, but they have the bigger influence right now.
Well, yes, a question I've always wanted to ask you, I'm glad I got the opportunity. Being the son of a famous father, how much pressure did you feel when you in playing the game, even at your level here, at the domestic level, where you've played at the very highest level and excelled also?
Well, initially it was. I mean, the expectations and all that. that everybody had of you. I knew he had so many runs that it was a little hard I was in the shadow of that. And when I began to love the game more, it really didn't matter. I was going to play anyhow, and the passion for it came, and I just continued playing. I played because I enjoy the game now. So that pressure of my dad played, I mean, he's a hero for me, and looking at his records, I can't believe the amount of that he didn't make the West Indies team permanently, because his average was phenomenal, and the records that were beaten many years later were like twice as many innings. So it still helps me, and wish that I followed him a little earlier when I was younger.
And on commentary on Wednesday, I mentioned, I described you as an all-rounder, but veering on being the off-spinning side of your game would have taken precedence. Would I have been correct?
Yeah, I think what happened is I started to get a few wickets, and I just kept it simple, and my strengths came out in different types of times when I'm bowling. Like as you would know, I bowl a lot of new balls, and it's very different to bowl a new ball and coming in later and bowling an older ball, because the ball does different things, and the angles and the pace has to be different. So the off spin, I started to learn that trade a little bit better, and I got a little lucky and realized that Barbadian batsmen can't play the ball going away.
Actually, an off spinner talking about taking the ball away. Expand on that for me.
Well, I mean, it's new, right? So if you spin the ball and it doesn't turn, it seems to go away with a little bit of extra pace because of the sheen on the ball, and people tend to play the wrong line, giving me a few edges on occasions. And, sometimes with a little drift is even better, right? So yeah, and the pace I bowl at, it really helps that, because like today, the sort of wicket I usually do well on, because it sticks and sometimes goes through. So if I'm getting it right, it's usually difficult to play me, all right? So that's how it goes, and I try. You can't predict anything. You just try. You play the game, and you need a little luck in this game.
And even at this stage of your career, you're now, well, basically bona fide masters cricketer. Ambitions, even at this stage?
Well, to do well each time, and to push to do better and look at your mistakes. I mean, the last match we played, we knew that batting first was going to be hard, and Brian and I put together a partnership. And, just after a water break, old news, you need to concentrate again, and I got up first ball after the water break, which destroyed our plans, because Brian and I had a plan going that I think would have worked against that team, even although they were bowling very well on that pitch.
Definitely winning the toss here. We've heard the Indian captain describe the batting conditions as very difficult. Winning the toss here gives a definite advantage to your team?
Not normally, but today it is, because I think the early start, groundsmen have to get up earlier. If there's no sun out early, it's always going to hold the moisture. And winning the toss in these long early starts is always a advantage. But the guys have played out. I mean, they only lost one wicket. They were a little fortunate, but they've done the right thing, because as they would find out, it gets a little easier, especially here. A lot easier than at Windward. Faster. Yeah.
Okay, William, it has been a pleasure having you. Thank you very much for consenting to spending a time. I believe that you may have been in a more relaxed mode in the huddle with your players, with your fellow players. But again, thank you for coming, and thank you for your very insightful information you have provided.
You're welcome. Anytime, man. Take care of yourself.
Okay, William Lashley of the West Indies Masters side, and also, as we mentioned, the son of a former Barbados and West Indies batsman, Peter Lashley. I think Martin may be lining up something for us. Let me quickly tell you that looking at some information coming from some of the other matches, we're in the Cricket West Indies Masters. Big Man Cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup. Wales versus USA. Wales now 66 for 6 from 22 overs. At in the match, West Indies A versus UAE. West Indies A 54 for 1. And England versus Canada 66 for 2. We know for sure that they match at the Four Square Oval. Just to a few hundred meters away to our east, has been, like this one, affected by that shower that came across. And as we speak, the cover is very much still intact. Umpires Clark and Johnson actually just paid a visit to the middle and are making their way back to the pavilion. Just to mention to those joining us for the first time that India were invited to bat by the West Indies, and when the rain came after 21 overs, it was 45 for the loss of the 1 wicket, the India side. So Martin, as I said, is going to have something lined up for us. He's going to have a word with one of the Indian contingent. And I will hand it over to you, Martin Paris.
Come back this way, Preet. We're going to have you, if you want to say hi to everybody back in India.
Hi, everybody in India.
Your name for the record.
Preet Singh.
Right. You were spoken about by the previous person that was being interviewed, William. What's the connection?
Well, it's really funny because way back in 1992, when we were at university, and obviously William was studying in England at the time, we ended up playing in the English inter-universities competition, which was English universities, Welsh, Irish, Scottish, and a whole collection of very good cricketers from universities ended up in Glasgow. For a very wet, if I recall, a very wet week, quite a few rain-affected matches, and it was a fantastic time.
Not anything like this here. This is nice, warm, liquid sunshine here in the Caribbean. You get some very cold, sticky rain, and in Glasgow.
Yeah, I mean, we were a bit surprised that they decided to hold a tournament in Glasgow, but we had some great fun, even on and off the pitch. It was an amazing experience.
I was given some background information about that off the pitch costume party success that you have. We won't talk about that here, but we'll talk about the other thing you were saying. Some of the other people from the Caribbean, including obviously Barbados, that you were familiar with, who played through, and you are in the mecca of West Indies cricket.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm a cricket fanatic. Grew up supporting the West Indies, even though I was living in India growing up, and watching Greenwich and Haynes. But Sir Viv Richards was my absolute idol. I mean, what a player. Malcolm Marshall, I saw them when he came over and played in India and was making the Indian batsmen run. I mean, that was a unique experience to see the 4 quicks bowling at Sunny Gavaskar in Indian conditions, and Vengsarkar. And I remember the battles that Malcolm Marshall had with Vengsarkar. A lot of history in the game.
Bish and Betty was in that squad as well?
No, Bish and Betty had finished by then. This was after that. But I mean, West Indies have that tradition. If you look at a recent England over 50s captain, Mark Lane, obviously played 10 one-day internationals for England, played for Gloucestershire with distinction for many years, and a great one-day cricketer. Fantastic guy to be leading the England over 50s. And I know you've got a connection with Mark.
Yeah, my claim to fame is that he was my captain in school, secondary school. It was a pleasure being at the non-strikers end, and a first former batting with an SS jumbo bat. But now he's into coaching. Do you do any coaching or anything of that nature when you're not actually?
I'm mentoring a lot of kids. I mean, I'm involved. I mean, I'm probably the most active in terms of organising net practice, getting the guys out there, recruiting sergeant for veterans cricket. Everyone I see, I said, how old are you? I'm trying to get anyone I find in the 40s, I said, stay fit, because your best cricket could be in front of you, not behind you. So I think this whole veterans movement is sensational.
Because I was about to ask, how popular is it, because you're in England, you possibly could have played for England, but we've got a USA squad, we've got Wales. Cricket still remains popular even beyond quote unquote club days?
I mean, you got the UAE here for the first time. I mean, if you look at, just to give you an example, I was playing at Middlesex. Middlesex 4 years ago had about 60 players in the over 50s age groups. I think currently over 50s, 60s and 70s, there's 120 players within 3. So it shows you the guys who probably gave up cricket because they had families and businesses and work commitments are now being drawn back to cricket saying, I'd like to have a go. So I think 50s cricket is the way to go. It's going to explode.
And then you get to come to Barbados.
Well, I mean, there's paradise and there's paradise. And if you get a chance to come to Barbados to play cricket, you're not going to turn that down.
We can take a peep over that way. What does this compare to in terms of grounds that you've played around the UK?
I mean, this is a beautiful ground. I mean, England is known for some fantastic club and first-class grounds. This is a decent ground. It's a little bit slow because there will be some, rain around. But it's a challenging wicket, so, we have to make sure that we find a way to graft on it. But it's a stunning part of the world to play cricket in.
I've seen the umpires going out to make an inspection. I don't want to keep you too long from being with the rest of your teammates. How have you been enjoying the tour so far?
It's been absolutely fantastic. I mean, for the most part, the weather's been sensational, and the hospitality has been even more sensational. And I think this won't be our last trip to Barbados playing cricket. We'll be back here soon.
And the others, obviously, having seen what you were telling them about, because this is not your first rodeo, as they say, I'm sure they'll be back for the next edition of this tournament.
I mean, I've been to Barbados many times, and there's not many better places to play cricket and have a great vacation too.
Make sure you take in some place like the Kensington Oval, the Legends, which is just outside, and of course, on your way back in, where were you staying?
We're staying at Royal Westmoreland.
Have your tour bus pass the airport, because that's where Malcolm Marshall, his final resting place is there. So you can go and play a little quiet homage there as well. And even in this area, Sylvester Clark and Roddy Eswick, they were from that away. So you're closer. One final thing. I remembered when Fred Rumsey had the Pro-Am tournament here, I had to go park a car for a West Indies selector. For me, it was, oh man, I have to go and park this car. When I came back, the English visitors who were me were going like, you got to park Desmond Haynes' car? Because we don't realize being spoiled, especially in Barbados. That's the Larry Bird and Magic Johnson of West Indies and world cricket when you talk about Greenwich and Haynes.
Well, the one thing I find very surprising, I've been to Barbados before, I've been to the Caribbean. You could walk into a bar and suddenly Sir Garfield Sobers is there. I mean, we're absolute legend of the game. You'll have Desi Haynes there, you'll have Gordon Greenwich, you'll have people you dreamt about, and you're sitting there having a pint with them. And that's the best thing. They are like normal people, and they are legends of the game.
And I'm sure that if Collis King is made aware that there is a match on here now, he may just turn up because he also is within the area.
Well, that would be something special, because I still remember that famous partnership in the World Cup with Viv Richards, how he won a game from nowhere. That's a very special talent there.
So I thank you again, Mr. Singh. Enjoy the rest of your tour and have a good trip.
It's a pleasure so far, and I'm sure it's going to get better. Thank you.
Cheers. Hi, Stronny. I see you've joined us here at the BNOC.
Well, yes, good morning, Martin. Good morning to all the viewers. Good morning to all the listeners. We are getting ready for the resumption here at the BNOC ground, where the India Masters, after a brief rain interruption, will be resuming with the score on 45 for 1. We've had 21 completed overs. No word coming from the umpire as to if there was any deduction in the overs. So it's left to our imagination that they will still play the 45 overs that they started with, Martin.
Yes, well, between Lyndon and Wayne, will probably update us about any of those changes. And you're right next to the score, so she too will have to know.
No deductions at all?
Based on how things went yesterday.
In fact, we've got one of the umpires giving us a signal now.
Based on how things went at Windward and there was no reduction, we'll get it in.
So 45 for 1, I can tell you that the not-out batsmen are Verinder Blumble. He's Boombler. He's on 23, and with him is Iqbal Khan. He's on 15. So for this partnership, this Saka wicket partnership, worth some 40 runs, Martin.
Yes, and we would prefer, from a viewer's point of view, to see a lot more freely scoring. But it's been an even balance between bat and ball for the most part. For the
So
most of the day.
at the start of over number 22, it looks like Mangali, before this 3 overs, no maidens, none for 9. He's operating from the northern end of the ground. Starts with a pitched up delivery, which brings the batsman forward in Boombler. Score will remain on 45 for 1.
And just as
Mangley.
they were getting momentum, that rain break, and now they've got to reset.
Mangali, a tricky customer. Back in his heyday, used to be a handful. Swung the ball both ways on and off the wicket. And had a steep bouncer, but I guess most of that pace now is in the past. Just bowling a nice, gentle, medium pace now on our body off stump and asking a few questions on Boombler's technique.
And as we see this attempt,
An attempted heave outside the off stump, and just finding the outside portion of the back. Brian Johnson just had to backtrack 2 steps in the backward point region, took a comfortable catch. So on the resumption, they've lost a wicket almost immediately. 4 legal deliveries in to this over, and Boombler, his knot will come to an end. He made just 23, caught by Brian Johnson off the Mangali.
and Mangley will be happy that someone has taken a catch. He had 2 slip through his grasp. I used to make a little lark about not eating any fish cakes before you go into the field. But yes, enterprising not, but not quite getting to the ball.
Brian
Just
Johnson.
spooning it to Brian Johnson.
So a quick update, Martin,
Yes.
over at the Pickwick Oval. The England Masters are 80 for 3. Remember, they're up against Canada. 80 for 3. They've had some 23.4 completed overs. I can tell you that the not-out batsman is Fieldstead. He's on 9. Stuart Fieldstead, he's on 9. And Jonathan Willman, he's on 27. Bowling for Canada, Purvi Ravkapshankar, 6.4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. And Derek Etwaru, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 20. So the update again, over at BNOC, Pickwick, England Masters, 80 for 3 after 23.4 overs. The new batsman is Sundar, Shyam Sundar. And he'll be facing up to Mangali, who's just picked up his first wicket. Operated nice gentle approach from the northern end of the ground. Gets a bit of bounce on this delivery now, Martin. Taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Mahadio.
Yeah, it's a change of fortune. His tail is up now that he's managed to claim the scalp.
On his way, boys. Another delivery, getting the inside portion of the bat. The fielder from backward square in rather quickly.
Interesting field setting.
Yes, operating with a slip in Brian Johnson. A man at backward point. A man in at cover point. An extra cover and a mid-off. 3/4 of the way to the boundary. A mid-on. And a short delivery outside the off stump by Mangali. There was the umpire thinking about the wide. But at the end of over number 22, I can tell you, India Masters, remember they won their first game. They are 45 for 2.
Yeah. Not playing the competitive level of cricket that you did. Once or twice when you got the ball, the captain would just say, all right, man, scatter. But that field setting, obviously with the result of the wicket being taken without much movement from Johnson, who's still carrying that thigh injury from Wednesday's game. But you bowl to your field and hope that it comes off.
If you know a lot about Brian Johnson, back in his heyday, Brian Johnson was considered one of the fitter men in local cricket.
Regularly injured too.
So it looks like Chandapal Singh will pick up the attack from the southern end of the ground. He starts with a flighted delivery in his last encounter. He created a few problems, but the team obviously didn't have enough runs. But he did create quite a few problems in his last game. Gives the ball generous flight. Tries to extract as much turn as possible Flighted delivery driven down the ground.
He's arguably the shortest of the players on the field, but he is playing a big part despite his diminutive stature. He's been covering several square yards of the outfield, and now he's here doing his wily, twirly. Well, I won't even attempt to describe what type of spinner he is.
So Sundar faces his second delivery, gets a delivery, flighted outside the off stump, and yet again, Martin, I can't stop thinking about it, saying it. The wicket keeper Mahidio, excellent glove work.
Please don't give him the commentator's curse.
Shanda Paul Singh, delivery outside the off stump. There's a loud appeal, and he's given caught at the wicket, caught by the keeper Mahidio. A short delivery. There was the batsman going back and having a cut. Ball coming off the outside portion of the bat, and the wicketkeeper gleefully poaching it, Martin. India in a spot of ball now 46 for 3, losing their third wicket.
I'm probably going to have to get some tips from you on who to place a fiver on in the 540 at Linkfield, because you were quite astute complimenting the wicketkeeper, because he did have to make an adjustment to that one. The attempted cut, a little more prodigious bounce, as they would say, right into his gloves. I'm sure Wayne Holder would have been proud of that take.
Well, yes, Wayne Holder, a past wicketkeeper himself, a wicketkeeper of some repute. Sahadio, wicketkeeper Sahadio. Some repute wicket. Wayne Holder would have played his trade for the YMPC and Ipswich club.
Also, before there was T20, there was the cricket and crop over. And Wayne was very much an organizer of that.
In fact, not only the organizer, Wayne was the brainchild of that cricket and crop over competition. Chief cook and bottle washer.
And nowadays we have T20, and we can thank Wayne for that.
The new batsman replacing Sun. Fakir Dungaria. In the number 27 jersey, Dungira. He's at the wicket now, replacing the outgoing batsman as Singh goes a flighted delivery. Taken cleanly by the keeper as the batsman left that one alone, Martin. 46 for 3 at the end of over number 23, Martin. The end of over number 23.
And clearly the West Indies team captain trusting Chandapal Singh to keep it on a tidy line and length, because there was absolutely no one in the 45 behind square while he was bowling. And he managed to pick a pepper during his over.
Yes,
So
Martin,
we're gonna
quickly.
see Mangali now.
India versus West Indies Masters here at BNOC. They are 45 for 2 after 22 over at BNO's at Pickwick, England, 80 for 3 of 24 overs. At Weymouth, West Indies A, they are 54 for 1 of 17 overs up against the UAE over at Wayward.
Yeah, no run off that first ball.
Wales and the USA over at Weymouth. Wales are 66 for 6 and in a spot of border after some 22 overs.
Second ball, no run. Interesting line from Mangali.
As Mangali, short delivery outside the off stump, cut to the right of Brian Johnson, coming from that short third man or backward point region. Does he feel in? So Mangali continues to be very economical here. 5.4 overs, 1 wicket, and he's just conceded some 13 runs. Starts with a short delivery. The batsman is punching it outside, going for a quick single. Will after hurry. The return is on its way.
Not out,
says umpire Clark. But there was...
I'll play a little harmless fun with the name of the bowler. Is Mangali. And he's got a few set with a man at Gully.
Well, yes. I don't know if you know a lot about the local cricket in Trinidad, but Mangley, otherwise known as Charlie in the domestic circles over there, he was one of the star players for a club called Wanderers, Caroni Wanderers, and he was one of the players there. He also represented Trinidad in a few List A games as well.
My only claim to fame is a 1997 match at Guayakara Park.
Mangley starts with a full delivery, which is driven down to the man there by Singh. Singh diving away, the diminutive Singh, diving away to his right. So one more to the score.
1997 West Indies Cricket Umpires Association Convention. I was entrusted with playing for the West Indies umpires.
We'll get back to that after this delivery, which is driven pleasantly down to the man coming off the long off boundary in Ian Drakes. So one more to the score. 47, I should make it now. 47 for 3 at the end of the 23rd over. 47 for 3, Martin. Your thoughts thus far on the India's progress?
They need to step on the gas. The scoring rate is not as healthy as they would like, but the West Indies team is doing their bit to ensure that they're starving the free flowing strokes, and 23 overs gone, and at some point in time somebody's going to have to, as I say, put their foot on the accelerator.
As Shanda Paul Singh starts with another well-flighted delivery, brings the batsman forward.
One memory of that Guayakara innings after this ball.
Flighted outside the yard stump, wait for the signal from the umpire. Wide call, and rightly so. That was extremely wide, almost off the wicket.
I was batting with Billy Doctorow.
Flighted delivery brings the batsman forward. He'll hustle for a quick single. Ian Drakes coming to round to his good side as well, not able to pick the ball up one and then get it to the keeper two. So the batsman quite comfortably in the end completing that single, have enough time to amble a single, as the score should go up to 53 for 3. We're in the course of the 24th over. So at the end of the 25th over, 53 for 3, Martin.
Yeah, no real fireworks since the fall of the wicket. Some decent all-round cricket. After all, you have to keep reminding yourself, yes, the colors are familiar, but the bodies have been ravaged by Father Time.
That was eloquently put. That's a really nice way of saying getting old.
Yeah. when you're going to be 55 in April next year, you can appreciate that.
Mangley to start the 26th over. Delivery is driven to the left of the bowler on his follow through the man from inner extra cover in Daniel in the number 69 jersey, coming around to his right, doing the feeding, doing the tidying up. So one more to the score, 53 plus 1, up to 54 for 3. We're in the 25th over of the innings. Some would argue the halfway stage, as Mangley looking to make some adjustments before this. Some five overs for just 19 runs, picked up 1 wicket thus far.
I'm looking to see if there's anybody outside the, okay, just over in cow corner.
Taking you around the field, there's a slip. Now they've enforced the slip area. They've brought a man in at gully. There's a man at backward point. There's a man in at cover point. A man in at short extra cover. And a man at mid-off. That's the offside field. And on the onside, there's a man at deep mid-wicket. There's a man in at forward square in Chanda Paul Singh. And there is Amin, the captain, at mid-on. As Mangley starts with a short delivery, which is punching to the offside. Straight to the man there. Coming in at the cover point region. Allows the batsman to complete one more. 55 for 3. 55 for 3. We're in the 26th over of the innings. As Mangley brings the delivery, just bringing the batsman forward. But it's well played and well run, Martin Parks. I like the urgency in the running there by the Indian players, and the communication was good as the ball was just softly touched into the offside. The batsman, which just a nod of the head, and quickly threw for the single.
Hardly leaving the square and definitely not piercing the ring. But as we said, they wouldn't risk that with Jaunty Rhodes, but there's no Jaunty Rhodes out there.
Just the east of us, there's 6 roads, but no Jaunty Roads.
Well, and even 4 roads, even closer. But Kurt, who's the current Jaunty Rhodes in world cricket? There you go. I've been told that it's Jadeja.
Well, Jadeja hasn't played for a while. But he's definitely up there. The guy, Aidan Markram as well. Bavuma rather fleet-footed. And here in the Caribbean, we've got our own Jermaine Blackwood. Short delivery. Field.
You are required to field every ball.
So at the end of the 26th over, 57 for 3.
But fielding is something that you have to do whether you're a batsman or a bowler. So once you have those basics down, the rest will come.
I remember one cricket coach telling me back much in my younger days that the only thing a cricket team actually does together is field.
Almost everything else is your responsibility. And speaking of fielding, I still have to give praise and his jacket. USA, they were excellent up at Windward in the opening match.
Extremely, and even in the interview given by the captain after they spoke about their levels and methods of preparation, very, very, very professional indeed. So, start of over number 27 is going to be Chandapal Singh operating from the sovereign end, tossing the ball from hand to hand, passes umpire Clark now and delivers. The delivery is bringing the batsman tentatively forward. Wicketkeeper from quickly behind the stumps does it, tidying up the ball back with the bowler Singh at the top of his mark.
Someone recently showed me the Quigley High Performance Centre in the UK.
Driven sweetly into the offside, but straight to the man there in at the short extra cover position in Brian Johnson, who does the next best thing of getting his body in the way and does the fielding. All's well that ends well. Singh, Chandapal Singh, left arm, right arm leg spin, balls a fly to deliver to swept. Sweetly behind square, they've gone for one. They'll come for the second quite easily. The return now is on its way. It's a good one. Well taken by the keeper in the end. The batsman have enough time to complete too, but there was a flighted delivery, Martin, and the batsman essaying that sweep shot.
Played it safely enough to get it over and between.
And one thing about that shot too, that was not high risk because there was one fielder there. He just had to evade that fielder, and it was a safe shot. Flighted delivery outside the off stump, spinning away, taken by the keeper. We're in over number 27. It's being bowled by Chandapal Singh. Before the 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17. So he's been in a good spell as well. Yet again, flighted delivery, well flighted, bringing the batsman forward. And as 2 deliveries prior, straight to Brian Johnson again, no run resulting.
The lofted sweep. There's a man that wasn't there in the previous over from Chandapal Singh.
Singh, flighted delivery, slow appeal, googly this time. Or as the Australians would say, the wrong one. Bringing the batsman forward. Not sure he picked it, Martin. I don't think he picked it at all.
Well, he didn't have to worry about it because it didn't threaten his stumps. But the movement, obviously, not what he was expecting. And as we were in St. Patrick's and the Yorkshire area, he probably got on the wrong bus.
The Yorkshire area is not a really good area to get on the wrong bus. A long way away from the city. 59 for 3 at the end of over number 27. I can tell you that Dungary is on 6 and Kian, he's on 22. This partnership worth some 13 runs. The current run rate is 2.19. They've got a further 18 overs remaining, Martin. Your projected score from this point, 59 for 3 at the end of 27.
I can't do the arithmetic on the score because the run rate has been fluctuating. So there's no guarantee that there'll be any accuracy, as that one is a dot ball.
So there's Mangali starting what should be his 7th over before this. Figures of 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. So some tight stuff by the West Indies. Masters bowlers today being on offer here. Short, and as soon as you give them credit, the commentators curse. Wide, wayward delivery.
Yeah.
Bowled by Mangali.
Do you find that the striker, which is the India captain, reminds you of MS Dhoni?
60 for 3, yes. Stockily built like MS Dhoni. Can. And leaves a quick delivery. There was Mangali using all of his guile and experience. Quick and outside the all stump. And yet again, you saw the competency of the wicketkeeper coming into play, standing up to the stumps and taking rather cleanly.
Yeah, and Khan continues to soldier on, not unlike Dhoni, member of the Indian Army. Wide and wider.
Well, Mangali now, we call him Charlie, and he's originally from Charlieville in Trinidad, which is central Trinidad. But he seems he wants to bowl for a long Dunville over, because so far this over already, he's bowled some 2 wides.
Opting to come wrong now, and he's probably going to be like a Charles Chocolate if he bowls anything any sweeter. We'll see what will be the
61 for 3. We're in the course of the 28th over. Mangali now changes his approach around the wicket and bowls a short delivery, which is cut straight to the man in at cover point. No run resulting.
And they brought Drake's all the way back down this way, directly in front of us.
Starts with a nice flighted delivery. Floated ball seaming away, taken cleanly by the keeper. Score will remain on 61. 61 for 3. We're in the middle of the 28th over.
Let's see what Mangali will do with this one.
Mangali around the wicket this time. Bowls a short delivery, which is cut again to the man at the backward point area. Looks like Farid Hussain, otherwise known as Ras, also from central Trinidad.
And the batsman predicting it to be pushed a little wider. Compensated, came right across, but he didn't pierce the gap.
Mangali, final delivery of over number 28. Bowls a delivery to batsman is leaving outside the all stump.
Not tempted, Kurt. Not tempted.
So at the end of over number 28, I can tell you that Dungari, he's on 6, and Kian on 22. The India Masters, after 28 overs, Martin, they are 61 for 3. I can tell you they would have lost the wickets of Bumla. He made 23 before he was caught by Brian Johnson off the bowling of Mangali. Sanjay Berry, he was caught. Chandra Paul Singh off the bowling of the captain Amin for 3. And Shiman Sundar, he was caught. Sahadio off the bowling of Singh without scoring. Not out batsman are Dungari on 6 and Kyan on 22 as we head into over number 29.
Yes. And the light has become extremely muggy. And here we have Chandra Singh, the wily spinner.
Another flighted delivery by Singh.
Yes.
And this is brave bowling by Singh, because if you look on the field, the mid-on and the mid-on are halfway up, basically. So Singh, flighted delivery. There's the batsman driving, and just as we speak about it, a delivery which is driven down to the man at mid-off. Not timing it all together, but just enough to get it away from the man at mid-off and enough for him to get a single.
Fortunately for Chandra Singh, that would be hitting into the wind. It's more on the east, but some in the south as well.
So Dungari's gone up to 7. Kian comes back in the strike, playing the delivery backward of square, but the man there in the number 50 jersey looks like Ishwar Maraj. Doing some good fielding, coming in rather quickly as Singh. Bowls a delivery, bringing the batsman forward. There's a stifled appeal coming from Jess Singh and the wicketkeeper. And umpire Clark definitely not interested in that. The batsman was a long way forward, Martin.
And he probably got bat first and not pad.
As Chandra Paul Singh, flighted delivery, brings the batsman forward yet again. Tossing, teasing and turning. In the mold of a traditional leg spinner. I can think about George Linton. Flighting and turning. Singh, another flighted delivery outside the off stump. So at the end of over number 29, I can tell you that Singh, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. He's been very, very economical. Yet again, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. And at the end of over number 29, there are 62 for 3. The India Masters.
Yes. So we're going to have a double switch as soon as Young Yard makes his return. But the next voice you'll hear, along with Kurt for the time being, will be Rain Holder.
Thank you so much, Martin. As we head into the third of the India innings. Remember, 45 overs aside, so we've now had some 30 overs. And I'm not sure if you're aware, Kirk, but the power plays are broken down into 315s. So this brings us to the end of the second power play. And this, one would have to have a look at the regulations, though, to be able to say exactly what this entails, because there would be different restrictions for each and every power play.
Well, just having a look at the field, it looks like they're allowed at least two people outside the circle right now, because I'm just seeing one fielder on the mid-wicket boundary, the forward square boundary, and Ian Drakes now has just been asked to come in off the long-off boundary into the mid-off or three-quarters of the way in the mid-off area, as William Lashley will come into the attack for what should be his first over from the northern end. Starts with a flighted delivery, which is beating the batsman outside the off stump. Pushing tentatively outside the off stump is the batsman Dungaree. He's on 7. His partner Kyan, who's been there for quite some time, is on 22 at the non-striker's end. As Lashley, right arm off spinner, passes the umpire. Now goes a short delivery. The batsman is steering to the left of Brian Johnson in at short third man. The batsman getting comfortable single. So 1 to Dungaree. He should go up to 8 and bring his captain Kyan into strike. He's on 22. 63 for 3 Rain Holder in the 30th over of the innings.
Well, yes, and William Lashley, one of the key bowlers in this West Indies side, I think deliberately left for this final power play to start his spell.
A flighted delivery. Batsman down the track when he got there, realized he wasn't to the pitch of the ball and just stroked the ball back along the track, back into the safe clutches of Lashley.
It was interesting speaking to William Lashley during the rain break. I'll continue after this.
Flighted delivery, angle down the leg side. The batsman turns it into the fine leg region. They've gone for one. They'll think about the second, but that's all they'll do. They just contemplate it and then rightfully decide against it, because the fielder from backward square was onto it in a flash, using that term rather loosely.
Well, relatively speaking.
64 for 3. Dungaree back into strike. He's on 8. Kyan at the non-strikers and on 23. 64 for 3, the India Masters, as Lashley flighted delivery outside the off stump. Got a bit of bounce. Yet again, well taken by the wicket keeper. So one legal delivery remains in over number 30. And at the end of this over, the next voice you will hear of that of Wayne Holder and then Lyndon the Boogeyman Yard. A delivery which is played into the backward point region, where it looks like Ishwar is in attendance. So at the end of the 30th over, Wayne Holder, the India Masters being invited to bat. There are 64 for 3 at the end of 30.
Good over there by William Lashley. And as I mentioned earlier, Lashley, in speaking to us during the rain break, it was interesting that we knew William Lashley all through the years as an off spinner, playing at the local domestic level and doing quite well for himself. And only to tell us now that he has discovered that the batters, local batters, have more problems with the ball going away. So he still continues to adopt the off-break action. But from what he says, he scarcely bowls an off-break these days. More looking to drift the ball away away from the right-handed batsman. And apparently he has been reaping some success with it also, as we see the signal of the power play coming from umpire Lamar Clark. So we're now into the final phase of the India innings.
And Farid Hussain to bowl his first delivery. And right arm off spin as he's in. And that's your right arm leg spin. He bowls a faster version, flat and fast. Also, there's a wide signal by the umpire. One more to the total, 65 for 3 India at the start of over number 31. With Kyan on strike, he has 23 off 79 deliveries, and he goes on the back foot and cuts straight through Ian Drakes. And they will get a single belatedly. Singles always on. Not fielded properly by Ian Drakes. Was not had his best day in the field. He's had a good day with the ball thus far. 7 overs, no minutes, none for 16. There's Aman, the captain. 6 overs, 3 minutes, 1 for 8. Here is Hussain in the delivery, which is short side of the offset. The batsman is looking to cut. That is Dongjira. And he remains on 8 from 23 deliveries, 14 minutes of batting. Yet at the boundary. India invited to bat first by the West Indies, who went under to USA in the first game under Duckworth-Lewis-Tyne method. Here's a bit wide outside the awesome and signaled by umpire Lamar Clark. And he got away with one earlier, I reckoned. But umpire Clark this time decided to throw the book at him. One more to the total, 67 for 3 India. And he bowls it, which tucks the batsman up. That is Dongjira. And there is no addition to total. India asks to bat first. And the right arm leg spin, not quite, doesn't toss the ball the same way that Patel does. And there's a brilliant bit of fielding by the captain, Zaman Amin. Stops it with his left boot, but in the process never had control of the ball. And the batsman take one. He gets some help from Ian Drakes, who's patrolling that short third man position. Captain feeling that backward point. 68 for the loss of 3. With Khan coming back in the straight. He has 24 against his name. Dongara on 9. Here is Hossein to Khan. Khan stretches forward and finds Brian Johnson patrolling that cover region. And gives a knock to the keeper. Sahadeo. There is no run. West Indies Masters asking the India Masters to take first. Now remember, India defeated Wales at Police or Weymouth to be more precise. And they steered out to Captain Zaman Amin at point. Can't prevent the single and another run achieved. So at the conclusion of yet another over, a single had there by Khan. So Khan is up to 25. And Dongjira, he is now on 9. And they can tell you at the moment with that single having been achieved. The top of the order, Virendra Bumla, he went caught Johnson off the ball of Mangley for 23. Sanjay Berry went a long time caught by Chandapal Singh off the ball of Zaman for 3. The other batsman gone is Shyam Sundar, who was caught by the keeper Shahadeo off the ball of Chandapal Singh without scoring. Leaving Dongjira now on 9, and 23 is Bumla. 25 is Captain Iqbal Khan. It's going to be William Lashley to bowl his second overs. Give you some bowling figures momentarily, as it's going to be Lashley who's going to be doing business with Captain Iqbal Khan, who has 25 against his name. As this first delivery shot, O'Sullivan awesome and run down to the field at that gully position. There's no run. 69 for 3 after 31 overs. And here is Lashley from the northern end. They be tossed up and driven, or slapped, I should say, out to Ian Drakes, who comes in off the boundary. And they take one. Shouts of 2-2-2. One has to remember this is Masters 50 and overs. 70 on the board. And it brings Dongjira into strike. He has 9 against his name. This is the 32nd over. Lashley's in. The delivery which turns into the batsman who's stretching onto the front foot. That is Dongjira. And Fakhar Dongjira. He has 9 from 26 deliveries. His captain, Iqbal Singh, has 26 off 84 deliveries, 96 minutes with 1-4. And this delivery is played a short third man. And there's no run. 70 without loss. Give you some bowling figures as he gotten rid of Zaman and Ian Drakes, who opened the bowling. Chandapal Singh, 9 overs, no minutes, 1 for 20, 9-0-21. Rajendra Mangali, and that delivery bounces awkwardly over the head of the batsman. Unbelievable. The off spinner gets some bunks as well. Wayne, interestingly, was making the comment earlier that Ian Drakes was getting prodigious bunks from this end. And here's the situation where the off spinner comes in and gets more bunks than the fast bowler.
Well, yes, the overspinning that the delivery Lashley, and that one pitching down on the seam and really taking off.
And in the meantime, the follow-up delivery is worked into the leg side. But that would have been some concern there for number 27 in Dongjira, who has now moved up to 10. And it is 70 for the loss of 3, with 26 to Khan. And 32 overs done and dusted to continue the bowling figures. Mangali, he sent out 7 overs, 1 made 1 for 18, 7 1 18 1. Then there's Lashley, as in William Lashley. He sent out 2 overs, 1 made none for 3, 2 overs, 1 made none for 4, made that. Correction. And Farid Hussein, 1 over, 1 made none for 5. No doubt he will continue. For his thoughts on the proceedings thus far with India in the bat 71 for 3, Rain Holder.
Well, some interesting bowling changes for the West Indies. We've seen Farid Hussein taking over from Chandapal Singh at the southern end. Leg spinner for leg spinner, but leg spinners of differing varieties, as against the slow, loopy loopiness of Singh. We see Farid Hussein much faster through the air, a much flatter trajectory too.
Here's Hussein in, and Dongjiria is down the wicket and plays it up to the long on fielder who ambles in. Another single is ambled as well. Run number 71 for the Indian side, 71 for the loss of 3. As Hussein into bowl to Khan, and Khan is driving. Finds Brian Johnson, who's patrolling that cover region. So there's a short third man backward point, cover mid off. Sorry, long off, long on. Mid wicket short and a deep square leg. This one is played out to the fielder who's patrolling that backward point position. And that fielder would happen to be Ishwar Maraj. Here is Hussein in, and the googly is cut out to the sweeper off the cover boundary, and they will take one to none other than Singh. Run number 72 for the loss of 3. This is over number 33, and here is Dongjiria working the ball down to short fine leg. Sahadeo, the keeper, is after it. Another one achieved. Run number 73. So India stroll along 73 for the loss of 3 in the 33rd over. And we're wondering when the acceleration is going to come, Wayne.
Well, yeah, scoring mainly in singles. They have been at least been able to rotate the strike, particularly off Hussein's bowling.
They've only struck 3-4s all day long. This one played a short third man. The captain, Amen, comes in, has a try at the stumps. Not taken cleanly by the keeper. And they're going to get the extra run.
Well,
so
you say shy at the stumps, Lyndon, but that one was well away. I think the attempt was to shy at the stumps, but the wicketkeeper diving away from his stumps, unable to lay a hand at it, and spoiling some very good work, because he did come in from backward point and picked up cleanly, and then spoiling his work by gifting the batsman
the extra run. So at the end of over number 33, India invited back first. They're 75 for the loss of 3. Wayne.
And William Lashley, another interesting bowler, Lyndon. Lashley not looking to spin the ball prodigiously, but we notice he looking to deceive the batsman with changes of pace and changes of variety in flight. You know, and as we saw in the last over, he was able to get a couple of balls to take off from a very good length. So let's see what he has.
Well, see what he does. He comes into bowl to Captain Khan, and Captain Khan is coming on to the front foot, plays the ball on the offside. There's no run. So Lashley operated with a slipping position, backward point. There's a cover, a deepish gully, backward point, cover, long off. He's in on the line of centre and off, and whipped up to Captain Zaman Amen, who's off the boundary like a young boy. And he gets there quite quickly.
Then underarms it.
Like an old man.
Well,
so you got the combination right.
True testament to his age.
One more to the total. Lashley is in. Auxiliary off, some allowed to go by Dongjiria. And India remains 76 for 3. As this delivery to Dongjiria, he's looking to come down the wicket, then decides to stand his ground. Lashley's on, just probing outside the line of the off stump, as those dark clouds have now broken up, and it's gotten a lighter grey. No threat of rain. This is if he's tucked into the leg side. There's no run achieved in the 34th over of 45 in the West Indies Masters Association Championship, which features 8 teams divided into 2 zones of the Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup over 50s. As here's Lashley's in. This to be whipped out to the mid wicket fielders off the boundary. That's Chandapal Singh to take 1. Shouts of 2. They're going to turn and come back for 2 as Sean Paul loses his footing. And a rain that is unusual for Sean Paul.
Well, I was just about to say for the first time
For the
we
tournament.
see Shonda Paul for the tournament actually, and Shonda Paul showing a bit of ineptitude in the field. First of all, he fumbled the take, and then in trying to retrieve, lost his footing and allowed the batsman throw for a second run.
So at the end of that over,
75 for 3 it
with
is.
2 runs achieved off the last ball,
75 for 3 off
75 for
33 overs it
loss
is.
of 3 off 34 overs. 33 or 34?
Well, yes, and it'll be interesting to see what the captain is in the middle, so he would have an idea of what he considers to be an achievable target, a score that he would want to reach from here with just 12 overs left and 75 runs scored so far.
So here's Hussein, right hand leg spin, driven in the air. Beautiful shot through the cover. Singh has absolutely no chance. And a glorious boundary there for 4, although he hit it in the air in Dongria.
Well, that's the
And
benefit of having
actually
been
can.
at the crease.
Yeah.
For as long as he has been, captain can get one floated upon the all stump and going into the drive, timing it beautifully in the air over the extra cover fielder. And even though Shonda Paul is right back on the boundary at deep cover, he was unable to make a save.
Now he gets a full toss and sweeps it. Fine leg has a long run across. That is square leg fielder, sorry. And they'll come back for 2. So 2 more to the total. 81 now the total.
I would think that Khan would have thought that he missed out there, though.
Most
And
definitely.
Full toss outside the leg stump. The fielder is at deep backward square, so all he had to do is make good contact.
Within-
Through fine leg, and that would have been a boundary.
Within
So
just
missing out-
Sadio, the fielder there. So 79-81. As this delivery is short. And the batsman is cutting, can't beat the fielder, can't pierce the offside field.
Check this field, though, Lyndon.
Yeah, I was not looking at that. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
fielders
6.
behind
A
point.
3-6 field.
But 3 fielders behind point, actually.
So the
3 fielders behind the bat
So
on
the-
the offside.
So the intention is definitely to go to the leg break
We're bowling
on
that
that
leg
center,
break
on
that
that
off stump.
center and off stump.
And the ball has traveled in that area quite often,
So
actually.
he's bowling to his field.
Very much so.
84 for the loss of 3. Here is a delivery on the line of center and leg. And onto the front foot comes the captain, Khan. Can't score, so Khan has 35 against his name. And Dongjir has 14, is 84 for the loss of 3. This is the final ball of the 35th over. As Hussein is in, there's a drive. And the long off fielder is brought into attention to his right, to his left, sorry. And they take 1. So that concludes over number 35. Done and dusted. India invited to bat first by West Indies Masters, who won the toss in good cricketing conditions. They're 85 for loss of 3 win.
Captain Khan really looking a lot more fluent in recent overs. I guess enjoying the offerings of the leg spinner Farid, who, as I mentioned to you, a lot flatter, a lot more predictable than may have been Chandra Paul Singh, who had the variety of the wrong-un, which he bowled on a number of occasions. But Farid more content to plug away with the leg break around that off stump. So very predictable, and Iqbal Khan has been looking a lot more fluent.
Lashes to start over number 36. He's in the bowl to Iqbal Khan, and the captain allows it to go outside of the off stump, taken by Sahodeo, Radindra Sahodeo, the keeper. There's no run. India batting first. Lashley right arm off spin goes past umpire Johnson. Short delivery, which is pulled through mid wicket. The field of the mid wicket boundary is across to his right. That is Chandra Paul Singh. And for a veteran, he gets across the outfield very, very quick and limits the batsman to 1.
And doesn't he remind you of the most famous of the Chandra Pauls?
Most
very,
definitely.
Very diminutive in stature.
He has the
very,
mannerism
very
as
slim,
well.
Very slender. And moving with that same kind of languid gait.
We'll have to see him back and see if he's that fidgety as well. 86 for the loss of 3. Here is Lashley. Did he hit in the air straight? Very, very straight. 1 bounce for 4. Lovely shot. Did he tossed up? And there is a Captain Khan just using his reach to his advantage. Actually, it's Dongjir And he moves with that 4 to 18. 37 is the captain can. And India now may be looking to press on. 90 for the loss of 3 wins.
Excellent shot by Dungira, hitting it straight as straight can be. And for once, Lashley overflighting that delivery.
A delivery which is Dungira looking to get inside his wicket. Looking to pull it out to mid-wicket. Finds the field out short mid-wicket.
And
no
for
run.
the first time in Dungaree, I'm seeing a batsman who is prepared to leave his crease to these spin bowlers. He has been very, very adept at getting down the track to the bowlers.
Lashley's into bowl to Dungaree and he's down the wicket. When he gets there, chips the ball wide and long on. We'll take one. We'll look for 2. The return comes in. And it comes in slow motion. The batsmen are back for 2. So Dungaree is into the 20s. Exactly 20. 37 is his teammate in captain Iqbal Khan. And India pressing on. 92 for the loss of
Lashley
3.
a bit rattled, it appears, straying away from his usual control, bowling a gentle full toss on that occasion and allowing a couple of runs.
Now he's pulled the fielder from the offside. He's going to plug the mid-wicket. So he's going to bowl with a fielder at square leg, a fielder at mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, cover point, and a backward point. He's into bowl to Dungira, and he doesn't deliver.
Notice his long off is very, very straight.
A whitish long on.
The long on quite wide.
He is into bowl to Dungaree with number 27 on his back, and he's driving lovely shot through the covers. In the air, Zaman, the captain, is after it to take one. The return comes in, a looping return on the bounce in no man's land, and in the end they get 2. So run number 94 to the India side, who were invited to bat first by the West Indies, who won the toss. They've lost 3 wickets. And we have 36 overs done and dusted. William Lashley, 4 overs, no minutes, none for 16. And Fareed Hossain, 3 overs, no minutes, none for 16.
Interesting to tell us, Lyndon, how many runs that over cost, because Lashley really would have strayed somewhat, a bit all over the place in that over. Runs scored on both sides of the wicket, and the boundary coming from a shot played straight down the ground. So somewhat a wayward over by William Lashley. The first time we've seen this.
Yes, I think one of the things that has plagued him throughout his career, he's never 100% sure what he wants to do. Sometimes he tries to spin the ball, sometimes he tries to overspin the ball. 9 runs with that over. Sometimes he opts to go for pace. And I find generally you can play him a lot better if you play him as a medium pacer, because more than likely he will give you 4 balls of medium pace, not allowing the ball to swing a lot. You might get a wicket turning and he still doesn't make full use of it. And that, for me, has plagued him through his career.
Well, Lyndon, you might have been reading my mind, because right now in the local second division competition, in the quarterfinals of the Barbados Cricket Association's second division competition, BNOC, for whom Lashley plays, is playing against my club, Ipswich. And my advice to my players going into the first day of that game was exactly as you observed. Play William Lashley as a medium pacer. Do not look for that off spin. Don't look for a lot of off spin. He's going to be looking to drift the ball away, overspin the ball. He's looking, as a matter of fact, he's going to be looking to threaten the outside edge more often than he is going to threaten the inside edge. Despite the off spin action.
I agree with you 100%. I don't think you could have summed it up or given your club any better advice where William Lashley is concerned. As I said, that for me is how he has gone for the better part of his career. When he was at Spartan, then when he went to YMPC, then he also made it straight to Cable and Wireless, where he finally finished at BNOC, where most of the players from Cable and Wireless have journeyed, and that has been William Lashley throughout his career. So we're going to have the bowling change. The captain, Zaman Amen, is going to come back. 6 overs, 3 millions, 1 for 8. The Akil Hussain of the West Indies Masters side win.
Very much so. Left arm around the wicket, and again.
And his first, if he starts with a wide, so not what the start that will be anticipating. Run number 96. 96 for loss of 3.
But you can see him seeking to do exactly what he would have done in his opening spell. Get that ball pitching down around the off stump, spinning further away.
So 95 for the loss of 3. Just getting ahead of Pamela Clark, who is at her best. 95 for the loss of 3. Zaman Amen, the captain, the West Indies side. So I think we're going to have a change coming up shortly. This is over number 37. And
Well, yes, after this over, Lyndon, I have Kirk coming to assist you as the analyst. And again, we're back to what we normally call cricket commentary at its best. Kirk Strawn and Lyndon Yard.
Outside the awesome cut away and knocked down by the fielder at point position. That is Hussein, sporting a pair of blue shoes. Amen, extremely tight. Before the 6 overs, 3 meters, 1 for 8. He's in. And there he is, bowls the off break. The ball just spin across the right-hander Can, who's trying to run it down to a short third man. Doesn't make any contact, taken by Sahadeo.
This definitely has not been an easy track to bat on, Lyndon. You know, we've seen this variation in bounce, the ball spinning.
Can is for a well-flighted delivery. And it remains 95 for 3. Can Badruddin. Not out 37-22 is Dongjira. And here is Can onto the front foot. So he understands and he's seen what Captain Amen has done so far. And he's prepared to respect him. Captain to captain. Left arm between the umpire and the stump. Goes Amen into bowl to Can. And Can is playing in the dark. Looking to push the ball on the offside. The ball hits the inside portion of the bat and ricochets down to short final leg. The keeper, Sahar Davis, from behind the stumps. And at the end of over number 37, India Masters invited the bat first against the West Indies Masters.
Iqbal Khan, though, Lyndon, must be commended. I mean, it has not been easy, but again, he has never at any point wavered in his concentration and has been dogged in this innings. And I think that it is definitely his intention to see it through to the end. He has decided that he's going to be the one, the anchor of the innings, who is going to try to be there towards the end of the innings. As I introduce once again, Kirk Strawn.
Now we're going to see a forced change with Lashley having gone for 9 in his last over. And they're going to bring the first sight of leg spin from the northern end. Farid Hussein is going to be switched around. And William Lashley, his figures. 4 overs, no minutes, none for 16 as I'm rejoined by Kirk Strawn. Hello, Kirk.
A bit of an interesting change, Linda, because 4 overs, none for 16, and the last over cost some 9 runs. I thought it was a bit harsh by the captain there in removing Lashley because he three overs would have just cost him 7 runs.
Yes, I think it was a bit prematurely. I think what he could have done is just ask Lashley to stay to the basics rather than trying what he was trying, because he tried too much things in the last over.
And he's replaced them with Hussein, who
A
was
leg spinner
expensive from the other end.
So, Hussein to start, and it's going to be Dungray on strike. 27 against his name. Let me go around the field. There's a short third man, backward point, cover mid, long off. And at first, if he's tossed up and slapped through the covers all along the carpet, they take 1. Dungray is going to turn and come back for 2. What will be his 24th run? And India up to 97 for the loss of 3.
Yes, Lyndon, a flight to delivery. There was a batsman equally tasked coming onto the front foot and pleasantly stroking it into the offside, not trying to overhit the delivery at all.
He waits on Hussein and looks to sweep it. Comes off the pad. The keeper is after it. It runs down to fine leg, which is vacant. Brian Johnson from a short third man has that job to do and does it successfully. No signal from umpire Chris Johnson. So 2 runs achieved by Dungray, who's now up to 26. And India are within 1 run of the 100. 99 for the loss of 3. With captain Iqbal Khan now on 37. Hussein is gone for 4 and 2 deliveries. He comes in to bowl to Dungray, and Dungray to this delivery is getting a short ball and pulls it out to long on. The fielder is across to his right, and they come back for 2. That's Sadeo. So 2 runs. 2 are run. They actually run 1. So he took my eyes off the play. So that's the India 100. The India 100 has come up. 100 off 37 overs and 3 deliveries. And Khan gets a delivery which is coming inside the wicket and turn it into the leg side. The keeper, Sahadeo, is quick from behind the stumps. And there's a no addition to the total. It remains India, 100 for the loss of 3. So the first hurdle has been covered. And Martin Paris will come a call in the next 2 overs also. Here is a delivery tossed up. And he's been mis-stumped by the keeper. He's been given out. He's been stumped. So the keeper falling over and lost it for a moment there. So the prize wicket of Iqbal Khan goes stump Sahodeo off the bowling of Farid Hussein for 37, 105 balls, 117 minutes, 2 fours. India, 100 for loss of 4. Win.
Well, and then what do we know? There was the captain replacing Lashley. And immediately Hussein, after conceding 4 runs in the first 2 deliveries, picks up a wicket. And it's an important wicket too, because the partnership, a key wicket in London, because the partnership was worth some.
The partnership was worth, we'll give you the partnership momentarily. As it has disappeared off the screen.
But yeah, the wicket going down. So the West Indies Masters striking at a proper time, important time as well, Lyndon, because as you head into these final overs, the new batsman coming to the crease will have to take some time to get in. So getting rid of one of the set batsmen, it was well done.
And the new batsman going out is Dipesh Sharma with the number 6 on his back. And India 100 for the loss of 4. He will join Dungria, who's batted well. 27 of 42 deliveries as we're going to have a water break. So it's giving me a time to go through the scorecard with India winning the toss and batting. Varinder Bumla, he was caught by Brian Johnson off the ball of Rajendra Mangali for 23. Sanjir Berry first to go. He was caught Singh, the keeper, off the bowling of caught Singh, the right arm leg spinner, off the bowling of Zaman Amen for 3. Moments ago on the water break, Iqbal Khan was stumped by Sahadeo off the bowling of Farid Hussein for 37. Sayam Sundar, he was caught by the keeper Sahadeo off the bowling of Chandapal Singh without scoring. Fakar Dongria is not out on 27. Dipesh Kumar Sharma has gone to the crease. And it is India 100 for loss of 4, 37 overs and 5 deliveries. Some bowling figures. Zaman Aman, the captain, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9, 7 3 9 1. Ian Drake, 7 overs, no maidens, none for 16, 7 0 16 0. Chandapal Singh, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20, 9 0 21. Rajendra Mangali, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18, 7 1 18 1. William Lashley, 4 overs, 1 maidens, none for 16, 4 0 16 0. And Farid Hussein, 3.5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21. And just trying to ascertain some extras. Just trying to ascertain the extras thus far. And they can tell you the extras thus far. Still waiting for them to come up. They're still having to make another trip down. And another trip down again. So, seems to be well hidden, these extras. And what I can tell you, the extras at the moment, in a total of 100 for 4, are all but, let's wait on 10 extras. Okay, oh, look at that. 10 extras shown in a strange area, Kurt.
Well, Lyndon, I think you may have to go to the optician because it was right there in front of you. I was trying to, and it's in big, bold letters as well.
So, play about to recommence. 37.5 overs gone. 100 for 4. And this the West Indies Masters Association Big Man Cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup. And divided into 2 zones of 4. Teams 1 to 4 will contest the Caribbean Cup. And teams 5 to 8 will compete for the Caribbean Plate. So 2 finals. So lots to play for. At the moment, the West Indies, they need a win. Otherwise, they'll be firmly stuck in that plate position.
Well, teams jostling for positions early. It's better to get your points early than scramble for them in the end. Remember the West Indies Masters team here.
So Hussein, to bowl his final delivery, he'll be bowling to the left-handed Kumar Sharma. Dipesh, 100 for 4. As he's in, a delivery tossed up, and Sharma is hitting it past point. And they will get one. The fielders after it. So Sharma opens his account. He's on one. India win the toss and battle. At the end of 38 overs, there are 101 for the loss of 4. 101 for the loss of 4. That's the latest, Kurt.
Well, 101 for 4 as they head into the finals stretch of this innings. I think the Indian Masters now will be thinking of acceleration, Lyndon. Total acceleration. Was a bit interesting when you told me earlier today that the West Indies Masters won the toss and decided to field first because the Indian Masters in their opening encounter they defended a relatively paltry score at the Weymouth ground, 102. Remember the Ireland side, I think they were at least 60 for 1 or something like that.
Wales,
60 for 1, and we thought that there was going to be an upset in the making, but the India team fought back gallantly and won that one quite handsomely.
Yeah, they only got up to 101 for 1. Sorry, 101 for 7, chasing a target of 119. So in the end, what looked to be a good game in the making ended up to be a relatively easy win. So India 101 for the loss of 4. 101 for the loss of 4. The start of over number 38. And it's going to be captain to continue. And his first delivery from slapped through the covers by Sharma. They're going to get 1. They're going to turn and come back for 2. They will think about the third. And that's all they do. Just think about it. 2 more to total. 103 for the loss of some 4 wickets. This is over number 38. Being bowled by Captain Zamin Amin, who's been very, very tight for the entire tournament. From day one, we reckon that he's very much in the mold of a Akil Hussain, where his focus is more on his second right hand, his inside right hand column, and not the far right hand column.
Not a lot of wickets.
Not a lot of wickets.
But he's been very, very economical.
Yes. So 1 delivery has gone for 2. And his second delivery is outside the awesome, left alone by Sharma, who has 2 against his name. So Sharma on 2. Actually, he's 3 against his name. 103. And now he launches this one up to the fielder at the long on position and caught by William Lashley. So he came across to his right. There is Sharma going to the well and going to the well. Too early and he's not. And a simple catch for William Lashley. He's usually a very good fielder. Occasionally you put one on the floor. Occasionally you throw one past the keeper. But that's not the case today. He holds on to this one. And India, while they're looking to press on in the 39th over, they are 103 for loss of 5. Kurt.
Yes, there was the batsman as we spoke about the acceleration, thinking boundary and having a hit of this one down to long on. And Lashley must be commended. He did credible work coming around to his right, about 15 meters to his right, and then taking the catch quite comfortably. So
Pretend to sing.
The West Indies Masters continue to take wickets at important times here in London.
Yes, and the most important thing in any cricket game to build pressure, to be in control of the game, is to get wickets. Nothing controls the game like getting wickets. So it gives you the impression you can come right back in the game. It gives you the impression you're back on top because more than likely you would have gotten rid of a batsman who was in. This wasn't the case because Sharma had not long gone to the crease, but doesn't have a lot of time. Remember, there's just another 6 overs remaining after this, and they were wanting to press on 100 for the loss, 103 for the loss of 5, and the in batsman is Fakir Dongjira. He has 27 against his name, but what's the most important, he's been off strike for quite some time. The new batsman in is Patinder Singh with number 100 on his back.
Well, I think his team are going to need some of those 100. Just a few of those 100.
And definitely not the 2 knots. So, you're listening to live coverage of the Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup over 50s tournament being played here at the BNOC ground. The first fixture game here saw West Indies A in a comfortable win over Canada, 97 versus 98 for 5. And West Indies went on to USA as a man is in, and this there is cut straight to the fielder Hussain, who's patrolling that point position. There is no run, 103 for the loss of 5 over number 39 in progress. With Hussain in his 8th over. He has 1 after this. He's in to bowl to Singh, who's looking to make room and he makes too much room, and in the end try to reach it, and it goes to the keeper. There is no run. 103 for 5. So I'm saying, Kurt, the problem here is that Dongria has been off strike for quite some time. Singh backs away once again, and for the second time he backs away, and the second time he backs away, he doesn't make any contact. So maybe it needs to go the other way, Kurt.
Well, yes, improvising and trying to move away to the leg side to give himself some room to open up the offside field. But the captain, Amen, spotted him early and basically kept him, the deliveries on the inside of him. So a good smart bit of work by the bowler, the captain, usually very, very economical. And he seems to be a thinking cricketer, Lyndon. But the West Indies Masters doing a very good job of keeping the informed batsman and the in batsman at the non-striker's end.
That's a perfect way to control it as well. You keep the informed batsman at one end. If you have a batsman who is extremely talented or a batsman who bats well, and you could starve him for maybe 4-5 balls over, that is another way to get him to loosen up some
added pressure, because by the time he gets back on strike, he feels the need to score.
Correct. So sometimes, Sean, I think the game is overread. I think if you just apply simple basics of cricket, bat and ball, utilize common sense up and down the wicket, left and right, yes and no, the basic things can just keep you inside the game just by keeping the game simple. But this is my final over of this spell and final over of this half. 103 for the loss of 5. Hussein to continue. Right arm leg spin. And he'll be doing business with Singh. Or actually it's Dongria who has the strike. And his first delivery is tossed up outside of the off stump. The leg break spins from outside off to where I would say in between first and second slip. And no shot offered by the batsman. 103 for the loss of 5 with Dongria on strike. And this delivery, he comes inside the line and pulls it out to mid-wicket. Lashley's onto it. The turn for 1, they could turn and come back for 2. Lashley labors his return to the keeper. 2 more to Dongria. So he moves to 27.
Short delivery, Lyndon, with Hussein. And Dongria just coming inside his stumps and turning it backward a square for easy 2 runs. Another
Here's
short
the delivery, which is whipped to mid-wicket. And Singh goes after it. So another run on the board. 106 for the loss of 5. So Dongria moves to 30. So Dongria on 30. Singh comes into strike. 106 for 5. 39.3 overs going. Right, but he's got to be 30 because 2 runs it says, and he's single. Right. No, but you got 3 runs to Singh. 3 runs to Dongria. So Singh is now on strike. Yet to score. He gets to the outside of the awesome. Once again, Strawn, he seems to have gone out there with the intention that he's going to back away from everything.
Well, definitely not want to get on the inside of the ball, trying to get on the outside of it and try to open up the offside field, but so far he's been unsuccessful.
Here is Hussein into bowl to Singh, and Singh is going the other way. So Singh is definitely singing the wrong way.
Well, I think Singh is... There was a popular competition, Lyndon. I don't know if you remember it in the Nation newspaper. The missing ball competition.
Here's Hussein into bowl to Singh, and Singh once again, news flash, misses. So the end of my stint, 106 for the loss of 5. India asked to bat first their Masters against the West Indies Masters in this all-important second round fixture. The Dongria not on 30. Singh is yet to score, and he's pulled away from 6 deliveries and he's yet to touch 1 strong. As Martin Paris rejoins his co-commentator in Kurt Strong. Martin?
How you do? Well, I was listening and I was watching, and we were singing a song, but apparently he didn't get the right key.
Well, he will need to find that key and find it quickly, because they have a further 5 overs remaining, and the India team will need to step on the accelerator if they post a challenging target here for this West Indies Masters side. The India team now, after 40 overs, they are 106 for 5. Remember, there were some deductions from the overs after a brief shower earlier in the day, and they reduced to 45 overs on the side. And there's a loud appeal.
Given.
And he's been given... Dongria has been given another important strike by the West Indies Masters, hitting across a delivery, swinging, coming inside of his line and having a hit across the line, and the finger of umpire Clark, the index finger, signaling his dismissal. 106 now for 6. He goes for 30. LBW to the captains. So Amin now picking up his second wicket before this 8 overs. 3 maidens, 1 for 11. Martin, your thoughts on the dismissal?
Well, he was definitely struck in front of everything. I'm not sure if it's the 7/8 octaves of cumulonimbus clouds that have caused the atmosphere to be muggy, and he may have lost that one in the flight. That and the fact that he had not been on his strike, as Singh had been unable to get a bit of bat onto anything recently. And like you said, he ran out of momentum and he was off the boil.
Filiji for Gizi, the new batsman, replacing
The captain can.
for 30, was just dismissed for 30. So now 100, Dungaree the man dismissed.
Yes, like Denim.
106 for 6 as we head into over number 41. Important strike again by the captain Amin as he's on his way past his umpire Clark. Bowls a fly to deliver to the all-stump ball. Taken by the keeper, the bails whipped off in a flash. The umpire Johnson at square leg signals not out as the score will remain on 106 for 6. As the delivery played into the onside smartly by Varghese. He opens his account after his second delivery and the score should go up to 100. 107 for 6. India versus the West Indies. India 106 for 5 here at the BNOC ground. Wales 76 for 8 and definitely in a spot of bother up against the USA. Delivery down the track, driven into the offside. They've gone for one. Chandra Paul Singh is in attendance. That's all they'll be. The return rifled in by Chandra Paul Singh. West Indies A up at the windward ground up against the UAE. West Indies A are 54 for 1 after some 17 overs. And England versus Canada, I can tell you that England, they are 165 for 5 after 41 overs.
Yeah, a little bit of a...
Was a full
contest.
delivery and magnificently dropped there by the man in a cover point, diving away in slow motion. It looks like Mangali has not caught anything all day. He can stay in the rain. He wouldn't catch a cold. 108 for 6.
Well, you said diving away. I would call that falling away.
Delivery, which is batsman is steering into the offside and sets off a quick single. The man at point coming in, Hussein can't prevent the single. So at the end of over number 41, 109 for 6. Varghese, he's on 2, and Singh is on 1. Martin 109 for 6 after 41.
Well, in the flimsiest of defense for Mangali, he actually has those 2 fingers on the left hand taped up. So who knows? Briefly, I can tell you that Amin, he would have now completed his 9th over as well. I think that should be his final over. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 14. So yet again, Martin Parse, another economical spell. And this time, though, he has something in the right-hand column. Yes.
As Hussein starts his 42nd over of the inning, starts with a short delivery that is spiked into the offside, down to the cover point, cover region, where the man from cover off the boundary comes around to his right and does the fielding. The batsmen have enough time to complete 2. As Varghese, he goes up to 4 and they score up to 111 for 6. We're in the 42nd over. It's being bowled by Hussein. Before this 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 27. Flighted delivery. The batsman is punching into the offside. Will get 1. They'll think about the second, but the fielder off the cover boundary in quite quickly. It looks like the man Daniel there whips his return in to Mangali, who caught it on the bounce and passed it on to the bowler Hussein. Hussein, a bit uncharacteristically today, very, very expensive by his standards. 112 for 6, the Indian Masters. Singh on strike, faces up to Hussein, hits this one into the air, and the captain this time now doesn't take the catch. Then he has a throw. Has a throw at the non-strikers, and it was well taken in the end by Hussein. But for the life of me and Martin, I can't understand why he didn't try to come in and make a catch of it.
Probably wants to keep the same batsman who's not really scoring on strike.
Well, that's a good way of looking at it. But if he's out, he can't score either. A delivery punch into the offside. They have to hurry, but quickly through in the end. So 1 more to the score.
But if you check here in front of us to your right, the next man in, Ravi, he's pacing up on, like one of the man-eaters of Kimon, a tiger. So they probably don't want that man who's so eager to get in to be on strike at the fall of the wicket.
114 for 6. Varghese on 6. Singh on strike on 2. Delivery outside the all-stump, cut to the short third man region where Bidesi is in attendance. Not taken cleanly by Hussein at the bowler's end, but all's well that ends well. The batsmen have already settled for 1, and the score goes up by that single to 115 for 6. 1 legal delivery remains in over number 42, the 42nd of the innings. Remember, 45 overs aside encounter delivery outside the all-stump wide. Called by the umpire as the extras go up to 11, and the score up by that sundry to 116. 116 for 6. Hussein, 5.5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. He's been all over the shop today. Doesn't have the same consistencies that he had in the first game. Fly to delivery outside the all stump. Kept a bit low. Taken by the keeper. So at the end of the 42nd over, Martin Paris, India Masters being invited back by the West Indies Masters, 116 for 6.
You think that there's a little match within a match where they'll now bring Lashley, or has Lashley bowled out?
Lashley, he's still got quite a few overs remaining in his spell, but he was withdrawn.
Preet Singh is there. They know each other. There could be a contest between Lashley and
I
Singh.
think they would have played together at the same university or something like that.
Back in 1992, 30
but Martin
years
Paris,
ago.
it looks like you have been speaking indirectly with the captain of the West Indies side, because as soon as you spoke about bringing William Lashley into the attack, he just passes his hat to Mangali. Well, he had to pass it because Mangali is caught enough in all this. So he had to walk all the way into the mid-wicket region and give it to Mangali. 116 for 6, and William Lashley will indeed come into the attack.
Even a stock clock.
Down the tracker when he gets there is having a drive off the inside portion of the bat is Singh. Doesn't score. The keeper, Sahadeo, quickly from behind the stumps and does the tidying up. 116 for 6 in the 43rd over of the innings. They have 45 overs in which to post a decent score. Martin, at 116 for 6. Can you give me your projected score?
No, not again. And a lot of real estate there in the 45 on the onside behind square. Even that miss hit managed to trickle out for
Just
another run.
Off the inside portion into the fine leg region. The keeper from behind the stumps quickly around to his left and back and does the tidying up. 1 more to Singh. He goes up to 4 and brings Varghese back in the strike. He's got 6. 117. There's some 11 extras already in the innings thus far. Delivered by the West Indies Masters. Remember, they lost their first encounter, so they're keen to get some points on the board, Martin.
Yes, and it's the other way around. India looking to get their second success and move into contention for the cup.
Ian Drake's been brought from short third man to the fine leg region, and then the delivery is played into the point region where Hussein from cover point has to run around to his left to do the fielding, and 1 more to the score should take it up to 118. 118 for 6. Varghese's on 7. Singh back on strike. He's on 4, and he'll be waiting for William Lash. He's operating from the southern end of the ground. Flighted delivery, turns down the fine leg. The keeper from behind the stumps does the tidying up. The return down to the non-striker's end, and there was a batsman looking for on cricket-like single. Martin, I'll let you describe that one.
Well, once you get in the way of the return and you're not impeding a run out, it's not in the spirit of the game, written in the preamble, that you continue to take an extra run after the ricochet.
119 for 6. Delivery outside the all stop. There's the batsman having an almighty heave-ho. Looking to hit this one somewhere in the region of the neighborhood, the village over the road. Didn't make contact, luckily for Lashley and the West Indies Masters. The score will remain on 119. 119 for 6. We are here at the BNOC ground in Woodbourne, St. Philip.
So that's all of the hearts and the bird. 119.
Down the tracker when he gets there, swings it off the inside portion, down to the backward square short fine leg region. Ian Drakes is in attendance, rifles his return in. The batsmen have enough time to complete 2. So at the end of over number 43, I can tell you, the India Masters, they are 123. 121 correction, 121 for 6, 121 for 6. Varghese is on 9, and Singh, who will be on strike at the start of the next over, he's on 5. Lashley 5 overs, no maidens, none for 21. Hussein 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. Martin Pars.
Yeah, well, a glimmer of hope, even as the clouds are starting to ease a bit in the south and the southeast, but they're going towards the west where the sun is, so that is not much helping the lighting.
Hussein starts with a flighted delivery outside the all stump. Singh attempts a drive, doesn't make contact. The ball taken cleanly by the keeper. Sahadio, he's been doing excellent work behind the stumps in the 2 games that I would have watched so far. As Hussein, quick leg spin outside the all stump. Batsman having a cut, yet again doesn't make contact. Ball goes to be taken by the keeper. So not a lot of future in that cut shot, Martin.
But what will happen once he makes contact, as I see the ground staff getting busy on the eastern boundary?
This time he settles for a sweep shot. They're going for 1. They will have to hurry the return on its way. Good bit of running by the man there at the non-strikers and then Varghese. Good bit of work there by the man there, initiating the second run out of the blocks very quickly as the score goes up to 123 for 6. We see the ground staff now making the way over for the covers. In fact, in preparation of this downfall of rain here, but the umpires doing their best to try to get the innings completed. Good umpiring by the umpires. Calls wide here as well. 124 now for 6. 124 for 6. Trying definitely Martin to get the overs completed.
And as many runs in before the next interruption.
Short delivery outside the off stump, punch into the offside. They've gone for 1, and they should get. In fact, they've already decided against the second run. So 1 more to the score, 125. 125 for 6. We're in over number 44. There's 1 over remaining after this. Hussein, 6.4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 36. William Lashley, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 21. Presumably, he'll bowl the final over of the innings, a delivery, which is slapped to the right of the man coming off the cover boundary. He does well. The return already on its way. Got a bit of work restricting the batsman to 1. So 1 more to the score. 126. I make it for 6. I'm waiting for the umpires because here in this commentary box, we've got over.
There was a wide call. But the other thing is, this is a stage where you can't be hesitant because you've run out of overs.
126 for 6. Now into the final. There's the batsman having a heave for, and he's been stumped brilliantly by wicket-keeper Sadio. We've been giving him praise all day, Martin Tom Paris, but a bit of quick work by the keeper. There was Hussein, a flighted delivery outside the all-stump, bringing the batsman down the track, and the keeper Sadio doing the rest, Martin.
And the question is, had you come for the second run, would you have been the person facing to be dismissed from that delivery?
Well, yes, but the batsmen, remember, they're as you said,
takes 2.
Mother time or father time is definitely not operating on their side. 126 for 7 as we head into the final over. Briefly.
And while you're checking some of the information, you know, the par score might be for younger people. What's the par score for the over 50s?
Quickly, I'll run through the other games for you quickly. Wales, 76 for 8, 26 overs. Remember, they're up against the USA at Weymouth. The West Indies A at Windward against the UAE. They are 54 for 1 off some 17 overs. In fact, and at the Pickwick Ground, the England Masters, they are 188 for 5 off some 44 overs. They have 1 more over remaining in their innings.
And Lashley to come for this final over.
Lashley to bowl the final over. There is the batsman Varghese going across his stumps and punching a full delivery into the offside. They've gone for 1. Should get 2 quite comfortably as Singh. Singh has been all over the shop. Singh has put in a lot of work. A lot of mileage. It would be interesting if Singh had one of those mileage gauges on him to see how much work he would put in. But he's been all over the ground. As he score
flyer miles.
As he score up to 128. Varghese up to 12, and the new batsman Rahman, he's yet to strike. He's on 0 at the non-strikers end. A delivery which the batsman is attempting what Andrew Mason would describe as a naughty shot. A shot with not a lot of future in it. Attempted to steer delivery into the short third man region. 128 for 7. Varghese is on 12. He's faced some 14 deliveries. He's been out there for 14 minutes. He's yet to hit a 4, yet to hit a 6. As Lashley, some adjustments being made in the field now. They're asking the man in at mid-wicket to come over, strengthening the offside field. Martin Parse, your thoughts on this change quickly?
Yeah, because Lashley isn't bowling anything. If it does go down the legs, it'll come to the fielder, Drakes.
128 for 7. Lashley, there's a batsman down the track and will been given out stumped. So another dismissal for wicketkeeper Sahadio. He's done excellent work all day. We can't commend him enough for the work he's put in. And the batsman Varghese down the track, and when he got there, not a lot on offer. He was left down the track, left home with no batsphere. Wouldn't get to Bridgetown from up here. 128 for 8. So Varghese, he goes for 12 off the bowling of William Lashley, stumped by Sahadio off the bowling of William Lashley for 12. He would have faced some 15 balls. I'll briefly try to quickly run through the scorecard for you. I can tell you that Boomla, he was caught by Brian Johnson off the bowling of Mangali for 23. Sanjay Berry, he was caught by Shanda Paul Singh off the bowling of Amin, the captain, for 3. Iqbal Khan, he was stumped Sahadio off the bowling of Farid Hussain for 37. Sayam Sanda, he was caught Sahadio off the bowling of Singh without scoring. Fakar Dungaria, he was LBW bowled the captain Zaman Amin for 30. Dipash Kumar, he was caught William Lashley at the long on boundary off the bowling of Amin for 3. And Pritinder Singh, he was stumped Sahadio off the bowling of Hussain for 8. Vilgarzi, he was just stumped by Sahadio off the bowling of Lashley for 12. Ravi Rahman, he's on 0. And the new batsman, Guman Singh, comes into strike. There are 3 legal deliveries remaining, Martin Parse, in the 45th over of the innings.
Yes, and Lashley will try to keep it as economical as possible.
Delivery which is turned into the onside in the backward square region, where the batsman Guman Singh will open his account. He goes up to 1 and he score up to 129 for 8.
The last man out literally gave his wicket away, because even before Lashley had finished his run-up, he was charging him.
So Lashley on his way into bowl to the batsman Rahman off the inside portion of the bat will get a single to Ian Drakes in attendance. One more to the score, 130 for 8. I can also tell you that there were some 12 extras. 12 extras already in the innings. So 1 legal delivery remaining in the final over, being bowled by William Lashley from the southern end of the ground. He's on his way into bowl to Guman Singh, and Guman Singh is down the track. There was the keeper Sahadio, this time missing the stump. So at the end of the 45th over, the India Masters, they are 130 for 8. Singh, he will remain not out on 1. Rahman also not out on 1. The partnership worth just some 2 runs. They didn't have a lot of work to do. And quickly bowling for the West Indies Masters, Zamin Amin. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 14. Your thoughts on the left arm spinner, the captain?
Yes, he's been trying to lead with the ball. The overall question, as we get ready for the lunch break and the covers are being put on, does India have enough runs on the tins?
Ian Drakes, 7 overs, no maidens, none for 16. Shanda Paul Singh, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. Rajendra Mangali, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. William Lashley, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25. Farid Hussain, 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 37. The bulk of the bowling for the West Indies Masters, they would have completed their allocation of 45 overs in the field. And in their turn at the crease, they will need to get up to 131 to record their first win of the big man West Indies Masters cricket tournament.
And the thing about it is, it was a shared bowling performance. No lion's share of wickets going to any of the bowlers. And likewise, to get to this score, they'll have to do that when they are batting, because the pitch has proven that if you're not circumspect, you can end up giving your hand away. The wind has picked up. The threat of rain is there. We'll have to wait and see if we'll get a full quota of overs in after the resumption.
So some news, Martin, coming from the Weymouth ground, where the Wales side are up against the USA team. The Wales side, they were dismissed for 84 off some 28.5 overs. And
In
the
reply?
USA team, they've already started their replay. It's 1.5 overs completed, and you wouldn't believe it. They're 18 without loss, going great guns in just 2 overs. So this Sunny Singh must be in attendance now. There's Sunny Singh, very, very aggressive. So, in fact, Lyndon, he's on 6, and a man by the name of Rafi Kazi, he's on 11. He's doing the
Rafi
bulk of the
Kazi.
scoring. So, in pursuit of a target of 84, the USA team, they are 18 without loss of 1.2 overs.
Definitely putting their hands up and sending an early warning shot across the bows that the USA over 50s big men are penciling their name in as contenders for this cup. Well, at this point in time, we see the West Indies team in a huddle. We're going to huddle away from the rain, and we'll be back with you after the lunch break. Welcome back to the BNOC ground. Live coverage of the big man, over 50s Masters Cricket. What a festival. Yours truly, Martin Paris. And I've got the pleasure of being with Kirk Strawn.
Well, yes, Martin. Well, here at the BNOC ground, I can tell you that the West Indies Masters, if they are to register their first victory in the big man tournament, they will need to get it to 138. And they have all of 45 overs in which to do so, as we are just about ready for the start or the resumption of the game with the start of the West Indies Masters innings. I can tell you that the batsmen are Ishwar and Daniel. Ishwar will be facing, and Daniel is at the non-strikers end. Bowling for the Indian side, opening the bowling will be Gopal Krishna. He starts with a delivery outside the off stump. Ball goes through to be taken by the keeper. Patel, correction, opening the bowling for the Indian side in the number 26 jersey, Martin. He's on his way past his umpire Johnson. Bowls a full delivery. The batsman is driving uppishly into the offside. No run resulting. Evading both fielders. We have a fielder in at short extra cover and a fielder in at cover point. And the ball landing safely between the two of them. A bit uppishly on the drive. And Ishwar will need to be a bit more circumspect.
A left-handed opening batsman for the West Indies. When last you've seen one of those?
Delivery outside the off stump. Nice easy approach here by Patel. Nice delivery stride. And the delivery seeming further away after pitching on both the off stump and taken cleanly by the keeper. They score none for none. The West Indies Masters in pursuit of a target of 138. They've got all of 45 overs in which to do so. As Patel, straight to delivery this time, brings the batsman forward in Ishwar. And yet again, he doesn't score, Martin.
Well, we're not going to be treated a Kyle Mears or a Chris Gayle, but it is a West Indian facing an Indian. And they're yet to get off the mark.
Delivery outside the off stump. Ball goes through to be taken by the keeper, skipping around to his left. Nice tidy work by the keeper. Taking around the field. There's a slip. There's a field at backward point. There's a man in that cover point. There's an extra cover. There's a man at mid-off, man at mid-on, a man at backward square, and a man at mid-wicket, and a man on the backward square boundary. As Patel, start of over number one, on his way to bowl a full delivery. The batsman is having a drive outside the off stump. And I can tell you, at the start of a maiden over delivered by Patel, all the deliveries were faced by Ishwar. The West Indies Masters in pursuit of 138 for victory. They are 0 without loss, Martin.
Yeah, 0 for 0. 1 over. Interesting. I didn't get to see any of the Indian bowling as I was at Windward with you for the previous match on Wednesday. But I guess it will take a bit of getting used to as a signal is being made to the West Indies team area. Someone seems to want a change of headwear.
And yet
And
again,
who is going?
doing that work again is the man Shanda Paul Singh. he does everything for this West Indies Masters side.
I'm hoping to have him spend a few minutes with us to bring some of the more interesting background details on his passion for the game and some of the other stuff he does back in his native Guyana. And clearly the choice of headwear based on who's going to be bowling, Kurt.
Well, I'll try to get that information for you. We've got a few technical issues here in the commentary box, but I'll try to get the bowler for you. It looks like
Yes, and
Krishnan, the left arm orthodox spinner, will pick up the attack from the sovereign end of the ground. He'll be bowling to Daniel in the number 69 jersey, right-handed opening batsman. Gets a full delivery, which is driven into the offside. They've gone for one. They will get it quite easily in the end. So off and running now the West Indies Masters. 1 without loss. Daniel, he opens his account immediately.
Krishnan is he old enough to bowl like Mutayar Muratharan, or rather, is he young enough to be? They'd have to be around the same age, wouldn't they? What an interesting action he has.
Yes. Brings back the left-handed Ishwar on strike, yet to open his account, but he'll be looking to play the anchor role for this West Indies Masters team, looking to get their first victory in the big man Masters cricket tournament here at the BNOC ground in St. Philip. As
Similar feel for the left-hander to
Krishna
Krishna.
bowls a flighted delivery outside the off stump, no shot offered by Ishwar. So Ishwar seems to be batting in the mold of Shanda Paul, the senior Shanda Paul. Not really interested in scoring, survival for the most part.
You know, that's a myth.
There's
Happened to be, that one got through the slippers there and through the legs and up and down they're going. That's the call. Shivnarang Chanderpaul at border in 2003 scored one of the fastest test centuries by a West Indies
I
batsman.
think it was also 56 balls. Yes, he knew that. I think they said he went into bat with some sort of anger in him. As his score goes up, but three without loss. As Ishwar, he's on 2. As Krishna on his way into bowl, Ishwar down the track when he gets there, plays a delivery forward quite easily into the offside, no run resulting.
When it is necessary, we're going to give you that update officially. When it is necessary, Chanderpaul will occupy.
Down the track, and when he gets there, drives pleasantly to the offside, to the right of the man coming around from mid-off. They've gone for one. That's all. They'll be the return already on his way. Good bit of work, but the man tracking around to his right at mid-off and restricting the batsman to 1 as the score goes up to 4 without loss in over number 2.
I was hearing from Lyndon Yard that the USA versus UAE? Wales is virtually done and dusted.
Or just about, as a delivery which is bringing Daniel forward. So at the end of over number 2, I can tell you the West Indies Masters, in pursuit of a target of 138, they are 5 without loss. But in that game that you were speaking about, the Wales up against the USA team, remember Wales were dismissed for 84 off some 28.5 overs, and the USA, like they came to cricket in a ZR van, they're 82 for 2 after 12 overs. So
Seats
that one,
and flying.
Seats and moving. So that one should be done and dusted fairly soon. They're at the Weymouth ground. That one should be done and dusted fairly soon. Remember, Wales 84 all out, USA 82 for 2 after 12, and USA, if they can complete that victory, will remain at the top of the group. In Group A, make it, they would go to 2 wins in 2 games. And India also in Group A as well. This game that we are covering right now is of utmost importance because the West Indies Masters are yet to open their account, and they don't want India to go 2 up, and the USA team going 2 up as well. So this game is of utmost importance, Martin.
And they're certainly taking their time, even although the weather doesn't look as though it's going to give. And we're not even so much worried about the rain interruption part of it. But with all these clouds going towards the west, the light is going to become an issue.
So 5 without loss. We're in over number 3. It's being bowled by the gentle medium pace of Patel, operating from the northern end of the ground. He's on his way into bowl to the left-handed Ishwar. Ishwar forward, solidly in defense. Played into the onside. This time the man from short mid-wicket does the fielding. Score remain on 5 without loss. We're in the 3rd over of the innings. Being bowled by Patel. Passes umpire Johnson now. Delivers and delivery driven sweetly down to the man up mid-off. They've gone for a quick single. Good bit of running there. Good communication by the West Indies Masters batsmen. Good communication there between Daniel and Ishwar as they complete an easy single, driving the delivery up to the man up mid-off. Score goes up by 1 more to 6. 6 without loss, Martin Purse.
And the field switches over for the right-hander. And Viren seems to be gradually finding his rhythm. Will his bowling match the requirement? Who will come out on top? That's why we're here. We're going to try to give you that information.
Remember, the victory
by
target
step.
is 138. Seems a long way off, but they've got all of 45 overs in which to do so. 6 without loss. 131, correction. 131. Remember, the Indian Masters would have made 130. 131, the required target. As a delivery outside the all stump punch past the man that slipped down to the third man region. They've gone for one. They'll think about the second. They'll get it quite comfortably in the end. Well run. Got a bit of running by Daniel again. Steering the delivery into the third man region and completing 2 runs as the fielder from slip and the fielder from backward point had to backtrack. The batsman had enough time to complete 2, score up to 8. Martin Paris.
Yeah, and they've moved the fielder from the deep backward square and brought him up the square leg by the umpire. You might not be able to spot that, but yeah.
So adjustments being made in the field as Patel on his way into ball to Daniel, and a delivery just is dropping just short of the man that you just spoke about, Martin Paris. So it's a good bit of work by the captain.
Well. These people need to buy a lottery ticket of some sort. Luck certainly is with them. How many more balls left in the over? Balls to come, Kurt?
I think 2 legal deliveries remain. Completion of over number 3 as Patel on his way into ball to the batsman Daniel. Daniel is punching a short delivery outside the off stump into the backward point region. Wouldn't score. So at the end, Martin, at the end of over number 3, in pursuit of a target of 131 for victory, the West Indies Masters, they are 8 without loss.
Cue the Barrington Levy. You're living dangerously. That was not a shot necessarily to play, because remember, but then again, that end is not the end that's popping, or was, when the Indian team was batting. So the batsman may have gotten away with an attempted dab, cut, nurdle in the vacant area, but still, it was for no run. He could have left it the same way and it would have gone through and he would have saved that energy.
So as we head into over number 4, it will be Krishna to continue from the southern end of the ground. He's bowling a bit of left arm orthodox spin, operated from around the wicket, and a delivery which is driven to the man at mid-on all along the ground. No run resulting. The score will remain on 8 without loss.
He's got a rather unlucky number on the back of his shirt, that 5-0 in the West Indies maroon.
As delivery which is turned past the man at the leg slip region, the man from backward square has to do a bit of back and trap.
With the 100 in his bat.
And the batsman have enough time to complete 1. So Ishwar should go up to 3, and it brings Daniel with the number 69 jersey. 8 without loss. We're in over number 4. It's being bowled by Krishna. Delivery batsman is turning into the onside, looking for a non-existent single as the man in at short mid-wicket. A couple of paces in and he was onto the ball in a hurry. Wouldn't get a run there. All's well that ends well. Both batsmen back in their respective creases, and they score 8 without loss as the West Indies Masters seek to get up to 131. As a delivery which is bringing the batsman forward. There's a stifle appeal coming from the umpire. Batting pad close together was the batsman Daniel.
You know, it's an orchestrated call. Almost as though, right, gentlemen, as soon as the ball beats the bat, all of us will appeal.
So Krishna, flighted delivery brings the batsman Daniel forward onto the front foot yet again. No run resulted. Played into the offside. The man from in at cover. Backward point correction comes in. Does the fielding. No run resulting as the ball is back with Krishna at the top of his mark. Left arm around the stumps. On his way into ball. A delivery batsman is sweeping and sweeping well. They should run fairly close to the boundary on the onside in the backward square region. They've gone for 1. They've completed 2. The return is on its way. And the batsmen have completed 2. But a lovely shot there by Daniel Martin Paris. A flighted delivery coming inside his wicket and playing the sweep shot and getting it all the way down to the backward square boundary and completing 2 runs.
Yeah, this is his end that pops a little bit more. And he managed to negotiate that particular delivery. First time that the effort matched the scoring.
So at the end of over number 4, I can tell you, the West Indies Masters in pursuit of 131 for victory. At the end of over number 4, there are 10. 10, I make it 10 without loss. The not-out batsmen are Ishwar and Daniel. At the start of the 5th over, Ishwar should be on strike. Facing up to Patel. Doing a bit of shining of the ball. This pink ball here, Martin. Haven't really seen a lot of swing with this pink ball, Martin.
Talking with William Lashley, he says his seams are a little bit stiffer than the typical limited overs ball.
As Patel, he started over number 5. Nice delivery on about the off stump. The batsman not inclined to have a whiff outside the off stump, allows it to go through the wicket by the keeper. The score will remain on 10 without loss.
But they seem to be standing up these Dukes balls apparently. I like the colour.
Delivery which is bringing the batsman forward, bat and pad well, close together. Textbook style by Ishwar. Looks in good touch, Martin. Defensively.
You know, something about a left arm batsman, left-handed batsman, it's a joy to see.
As Patel on his way past the umpire now boards the delivery off the inside portion of the bat a bit uppishly, but just dropping short of the man in that short mid-wicket. Living a kind of charmed life here is Ishwar.
Yeah, you can only play what you're being bowled. And Viren,
Deceived, so you would say he was deceived there by pace? Or for the lack thereof?
or more concerned about being compact rather than playing the delivery on merit.
As Patel on his way boards a full delivery which is played back to the bowler, and Patel strikes, and Ishwar's charmed life has come to an end. A full delivery, and there was the batsman coming onto the front field. Yet again, Martin Parsons seems that he was deceived by this delivery as he gently lobbed it back to the bowler, Martin Parsons.
Yeah, and Viren is a little bit round-armed. He's not the classic over-the-top bowling action. And it seemed to either be a cleverly disguised slower ball, or the batsman went at it too hard. Because he got away with a similar ball, the ball before that. But I guess it was a bit of guile outfoxing him to cause him to go hard at it. As Brian Johnson makes his way in now.
10 for 1. We're in over number 5. The new batsman is Brian Johnson. He had a very decent knock in the first out in 56. Not all I think along those lines, something along those lines. And he will be the mainstay if the Barbados, the West Indies correction masters are to get up to this 131. Lots will be depending on Brian Johnson.
Half of the runs in the the West Indies innings total against USA. If he scores another 60 out of the 130 odd, well, there you go.
So, Patel, he's already picked up a wicket in what should be his third over. This is over number 5. It's being bowled from the northern end of the BNOC ground here in St. Philip, one of the eastern parishes on the island of Barbados, as Patel passes umpire Johnson, bowls to Brian Johnson, and Johnson compact across the stumps, doesn't score, plays the delivery into the offside, no run resulting.
Were you one of those who like to get one in the middle of your bat first up?
Yeah, it does a lot for your confidence as a batsman walking out, and the first ball is definitely striking the middle of your bat. It does a lot for your confidence, and you start to work on your innings from there.
Where is it written in the laws of the game after this delivery?
As Patel bowls a delivery outside the off stump, Johnson backing across his stumps, punching down to mid-off quite stylishly, doesn't score. So at the end of over number 5, the West Indies Masters in pursuit of a target of 131, Martin Paris. They are 10 for 1. They would have lost the wicket of Ishwar. He was caught and bowled by Patel.
Where is it written in the laws of the game that you can't dispatch the first ball bowled at you for 4 or 6?
Well, it's not written anywhere, but it usually doesn't happen quite frequently.
Except if you score 333 and your name is Christopher Henry Gale.
Other than that, the extra special persons are Brian Charles Lara. But the reality here is that none of those are playing in this big man Masters tournament here at the BNOC ground. And the West Indies Masters with Daniel on strike are 10 for 1. They would have lost the wicket of Ishwar in the previous over, caught and bowled by Patel. And it looks like Krishna will continue the attack from the southern end of the ground. Bowling a bit of left arm orthodox, operating from around the wicket. He has a slip, he has a gully, he has a man in at backward point, he has a man in at cover point, he has a man in at mid-off, a man at mid-on, a man at short mid-wicket, a man at backward square, and a man on the mid-wicket boundary, the only man right in the boundary, only one boundary rider.
Interesting. Probably trying to entice the batsman to hit into the wind. But you have to bowl to your field.
Daniel is steering a delivery.
And the call from in the pavilion for a run that may have been possible 15, 20 years ago. Not worth risking now. Comes again. That one just gently worked to the short mid wicket. Still no run.
Still no run as Krishna on his way into bowler delivery, which the batsman is sweeping. Backward of square, they've gone for one. The fielder is in attendance. Will they come back for the second run? Yes, they will. The return on his way. Daniel, in the end, seemed to be pulling the trailer for the most part of that second run there, Martin. But in the end, managed to get home as it was a really weak return.
And for those of international repute,
So there was a bowling change, Martin. The new bowler is Sharma.
and he was guilty of snagging that one down, dragging it down outside the leg stump last time around.
For keep, Boza Davidrich is bringing the batsman forward. No run resulting. At the end of this over, Martin, there will be a double change as Lyndon Yard and Wayne Holder will come a calling. Delivery outside the off stump, swung into the real estate on the onside. The man from backward square will have a lot of work to do. Coming around to his left. He's already onto the ball now, but there was the batsman playing a lovely shot coming on the outside of the delivery and hitting it into the mid-wicket region. Playing a full shot.
Interesting indeed.
So the score goes up by 2 to 14. We're in over number 6. It's being bowled by Fakib. A delivery which is played into the onside by Daniel, the nickname Sadio. At the end of over number 6, with Wayne Holder and Lyndon Yard coming a calling, I can tell you that the West Indies Masters, there are 13 for 1 at the end of over number 6.
Yes, Kurt. Interesting opening session. The flow of play is as muggy as the weather around us. But the West Indies Masters, a lot more time and balls to adjust their run chase. And I welcome Wayne Holder for the ball by ball. 69 is Daniel. And Brian Johnson at the non-striker 10.
Brian Johnson and Sadio is the batsman. He got Daniel back.
Yeah. So Patel will continue. Yes, Rajendra Sadio, sporting the name Daniel on his jersey, the number 69. He's the one on strike. And Patel, Viren Patel, the number 6. As Kurt described, a wrong armish action, right arm medium pace, and this one is tailing in from outside the off. Vehement appeal from Viren as the ball strikes the batter on the pad, but that one clearly doing a bit too much and going down the leg side. And if Patel had been able to keep his eyes on his wicket keeper, he would have noticed that the keeper was heading down the leg side once that ball tailed in down into the batsman. Here he is again, Patel, and this one is in the air, wide of the bowler who is having a lunge to his left. He's been left on the floor, but deceiving the batsman on that occasion, Patel. And Sadio coming onto the front foot, playing a bit too early, the ball traveling away from the bowler, and fortunately for the batter, falling ahead of the fielder at mid-off also. So no addition to the total. But this probing spell from Viren Patel from the northern end continues as he is looking to sweep this one, the batter, Sadio. And one again, quite prodigiously, Martin, Patel has been able to get this ball to tail into the right-handed batsman.
Yeah, and Daniel is trying to essay some strokes to take the bowler off his line and length.
Here he is again, Patel. Gentle run, and this delivery kicks off of a good length. The batsman having to pull the bottom hand away as he controls this ball into the onside. Good technique on the part of the batter there, where he's able to,
And
like I
after
said,
Daniel played that
keep a sharp lifting delivery into the
attempted
ground.
big height, they push back the
Quite observant by you, Martin. Here comes Patel outside the off stump, driven in the air over the cover. They're going to get at least two for this one as the ball pulls up inside the boundary at deep cover. The return comes in to the wicket keeper, and two more to the total of the West Indies Masters in pursuit of a target of 131 made by. Well, 130 made by India when they batted, set by a target of 131 set by India. We're still having some technical issues, and as far as updating the score is concerned, I shall endeavor to get you the actual total at the moment. After 15 for 1 after how many overs? After 7 overs. So 15 for 1 after 7 overs, and Brian Johnson,
just taking his guard.
yeah, the mainstay of the West Indies innings in the first encounter against the USA, scoring a half century. In that, I think the only half century in the first round of matches. So he coming at number 3, and he's facing up to left arm orthodox off the back foot, slapped away, beats the man at cover. The batsmen are going to turn for a second run. The ball not traveling across the outfield and pulls up inside the boundary at cover once again. But Martin, quite a lot of moisture around. There has been quite a lot of rain in the island over the last few weeks, we would have to say. And this outfield and the pitch showing evidence of that moisture, Martin.
Yeah, and
Short off the back foot goes Johnson, hits it hard into the ground, picked up there by the captain, Nick Balkan, at fielding there at cover. He's got a slipper gully, a backward point, a square cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. Left arm around the wicket, pushed in forward, beaten on this occasion is Johnson. Not moving that back foot, not getting across in line with the delivery, but another one of these left-armers, Martin, with a bit of a roundish arm action, well, at times I should say. Here he comes again. That low trajectory splashed away out towards the deep cover boundary. This ball is going to get very close to the boundary. In fact, it stops just inside the rope there at deep cover, and the return is in. 2 runs picked up by Johnson and his partner Sadio on that occasion. But again, Martin, evidence that the outfield has been affected by the amount of rain we've been having, because under normal conditions that ball should really have run out to the boundary for 4.
that or the Indian fielder, as another adjustment is made for the field.
Johnson faces up, comes onto the front foot, gets a full toss, strokes it back along the pitch. The ball coming off the bottom of the bat as he looked to really to hammer this one down the ground, not timing it effectively, and the fielder being able, the bowler himself being able to field quite comfortably.
I'll give some credit to the Indian fielder who chased down the ball to the boundary.
Well, here comes the bowler outside the off stump. Johnson again looking for that back foot punch. The ball going past the outside edge. Quite close it was. Keeper standing up takes it. And that brings us to the end of over number 8. Sukhdev Singh, the wicket keeper for India. And at the end of that 8th over, the total now up to 23 for 1 after 8. It would have been interesting to note where the India total might have been at the conclusion of 8 overs.
I'll let you and Lyndon discuss what the worm would look like and the comparison as I make my way for Lyndon Yard.
Thank you, Martin. Lyndon, 23
Yes,
for 1
good
after 8.
Yes, good afternoon to you.
The chase is on. Easing onto the front foot. a gracefully stroking delivery up to extra cover is Sadeo, looking a picture as he went into that defensive shot, a picture of technical class and proficiency. Waits again for Viren Patel. And is outside the Sam in the air, falling just short of the fielder who's diving forward, unable to stop it. The ball ricochets off his shins, I believe, and runs down to the deep mid-off position.
Berry's the fielder.
So that is Berry.
Sanjay
Number
Berry.
25, Sanjay Berry as the opening batsman. Good effort on his part to make a catch of it. A brave effort too.
Yes, very brave effort. Remember, he was going to a height, and at his age to get down there, it will take some time.
Well, he did well. He got down. He didn't get his hands to it. He got his shins into it. Not showing any many unfavorable results from that knock.
The coordination showing sign of age.
Well, as Patel is in again to bowl to Sadeon. This one is hit again over the fielder at cover. A chase back here for Dinesh Sharma and another couple. So they're not picking up the boundaries, Lyndon, but definitely picking up the twos. Quite a number of doubles. This pair.
But that would definitely put the fielding side under some pressure. If you don't get them in boundaries and you can turn ones into twos, obviously bring them under some pressure.
So Patel, who's taken the wicket to a fallen so far, in again to bowl to Sadio, and this time he's coming onto the front foot again, looking very comfortable.
He looks really stylish.
Very stylish too. Yes, yeah, you can see him putting on the flair. I think someone would say he's a player with a great degree of swagger.
Yeah. Imagine seeing him in his younger day then.
That's
his younger days.
Sadeo.
Yeah.
Rajendra Sadeo, as I said, sporting the name Daniel on his jersey. Patel is in again, a little chip in his run. That one slightly deceived the batter because it seemed to drop at the last moment, coming onto the front foot for a drive and then having to check the shot, the ball running back along the pitch. The bowler scrambling on his hands and knees to bring it under control and to prevent a run. Successfully so too. So there is no run of that delivery. Patel, I believe this will be his 5th over. Right arm, medium pace, past umpire Johnson. And this one is outside the off stump off the back foot. Goes Sadie on this occasion and just slaps it all along the turf to the fielder coming in from deep cover for just another single. So it is 26 after 9. After 9 overs, the total 26 for 1. As I apologize once again for having some technical issues.
Saying that you apologize, we can tell you that in the game at Windwards in St. Philip between West Indies A and UAE, in a game reduced to 34 overs, the West Indies A are 114 for 6, 114 for 6. Keith Seal making 44, George Harris got 8, Ken Mears got 24, Jefferson Gibbons got 10, Mike Matthews got 7, Emerson Jordan got 5, Jagdeo got 1, and Gaherdy no score, 15 extras, 114 for a loss of some 6 wickets of 29.1 overs. And just to give you some bowling figures, 2 wickets apiece for Momin, 2 for 19, and 2 for 24 to Tedani. So that's the game between the UAE and the West Indies A. Back to you, Wayne.
Well, it looks like we're going to have a change of bowler at the southern end of the ground. It looks like Dinesh Sharma, another left armer. So we've seen quite a plethora of left arm spinners, slow left arm orthodox so far today, and especially bowling from that far end, the southern end of the ground. And this time it is Dinesh Sharma bowling left arm through and around to the right-handed Sadio, and this one forcing the batsman onto the back foot, drops it away on the offside, and the wicketkeeper skips around from behind the stumps to field, and there is no run. The total remains 26 for 1. This is the 10th over in progress, and Sharma into bowl to Sadio, and again a similar delivery. Once again, this one bouncing a bit more prodigiously, and again pushed down in front of the batter on the offside. This time the keeper doesn't pick it up. Captain Khan comes in from cover to field. Again, there is no run. Looks for a sweep and is bowled. Off stump, knocked back, quicker delivery on that occasion. Lyndon, the batsman, definitely deceived by that faster delivery, looking for the sweep shot. The ball through him, hitting the off stump, and Sadio, who has looked so good at the wicket, has to make his way back to the pavilion.
Yes, and beautifully bowled there by the bowler, attacking the stumps, and Sadio, who looked good up to this point, up to that delivery, and he makes his way back, and Narang Badesi goes to the crease, and the second wicket down for the West Indies side. So I can just take you away a little bit in that game at Pickwick in St. Philip, just above us, just about 10 minutes walk from where we are here at BNOC, all in St. Philip. England made 202 for 5 off 45 overs. A top score of 97 not out to Jonathan Richie Wildman. 97 from 112 balls, 4 fours and 1 6, a strike rate of 86.61. And he had a good support from Felstead, who made 37-15 from Jason Whitaker. And then the other double figure contributions of Snell Grove, who made 18 at the top of the order. Ecclestone, he made 10, 202. The England side making for 5 of some 45 overs. And Canada in reply, they're 22 for 2. 22 for 2. And bowling for Canada, Brian Rajura, he picked up 2 for 34. And Iwara Lingam, he picked up 2 for 35. So Canada 22 for 2, chasing down a massive 203 win. Is it gettable?
Well, the fact that one team made it means that it's possible. Gettable is another matter. Depends on who is going, who are the persons in the opposition side. But it is possible. It has been proven to be possible by the English. Well, so we have the new batter at the pitch, Narayan Bideshi, replacing Sahadio, or Rajendra Sadio, in fact. Sadio bowled by Dinesh Sharma for 17 of some 30 balls, a total 26 for 2. And first delivery pushed back along the track. So, as I mentioned, another one of this variety of left-arm orthodox spinners we have seen today, floating this one up on the middle and leg stumps, pushed away gently back along the pitch by the batters. The end of a successful over. The end of another successful, well, the end of his first over, that of Singh Dinesh Sharma, and the West Indies in pursuit of 130, in pursuit of 131, are 26 for 2 after 10 overs.
Yes, and to give you an idea how Canada are faring, Graham Castahiro, he was out for 8. Sorry, he's not out on 8. Yunus Mutara was out for 4 by the run-out route. Brian Rajudura, he made 2, caught by Jason off the bowling of Steve. So there are 22 for loss of 2. The Canada side with Jai Sikira not out on 6, 24 now for loss of 2. And that is off 11 overs and 2 balls. So they're making very, very heavy weather of it. We ain't chasing on that total.
Well, this lengthy spell by Viran Patel continues, and the first delivery of the new over is short outside the all stump, slapped hard by Johnson, but straight to the fielder there at cover point. And again, there is no run. 26 for 2, over number 11. Patel in his 6th over, driven hard again off the back foot by Johnson, coming into contact, colliding with the lower part, the right boot of Patel.
And just in case you're wondering, that game played in Bridgetown at Police Ground between Wales and the USA. As Kurt Strong said, USA operating like a Zeta in Barbados. They chased down 84.
This one on the leg stump, looking to tickle it away is Johnson. The batsman crossed for 1. We're going to wait for the umpire to allow us to know that that ball actually struck the bat. I wasn't quite sure. Bat pad, everything fairly close there, but the ball running out towards square leg. The batsman complete a single in the meantime. So one more to Johnson. The total now up to 27. So Patel has been very predictable to Lyndon. Patel getting the ball to tail in, but almost everything has been tailing in. Not a lot of variety on his part, as this one is on the off stump, and onto the front foot comes Bideshi, pushes it up to short extra cover. Captain Iqbal Khan in at that position. A slip backward point. Well, slip short third man, backward point, cover, extra cover. As in on the pads, worked into the onside, straight to the fielder at short mid wicket. And in the onside, we have a mid on, a short mid wicket, and the man just behind square, just to the right of the umpire. Gone very still here at Woodbourne. Not a lot of breeze. Even the trees actually, the leaves on the trees actually stopped moving. No movement whatsoever. Final delivery of the over, worked up to mid wicket by the batter. Noran Patel finishes his 6 over, 11 gone, 27. It is the West Indies Masters looking to get it to 131.
Yes, and just to bring you up to date, that game that is already over, despite the fact that the country is under flood watch. The rain was falling down the town area, so the USA wasted no time in chasing down 84 for victory when they reached 89 for 2 off 12.2 overs, led by Saeed Shanawaz, who made 34 from 22 deliveries, and Rafi Kazi, he made 29 at the top of the order. USA 2 for 2 in the big man cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup.
Well, Sharma will be for Sharma is over number 2. His second, also looking for a second wicket. He's bowling to Brian Johnson and making some last minute adjustments to his feet. He's asking the man at backward square to come on the other side of the umpire, to come to a forward square position, and his first delivery is outside the off stump. Johnson is slashing it away behind point. The ball running out toward the boundary. Fielder comes around from deep cover, and a couple of chips, and before he sends his return, that fielder being Pretender Singh on the deep cover boundary, doing the duties of the sweeper. The sweeper, Lyndon Yard, a position employed in cricket with the advent of the limited overs game, has become a very important part of the part of the cricket anatomy, one would have to almost say.
And it's a position usually reserved for fleet-footed athletes. So
Fabian Allen and the likes.
when one look out there and see the number 100,
100, Pretender Singh.
Pretender Singh on the boundary, maybe think the captain got it a little wrong.
Johnson is driving along the ground, straight to the fielder at mid-off. No run, can't score. But everything is relative, Lyndon. Remember, this is the big man cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup competition. As this delivery outside the off stump, Johnson looking for a cut. Ball goes past the top edge of the bat into the gloves of the wicket keeper. Another close call, but Johnson has been playing into the offside quite consistently, not being able to frequently pierce the offside field off. Very well policed that offside field, as Sharma is in again, and this time Johnson is standing up, playing with a vertical bat, opening the face and running it away behind square. No intention of scoring on that occasion from Brian Johnson. Quite fortunate over here, Lyndon, the fact that we can report of games being washed out on the western side of the island. Us being here in the far east of Barbados, if there's anything in Barbados that you can call far.
Got generally from the Grantley Adams International Airport to North Stars in St. Lucie. It's roughly 80 minutes of driving.
Right, so that's over from Sharma coming to an end. And not exactly making heavy weather of this chase. Still early days, and if we recall, the Indians were also similarly quite slow at the start of their innings. Did pick up some momentum and towards the end of the 45 overs. So
Looks as though we're going to have a bowling change
game could be quite.
at 29 for 2 off 12 overs. West Indies Masters, they're going to chase down a total of 131 after Cricket West Indies in the Cricket West Indies Masters Association.
Yes.
Big Man Cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup. And
It's like Fiji Vergasse. I hope my pronunciation is on point. Fiji Vergasse. I think I'm going to stick with Fiji. Verghese. So Fiji Verghese. I'm going to stick with Fiji. Stroked off the back foot for a single out to deep cover. One more run. That is Narain Badeshi.
So that's run number 30 on the board.
Yeah. That's 30 runs up. Yes, run number 30. Short delivery. Looking
Hammered.
for a big shot, but I was looking away towards the deep mid-wicket area. The ball ended up at extra cover for some reason or another. It totally deceived me. As Johnson coming onto the front foot, bottom part close together. This one quite well on target from Fiji. He's also bowling right arm medium pace on the slower side of medium too. Fiji turns at the top of his mark. And to this delivery, Johnson is leaving it alone. Delivery wide outside the off stump, not tempted into a shot.
I'll tell you what, Wayne, looking at his run-up, the first part of his run-up reminds me a lot of Vibert Green from Wanderers. The way he turns at the top of his mark and the way that right hand is dropped. There you go. The right hand is out already, and similar to Vibert Green, starts with a walk-in first.
Very, very much, very similar. Quite
And then on delivery, both hands come together before he separates them.
wide signal by umpire Johnson. Questionable as far as the Indian players are concerned. The bowler and the first slip both are questioning the umpire or showing some disagreement with the umpire on that occasion. Victor Vibert Green, who would have an all-rounder, fast bowling all-rounder, played for West Indies B back in the day. And remember that team going on a tour, driven out towards extra cover, a couple of bounces and a roll into the boundary by Johnson, given some room on that occasion, given his arms, in fact, and getting those hands through the ball over extra cover. It went 4 runs even in these very sluggish outfield conditions.
Yes, beautiful shot there by Brian Johnson. Delivery on the line of the off stump, just outside the line of the off stump, but it was right in his arc, in that 2-meter arc, and outside the line of the off stump, allowing him to free his arms, and he stretched the left arm out and banged it over cover for 4.
See how Fiji responds. This time he's bowling a delivery on the off stump, and Johnson pulling the bottom hand away, dropping it away square on the onside, and immediately called through for the single by Badeshi. So Johnson gets a single off the final delivery of the over, and will retain the strike at the start of the new over, and some bit of a partnership being built here by this pair now. Brian Johnson and Narain Badeshi. I believe the bowling will be.
So Badeshi is on 1. Johnson has 11 from 22 deliveries with 1-4. West Indies
Sharma.
Masters 35 for the loss of 2. 35 for 2 with Fiji Varghese 1 over for 6, and Kumar Sharma. He sent no 2 overs, 1 made, and 2 runs, 1 wicket. And remember, they're chasing down a target of 131 after India made 134 8 off their 45 overs. Rain?
So Sharma continuing to bowl to Johnson. Johnson on the back foot, struck on the pattern given. I think that one skidded onto the batter. Johnson choosing to go onto the back foot, where he very well could have been on the front foot, but I feel deceived with the trajectory of that delivery, and the ball skidding on with the arm, striking him in front of the middle and off stumps, and umpire Lamar Clark having little to no hesitation in making that decision. A big wicket taken by India.
Yes, a big wicket for India, and they will feel that they're in the game now because Johnson had a top score in the first game against USA of 58, not out. and electing to go onto the bat for this delivery that he might have been forward to, because it's at this northern end that you can trust the bounce. It's at the southern end that you will have a problem with the bounce with the wicket, a little dice, a little soft area. I would say between center and off on a good left, maybe the 4 meter mark, 4 or 5 meter mark. And that was the area where Ian Drake's got the ball to jump. And we saw William Lashley produce a bouncer for a spinner over the batsman's head. So I think that Morris might have, not Morris, but rather Johnson might have committed the carelessness of electing to go back. And once he missed that, he gave umpire Lamar Clark a very good look. I'm very impressed with umpire Lamar Clark. Having seen him earlier this year in his debut game at Carlton. And quite a few young umpires umpiring now in the BCA competition.
Clark himself used to be a cricketer of
For MTW.
some played for the MTW side a few years back.
Nice little medium pace, if my memory serves me correct.
He's moved into the area of officiating.
I like to call it giving back. Giving back to a sport you love. As you see, the resident photographer for all sports in Barbados has arrived. Do you have any idea how much grounds Kenmore covers in one day of any sport? How much grounds do you reckon he goes to?
As many as possible. or should I say many? Without trying to put a number to it. Many.
Well said. The new batsman is William Lashley.
And Sharma's first delivery is on the pad, tickled away behind by Lashley to a short fine leg. A good swift movement by Dinesh Sharma. Yes, it is. And he is going to Dinesh Sharma bowling to William Lashley, the new batsman. And Lashley coming onto the front foot very carefully, very cautious player, William Lashley. His default position is to play with caution.
Yes, and I think that has also been one of his weaknesses as well, because when he attempts to go into overdrive, 9 out of 10 times he will give his wicket away.
Not in position, more or less, trying to play attacking shots from a defensive position. Outside the yard stump, wide on this occasion, left alone, through to the keeper, no run.
And he's the type of player that once he leaves alone a ball, he always believes that he should have scored off it. And I think that's part of his problem. I played alongside him
So
for
let's
quite
see,
a while.
after leaving that one alone, how he responds to the next delivery. Again, gently onto the front foot, almost as if he doesn't want to hurt the ball. He just taps the ball on a number of occasions, as if the ball may inflict pain. Sometimes you get that feeling when William Lashley plays defensively. Forward, beaten, beats the outside edge. Close call, taken cleanly by the keeper. The bowler throws his arms in the air. So this has been a good session of play for the Indians. Lyndon, particularly that over from Sharma.
Yeah, I think their spinners have picked up the pace of the wicket and correctly finding the right areas to which the ball conditions perfect for bowling outside overcast, cool breeze whatsoever. Actually we have no breeze no whatsoever. And I think that the Indians they're fancying their chances. And once they can restrict the scoring of the West Indies Masters, I think they can stay in the game at 36 for 3 or 14 overs. Remember, it's 45 overs to get 131 with Lashley yet to score and Bidisi. He's on one having faced some 6 deliveries. And I can tell you that Varghese is setting one over 7 runs. And Dipesh Sharma, 3 overs, 2 meters, 2 for 2 win. 3 overs, 2 meters, 2 for 2. Impeccable stuff.
It's very, very much.
And we thought that Zaman Aman was stingy and tight.
Here is Fiji. Ball to this time Narayan Badeshi. Badeshi has been there for a while. What are the stats on Badeshi, Lyndon?
You need some stats on Badeshi. I will try to see if I can find some, if there are any stats available on him. And it tells me 2 matches, 17 runs, not a wicket.
Here he is, facing up to Fiji. Right arm medium pace, a bit of a hop as he approaches the wicket. So there's quite a lot of unique features about the approach of Fiji, Lyndon, as you earlier suggested.
And it's actually Filgi, F-I-L-G-I.
Filgi.
Yeah, F-I-L-G-I.
Okay, so my
age 52.
I'm reading it incorrectly. I'm taking an L for a C. I heard about taking a 6 for a 9, but never heard about taking an L for a C.
Right-handed batter, right arm medium pacer.
Here he is with that medium pace. And Narayan is beaten outside the off stump. Now, that was an excellent delivery, Lyndon, because that one pitched and held its own to the keeper. The majority of deliveries have been angling in toward the right-handed batter.
I think one would have to wonder if it was overseas, I would be wondering which Narang is this you're speaking about. When you use the word Narang, of course that's his first name, Narang Bidishi.
Narayan Bidishi.
So I think you better use Bidishi, so not to mix him up really real sooner than Narang.
So here comes Bidishi facing up to Filji and struck on the pad. Stifled appeal, ball running into the onside. Batsman think of going for a single, but that man at mid-wicket swooping in and to pick up and forcing the both batsmen back into their respective creases. That being Singh, I think that fielder in at mid-wicket. Pretender Singh. As Filji is in again to bowl to Bideshi, and he's driving the ball coming off the inner portion half of the bat, running out towards square leg, looking to push that ball a lot straighter on that occasion, Bideshi. But again, back to norm. That one's coming in with the angle once again. So we've seen some really clever stuff from these Indian bowlers. As Bideshi onto the front foot, guides this delivery out square on the offside, straight to the fielder, and the over Fakir Dungaria. They are at point to bring us to the end of yet another over, and the match very much still on, Lyndon.
I would agree with you 100% at 36 with a loss of 3. I wouldn't want to call it at the moment. I think that the West Indies will heavily rely on this partnership here between Lashley and Bedisi to get them out of kind of a hole after 15 overs, 36 for 3 chasing now a total of 131. Doesn't look like a huge total, but as I speak to you, it seems as though the players are going to have a water break. So that will allow us to go through the scorecard for the West Indies side. And I can do that, I can oblige you. And I can tell you that the West Indies chasing now a total of 131 for victory, having lost Rajendra Sadeo, who was caught by Kumar Sharma. He was bowled by Kumar Sharma for 17, 34 deliveries he faced. Ishwar Maraj was caught and bowled by Varane for 5. Brian Johnson, who top scored in the first game, 58, not out. He was legged before we get to Deepish Kumar Sharma for 12. Narayan Bidishi is not on 1. William Lashley is yet to score 36 for the loss of 3, with just 1 extra. That is 1 no ball that was been sent down. Viran Patel, 6 overs, 2 meters, 1 for 11, 6 2 11 1. Krishnan Surimana, he sent down he sent down 2 overs, 2 meters, none for 7. Dungaria, he sent down 2 overs, 2 meters, none for 9. Kumar Sharma, 3 overs, 2 meters, 2 runs, 2 wickets. And Philji Varghese, he sent down 2 overs, 1 meter, and he's collected none for 7. So at the break, West Indies, there are at the moment 36 with loss of 3, 15 overs done and dusted. India, they made a total of 130 of 45 overs, despite the fact we did have a stoppage for rain. I can tell you a top score of 37 to the captain Iqbal Khan, 30 to Dongaria, and 23 by the opening batsman Verinder Boom, is as Bhoom, Blah. He made 23. And bowling for the West Indies, captain Zaman Amen. He sent on 9 overs, 3 meters, 3 for 14. 9 overs, 3 meters, 3 for 14. And Farid Hussain, he sent on 7 overs and got returns of 2 for 7. 7 overs, 1 meters, 2 for 37. I shall endeavor to ascertain some other scores in this second series of matches. And I can tell you that in the game between West Indies A and the UAE, this is a Zone B fixture game. And the West Indies 131 for 8 of 34 overs. That's the game reduced to 34 overs. 131 for 8 of 34 4 overs against the UAE. And just let me give you the major scores there. 44 to Keith Seal, 24 to Ken Mears, and 10 to Gadari. And bowling for the UAE, Momin, he got 3 for 26. And Tadana, he picked it 3 for 27. So Momin, 3 for 26, and Tadana, 3 for 27. And that replay will start momentarily as they are at the break. And I can tell you in the other game, the other fixtured game, with the USA cantering home against Wales, 84, and in response, the USA scoring 89 for the loss of just 2 wickets. Pickwick, which is just above here in St. Philip, the Pickwick ground, and England 202 for 5, Canada 40 for 3 of 16 overs. Canada 40 for 3 of 16 overs. The equation, 163 needed from 29 overs with 7 wickets intact. So back to the action. And don't know if you want me to take it away, but you can do that. And it's going to be Lashley on strike. 36 for the loss of 3. And the left arm spin of Sharma into bowl to Lashley. Short delivery. Lashley is pulling. And he almost decapitates his non-striker. And in the end, he gets 4. So 4 runs to Lashley. So he opens his account. He's on 4. And is 40 for the loss of 3.
Welcome back to the Woodbourne ground. As William Lashley has been saying, picking up a boundary of Sharma with his very first delivery. Right long hop, though, deserved the treatment.
So Lashley, with that boundary, goes off the mark. 40 for the loss of 3. Sharma's into him, and Lashley turns a low full toss into a Yorker. Stabs it out into the offside. And there is no run, no attempt of the run. Remember, the target is 131 for victory. Left arm between the umpire and the stump. We've seen this for this better part of the day at the southern end as Sharma is in. Kumar Sharma, and Lashley, as he's done majority of his innings, stretches onto the front foot even before the bowler delivers that delivery. Plays it back on the offside. There's no run. So Lashley, having faced some 7 deliveries, you have 4 against his name, including that 1 boundary. Kumar Sharma, left arm between the umpire and the stumps. And this delivery short, and Lashley takes the bat away as that one just maybe pop a little bit. Lashley looking to measure with his left leg, and in the end, outside in the off, something loaded to go by to the keeper. Sharma gets through his overs very quickly and tosses the ball from hand to hand. Is in between the umpire and the stump, and ball reaches tossed up. Lashley's driving back to the bowler, who takes it on the bounce. And it remains West Indies battling over victory here. Masters, they're 70 for the loss of 3 in their Masters, and they turn it back after they invited it back up to 130 for the loss of 8. Here's Kumar Sharma, left arm between the umpire and the stump, and Lashley again is forward. And SA is a shot away, looking to hit that ball out in Berlin, and that is the road, the vicinity adjacent to the road. It's called Berlin, and that's not a Lashley shot. He plays a lot of those shadow shots. He does well when he plays those shadow shot away. And at the end of what is the 16th over, I can tell you the West Indies Masters, there are 40 for the loss of 3, chasing a total of 131 for victory.
Good comeback by Sharma after going for a boundary of the first delivery of that over. Was able to keep the batsman quiet for the remainder of the over.
So it's going to be Philji Varghese from the northern end, the end for which umpire Chris Johnson is the umpire, and just about now he goes past Johnson, and bowls delivery is turned into the leg side by Bidishi. There's no run. Bidesi. And Varghese giving his cap to his fielder at his mid-off position. Sported 25 in his back. That is the opener, Bloombla, as Varghese is in. And there's Bidishi driving straight. Lovely shot. And Bloombla will have to chase it down to the boundary, having run all alongside it. And the batsman turn and come back for 2. So he seems to pull a hamstring or pull a cap Thought he pulled a hamstring there, but
He pulled his cap
out the
from his
cap.
waist.
I think his cap went down to his hamstring.
But a bit of a travesty there, though, Lyndon. That was a lovely shot. That had 4 written all over it from the time it left the bat. And unfortunately, because of the heaviness of the outfield, not getting full value for a really good shot.
42 for the loss of 3. The outside of the offside cut away. A beautiful shot. Bisects the backward point and the short third man to turn for 2. They're going to look for 3. Lashley's flying going back. They're going to complete 3. You can hear the applause in the background as the batsmen take 3. And the West Indies move up to 45 for the loss of 3 with Bidishi. Now up to 2 and 3 is 6 win.
Well, we talk about older players and younger players. And then when they get to masters, you get older masters and younger masters. And William Lashley, clearly one of the younger masters, able to come back for that 3rd run.
So he put some pressure there on Bidishi, who's an older master. And it is actually 46 for a loss of 3. Lashley on 4, Bidishi on 6. And Lashley on strike as Varghese is into him. And Lashley looking to get on the front foot, then realizes the ball is outside in the off stump. Has no intentions of playing and raises the bat above his shoulder and allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. Still 45 and make it 46 win.
Yes, it is.
46 for 3. And Lashley, with 4 against his name, waits on Varghese and is coming forward and plays the ball out in the offside. It goes down to that fielder at the square backward point position. There's no run. India here, or actually India. It's only one India side, so it's India Masters, 130 for 8. Lashley gets a short of him, pulls it through mid-wicket, and will go a couple bounces into the rope for 4. So slow, short delivery as the cloud cover begins to lift, and Lashley lifting that one over mid-wicket into the boundary for 4. He is now up to 8 and is now up to 46 and 4. So the win, that's the 50.
That's the 50 coming
the 50
up.
has
50
come up for
comes
West
up
Indies.
for
50
West Indies.
for a loss of 3 off the end of 17 overs win.
Well, yes, and the important thing about that shot, though, Lyndon, is that was a short delivery wide of the off stump. But because of the field setting and because of his awareness, William Lashley, knowing that the opportunity to score was really, the better opportunity to score was in the onside, was to the onside, and he just got across his wicket and had enough time to pull that ball over the infield. And once he did that, it was always going to be 4. Very good awareness once again by William Lashley.
Beautiful shot. So with that, he's up to 8. 50 for the loss of 3. And Kumar Sharma to continue. Left arm between the umpire, which is Clark, and the stumps and balls. It spins past the bat of Bidishi as he tried to get bat on ball. Delivery ball, I would say, in that 3-meter area. Asking the question. Playing inside the line. Not intentionally. It was beaten. And he sell once again as Sharma is in to bowl to Bidishi. And Bidishi is stabbing the delivery. Having gotten himself in a cross awkward position because he's kind of got his right leg, his left leg outside line the off stump. And in the end, he played across the ball hitting the middle of the bat. But not conventionally as you would want it to. Again, his left leg a little too far across. Prevention is better than cure. West Indies 50 for 3 and over number 18. The wrist tapped out on the offside. Not looking to score is Bidishi. And there's no run. So the slipping position. And there's a short third man. The backward point cover. Extra cover. Mid off. And there's Bidishi playing the ball to the bowler. Bidesi. Keep saying Bidishi, Bidesi. And there's no run. Long on 3/4 of the way. Mid wicket and the square leg in position. Here's there's Bidishi. Bidesi comes onto the front. Stabs it on the offside. And there's no run. So 50 on the board. And Bidesi, who just seems to have decided that he's going to drop anchor and play the sheet anchor role. I'll give you a score momentarily. For the West Indies 50 for 3. Here's Kumar Sharma into him. And he tucks delivery on the line of the leg stump. Center leg to the fielder at short mid wicket position. There's no run. And I can tell you that 18 overs has now been 17 overs has been done and dusted and the West Indies 50 for a loss of 3 with BDC not on 6 and William Lashley is on 8 win.
Sharma plugging away from that southern end, not looking to impart a lot of spin on the deliveries, bowling a lot more darts in that particular over, darting the ball into the stumps with the arm, just trying to hold the batsman from scoring, not looking to really create any wicket-taking opportunities of his own. I guess he leaves it up to the batsman to try to take risks when they can't score. And Bidishi up to the task and playing that over out quite safely. Now we're going to have another bowling
change at the northern end of the ground.
Here at
And
our end of the ground.
this is just trying to ascertain the name of the bowler.
Number 3, Krishnan Subra Mariam.
Subramarian.
Subramariam. Yeah.
Subramarian, his first delivery, left arm spin. His work into the onside. I think
Krishnan, I would prefer to call him.
Krishnan into the attack. Suba. Give me his name this morning. I'll try to break it down for you.
Krishnan Subramariam. Yeah.
Subramarian. And not super, but Subra.
Subra.
Subramarian. Left arm between the umpire and the stump. And Lashley just leaves stretching forward. Plays the ball softly to where forward short leg would be.
Another left arm orthodox spinner, Lyndon.
Yes, so a plethora of left arm
yeah,
orthodox spinners. In this ripe golden age of cricket, where the Cricket West Indies Masters Association are involved in this tournament. And of course, it's a big
bowling
man
a
cricket.
lot slower than the others, not looking to give the ball some flight, some air. It reminds me of
Still 50 for 3. This is the 19th over. I think it would have been backdating one delivery there, but 19th over in progress. As here is a delivery which brings Lashley forward. And again, stops the ball in front of him, this time on the offside. Previous delivery, he stopped it on the onside. And there is no run, so this is the 19th over in progress. As here is a delivery which Lashley is stretching forward to the left arm spin of Subramanian.
good calling on that occasion by Narayan Bideshi. The ball just going past the right hand of the slip fielder and immediately seizing the opportunity to come through for a quick single. The fielder from backward point having to come in and around to his left.
So Subramanian into the attack. And this delivery is driven and partially stopped by the fielder at that cover position. That's the captain. And I suspect that's Iqbal who stopped that ball. Seemed to have hit him pretty hard at the short cover. Yes, Iqbal Khan, the fielder there. So over number 19, done and dusted. And the West Indies Masters 52 for a loss of 3, chasing down a target of 131.
Here we see another variety of left arm orthodox. Much slower, apparently looking to impart a bit more spin on the ball. Krishnan, and starting with, I think he'd be satisfied, just the one run in his over.
Yeah, you'll take that any day. And a cool day for cricket rain. These are the conditions that you will want to play in.
Well, yes, no direct sunlight at the moment. A bit steamy where we are because of the lack of wind, the lack of a breeze, and the light fairly hazy. So, but as I said, pleasant conditions if you're in the middle.
So Lashley is going to continue to bat. And he waits on Kumar Sharma, who's into him between the umpire and the stump. And Lashley get a fast delivery push through. And Lashley's on the front foot as fast as that delivery, as fast as his hand came over there. So Lashley's still anchored. And he waits on Sharma, who's operating from the southern end between the umpire and the stump. And Lashley, this delivery is allowed to go by outsider in the off stump, taken by the keeper. No addition to the total. West Indies Masters 52 for 3. This is over number 20. And I think you're due a break after this over, Wayne. And I will just slip over and Kurt will join me for my last 5 as this delivery is bringing Lashley forward. And a slow period of play, Wayne.
Well, just as I said, just building towards
Or
the eventual chase.
probing and prodding.
Well, yes, the idea is that still plenty of time left to get a rather modest target.
A 6-3 field as Lashley is looking to pierce the offside, bangs it up to the field off the long off, positions across his left, and Lashley will pick up a single.
As a horse racing man, Lyndon, you would agree with me if I say that the batters are biding their time.
Yes, most definitely. Waiting for that final kick, a long way out. 53 for the loss of 3. Lashley to 11, make that 12. And it brings Bidesi into strike. And he's stroking the ball back to Sharma. And it's deepest Sharma, who has just about one delivery remaining. He's bowled well, 5.5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 6. And has kept the West Indies batsman in check. He's into bowl to Bidisi, and Bidisi's going to be outside in the awesome, slashes it, and is caught by the captain can. Unbelievable, a short, slow delivery outside of the off stump. And it was that wide. Had he left it alone, the umpire would have no choice but to call it. But he picked out the captain, Iqbal Khan, who took the catch at short cover. And Bidisi comes back very disappointed. It would be Wayne. And you would have to say at the moment the West Indies, although they're building, they're losing. And it's 52 for the loss of 4.
Well, I was not batting Lyndon, and I was very, very disappointed because that ball was so wide. He actually lost his balance in trying to reach to play the shot.
He threw everything at it.
That is what resulted in the ball traveling in the air harmlessly for an easy catch.
And the thing about it, he isn't a big man, so he threw everything at him and almost threw himself over
He
as
threw
well.
what little he had at it. Nonetheless, that is the fall of that wicket. We will make the switch now. Lyndon Kirk Swan will come to join you as the game enters yet another phase. West Indies losing another wicket.
So he was caught by Captain Khan, and Farid Hussain goes to the crease to join William Lashley. West Indies up against it. You would have to say at the moment they're losing the wickets at the moment. 53 for the loss of 4, chasing down a target of 131 after India made 130 for 8. Good afternoon to you, Kirk.
Well, yes, good afternoon, Lyndon. Really coming into the commentary box here, disappointed kind of, because that was a really poor shot there played by Bidesi after he got himself in. A really wide delivery. If he left it alone, the umpire would have had no choice but to call it wide, and gifting his wicket away after doing all the hard work.
And in Bajan terms, we call it a short, rank, wide, long hop.
A buffet style delivery, really. Help yourself.
Well, it's going to be Suba Manin. I'll fight with this here. Suba Manin into the attack for his second over. And there's Lashley looking to get on the front foot. The ball ricochets out into the leg side. There's no run. So it is 53 for the loss of 4 in the process of the 21st over. Here is a delivery which is chipped down to the fielder at the long on position. And the batsman take 1. And fielded there by Saim Sundar. So Lashley up by 1 more. So we make it 54, or is it 55? We'll get that correct score for you momentarily. And it brings Hussain on strike. Krishnan on the way into bowl to Hussain. Hussain is forward, the left-hander turns the ball on the leg side. They go for a very quick single as the fielder at the short fine leg position is very slow off the mark. That is Bumla. So 1 more to the total. They make it 56 for 4. And here is Krishnan in and outside in the off stump, and there's Lashley. He intended to leave it alone. Interesting to see what the umpire signals. And there's a signal of bye. So he left it alone quite rightfully. And bye signal by the umpire. 1 more to the total.
Lyndon, just wondering if it was a tactical change in the batting lineup, because Hussain didn't get a knock in the first innings, and with the plethora of left arm spinners, you've seen they've gone to Hussain. They've elevated him up the batting order, probably to combat the left arm spin.
Well, we see if that works. We have 56 for the loss of 4 in over number 21 as Krishnan is in and Hussein is whipping it out to square leg, who's across to his right. One more to the total. So Hussein opens his account. He's actually on 2, 57. So Hussein on 2 from 2. 57 for the loss of 4 over number 21 in progress as Subramanian is in and whipped out to the field on the deep wicket position. That is Patinder Singh. He has his return in and so the batsman only collecting the single. So at the end of that over number 21 done and dusted, and it's now 58 for the loss of 4. Kurt?
Well, yes, Lyndon, the two batters at the crease now will really have to bat deep into this innings now. Probably 58. They need to get a partnership of at least 30 or 40 runs, Lyndon, utilizing as few deliveries as possible, but still maintaining their wickets because you don't want to get exposed that lower order too early in this chase.
Yes, I think the key here is to rebuild the innings, repair the innings. 58 for loss of 4. This is over number 22 now, about to begin. So they have some time on their hand. And 58 for 4. And we're going to have a bowling change. Yes, Captain Khan is going to pick it up. So a bowling change. Iqbal Khan into the attack. And Khan he's going to operate from the road end or the southern end of the ground. He'll be bowling to William Lashley. 58 for the loss of 4. I'll have to give you a score for Lashley momentarily. Looks to be as though he's going to bowl right arm off spin, Kurt. The way he flicks the ball.
Yeah, definitely.
Passes umpire Clark to bowl to Lashley, and Lashley is onto the back foot. Looks to pull it in the offside. How much? Wide signal by the umpire. 58. 59. Tell me Lashley's how much? For loss of 4. Oh. In over number 22. As Captain Khan moves into both of Lashley, and Lashley to this delivery is getting it tossed up and drives it. Finds the fielder at that mid-wicket position. Who has it under his control. And that is Krishnan, the fielder at mid-wicket. So Lashley once again waits on Khan and advances down the wicket and whips it over mid-wicket. They've gone for 1. It's going to be a long run from the fielder from square leg who's coming around just about. No, they've run 2. They're going to turn and come back for the 3. The return comes in and 3 runs to Lashley. So 3 to Lashley. And Hussein the other batsman. So
There,
3.
Lyndon, see Lashley advancing on the track, using his feet to the off spinner, coming on the inside of the ball and opening up the onside field and lofting the ball over the infield and getting 3 comfortable runs without taking a major risk.
Yes. Good calculated batting. So 62 for the loss of 4. This is the 22nd over. And the right hand, left hand combination. Hussein is in strike. Hussein has 3 against his name. And Khan, right up off spinner into both the left hander Hussein. And Hussein is hitting in the air. Chance for a catch. The fielder from mid-on comes in and takes a simple catch. And a soft dismissal in the end. So Hussein gifting his wicket away. I'm just trying to ascertain the catcher. And it looks to be Dinesh Sharma. So that is the end of Hussein, caught by Sharma. And that's Dinesh Sharma off the ball. Yeah, caught by Sharma. Dinesh Sharma off the bowling of Sharma. Sharma. Off the bowling of Khan. He made 3. And is now 62 for a loss of 5. Kurt.
Well, yet another West Indies Masters batsman, Lyndon, in the month of November, gifting their wickets away.
Close to Christmas.
Close to heading into the month of December, but we're still in the early part of November. There we have the batsmen gifting their wickets away. I can count at least 3 of them thus far. So they will need to do something about that. The new batsman, though, going to the crease is the reliable and dependable Anthony Morris. and lots resting on his and Lashley's shoulders right now.
Well, he's been carrying a little bit of an injury. He didn't play in the first game, and he's been relegated here to just a batting position. So when you get Morris only in the game as a batsman, it tells you that he's definitely carrying an injury because he loves his cricket. And at the moment, West Indies Masters 62 for loss of 5 over number 22. Still in
The
progress.
reality is that they still got a lot of overs.
But not a lot of wickets.
But not a lot of wickets. And they had some 23 overs remaining after this, 22 overs remaining after this one.
And the target, 131. As over number 22 is about to conclude. So Morris will have strike right away. And it is 62 for a loss of 5. So Pamela's finally back with me. Oh, she's not with me. But the scorecard visually is 62 for the loss of 5. Not your scorecard, but my scorecard. So Lashley on 17 from 29 deliveries. Have struck some 2-4s. And Morris to face his first ball. So it's going to be Iqbal Khan, who is going to start. Right arm off spin to bowl to Morris. And his first delivery, Morris is onto the front foot. Plays the ball up to straightish from the wicket. That's where Chris Nan is in attendance. And he goes down and fields cleanly. There's no run, or should I change that? I'll tell you momentarily. That's where Sundar in the attendance. So they've got a slip in position in Bumla. So he's gone on the attack, slip backward, point, cover, extra cover, mid off, long on, straight mid wicket and a square leg. As Morris is looking to turn this one down the leg, it lose the keeper, and that is Singh. And they take one. Wide signal by the umpire, so they're going to get 2 for that. So run number 64 for a loss of 5. And we are still in over number 22. And extras, anything extra strong will definitely help the West Indies Masters, who need to win to stay in the cup competition. A defeat here means they are heavily expected to contest the plate, the Caribbean plate, which will see teams 5 to 8. Lashley waits on Khan. Did we toss up? Lashley is forward, plays it with soft hands on the bounce to Khan, who throws it at the keeper. And by my reckoning, that concludes over number 22. Done and dusted. The West Indies are 64 for the loss of 5. Their Masters in response to India's Masters 130 for the loss of 8 or 45.
Yes, Lynn, and the West Indies Masters now needing a partnership. They've got a lot of overs in which to bat. They need a partnership. They need someone to stay with Lashley. Lashley's well entrenched. And Morris, who's carrying a bit of an injury, as you would have correctly said earlier, lots resting on his shoulders. He wouldn't be able to do a lot of running between the wickets, but he needs to stay there with Lashley and capitalize on the bad deliveries.
So Subramanian most likely will continue. Or are we going to have a change? It looks as though we're going to have a change. Yes, we're going to have a change of bowler to bowl over number 23. And it is going to be none other than Dongoria, who's going to come into the attack at 64 for the loss of 5. And Morris is on strike. Lashley at the non-strikers end. Lashley has 17. The target 131. West Indies Masters starting over. More left arm spin as Dongoria is in. And Strawn, I'll say he fires that one.
Yeah, rather quickly on the arm. Would have surprised Morris, I'm sure.
Dongoria, sorry. So left arm between the umpire and the stump. Dongoria is in. And Morris hits it high, hard, and handsome for 6 over long on. So Morris not wasting any time whatsoever. And that's the first 6 of this innings. And is now West Indies up to 70 for the loss of 5.
Well, Lyndon, it's interesting to see Morris's approach here. He's got the boundary early in the over. Let's watch for his approach, because all that's required now is for Morris to get off straight.
Morris? Yeah. Yeah, bowler, yeah. First ball was a dot ball. Second ball, a 6. He's in between the umpire and the stumps. The ball to Morris, and Morris goes on the back foot and slaps it hard. Finds the field.
one noticeable change in the said fielding, and immediately after that shot,
He
the
sent the
man at
long
mid
on.
on was sent straight back in to long on, and the man at mid off was sent down on the long off boundary.
So in short, the fielders have gone out in the country. Gary in both a short delivery, which Morris doesn't capitalize on. Finds Chris Nan. Out in the offside, there's no run. It remains 70 for the loss of 5 over number 23 in progress. The target, 131. Dungria left arm between the umpire and the stumps into Bolton Morris. It goes on the back foot and taps it. And will run a single to the fielder at point, who underarms is returned. And they take one. So that fielder is Bumla. So one more to total. 71 for loss of 5. As Dungria looking to complete this over, is in to bowl to Lashley, and Lashley tucks into the onside, wants a single, but Morris is not interested, and that concludes over number 23.
Lyndon,
Done and dusted.
Something that we would have missed. Remember, we were speaking about the plethora of left arm spinners and sending the elevation of Hussein in the batting order to combat that, and immediately the captain withdrew one of the left arm spinners and brought himself on the off spinner, and there was Hussein playing around a full third delivery, turning away, got the leading edge and caught that mid on. So it's a game of tricks from both ends, basically. Tactics from both sides.
You have to say well read there by the
captain of the
captain
Indian
of the
Master
side.
Yeah.
So over number 24. So this is my penultimate over of my spell. 71 for 5. And it's going to be the captain can to continue. Morris on strike. Morris has 7 against his name. Lashley on 17. Ball number 1. As Can is into bowl to Morris. And Morris allows this one over the sideline of the awesome to go by, to be taken by the keeper Singh. So Sukjuk Singh is the keeper. One of 2 Singhs in this match. We've seen a lot of Singhs in the tournament. Here is it to be tossed up. And Morris is driving. He drags it up to long on. Will take 1, which will be his 8th run. Run number 72 for the West Indies Masters. In over number 24, looking to get up to a target of 131 to win. As it brings Lashley on strike. As Can is into Lashley. Lashley goes on the back foot and pulls it through mid-wicket. There's a fielder patrolling the boundary and has it under his control. Underarms is returned. And that is none other than the bowler who just bowled momentarily ago. Dungiria. 1 more to Lashley. 73 as Morris is driving elegantly through the covers. Will pick up 1 to the field at the long off position. So Morris by 1 to 8. And it brings Lashley back on the strike. 74 now for the loss of just 5 wickets in over number 24. As Lashley's down the wicket and drives. And finds the field at the mid-off position. So another single to Lashley. 9. Okay, so actually Morris is on 9 and Lashley 19. And it is 75 for 5. And here is a delivery, a dot ball being produced. As there's Morris looking to hit a 1 into the offside. And turn it into a Yorker. So over number 24 done and dusted. The West Indies Masters 75 for 5 after 24 overs. And they're looking to get up to a target of 131. So if my mathematics or my maths is correct, it means they required 30 plus 25, 55 runs for victory.
Well, yes, Lyndon, a bit of a consolidation work here going on between Lashley and Morris. They both know each other very well. They've been around together for a long, long time, from back in the cable and wireless days. And now they're here at the BNOC club, but here representing the West Indies Masters with a job on their hands. They need to stitch together a partnership. 55 more runs required. They've got lots of overs in which to do so. So just a matter of consolidating, picking up the 1s and 2s and capitalizing on the bad balls.
Well, I can give you some updates in the other game at Pickwick. England 202 for 5. Canada, they're in serious trouble. 56 for 6 off 25 overs. So Canada eyeing defeat. Back here is Dungaria, which is a delivery is spiked out to the cover region. Another single to Lashley. And 1 more to the total. 76 for the loss of 5. Yes. Dungaria into the attack. And in the other game, as there is Morris coming onto the front foot, plays the ball on the offside, there's no run. between West Indies A and the UAE. West Indies A 131 for 8. And you can tell that the UAE after 6 overs, they are 28 for 1. Here's Dongaria in, and Morris is high in the air. The fielder at long on is interested. He comes in, and takes the catch. So the catch is taken by Vivian Patel. So Morris' short vigil comes to an end, and the West Indies are in further trouble. 76 for the loss of 6 as Morris goes caught V. Patel off the bowling of Dongaria, and Sean, they're definitely in serious trouble as your guy Mangley goes to the crease in the 25th over, 76 for 6.
Well, lots rested now on Mangley as Morris attempting a big shot again, not clearing the infield this time, and the man at mid-on, actually long on coming in, settled and took an easy catch, Lyndon. He didn't really have to move a lot at all, just settled and took an easy catch. So the West Indies take further into trouble now with Morris, the usually dependable Morris gone. And I think lots now resting on Lashley and Mangley, because in the hutch now should be Ian Drake and the keeper Sadio and our good man Shanda Paul Singh.
Well, based on how Shanda Paul Singh has gone about his work in the outfield and with the ball, I would like to see that I would like to think that he's equally effective with the bat. But we know that Ian Drake can pelt his bat around.
Well, that's definitely not what is required in this situation, though. At 76 for 7, we don't need anyone to pelt their bat around. We need someone to stay.
Well, if there was any signs of the rains coming just now and it didn't come with that ball, it went high in the air and the catch taken. So West Indies Masters are looking down what you would consider the gun barrel. 76 for 6 as Mangley is the new batsman. You will have the strike. William Lashley's at the non-strikers end. This is the end of my spell coming up in the 25th over. And Dongaria is into bowl to Mangley. Mangley stretches forward. Looks good, Sean, getting onto the front foot.
Well, yes, he's a seasoned campaigner. As I would have said earlier in today's proceedings, he's played a lot of cricket in Trinidad. One of the leading players for the Wanderers club, and lots rested on his shoulders as he spinners into Mangley. Mangley forward, clears the delivery into the onside. Lashley was interested in the single and rightfully sent back, Lyndon.
I think the question here for Lashley, what does he do? Does he stay in his mode or does he look to change gears?
Well, he has to keep batting. And he has to keep batting in the hopes that he can find a suitable partner. There's Mangley driving off the outside portion of the bat. Down to third man. They've gone for one. Mangley thinks about the second and he will take it quite reluctantly in the end. So he opens his account. He goes up to 2. And at the end of over number
25. At the end of my stint, it is West Indies Masters looking to get a total of 131 for victory. There are 78 for the loss of 6 more from Martin Paris, and then it'll be Kurt Strachan.
Well, Lyndon, you can leave knowing that Ricky Griffith conditioned Pino in the purse to take the Woodbourne opener, welcoming myself back to share that good news with you. We share a common interest in horse racing. And it's time now to see how the next stanza in this West Indies run chase will go. I was expecting a double change, but I always take my cue from Wayne Holder. Hi, Kurt.
Well, yes, Martin. They say you're with me for the next 5 or so as the captain bowling a bit of off spin on his way into bowl to last year at the start of over number 26. The West Indies Masters, they are 78 for 6. William Lashley, he's not on 20. And with him is Rajinga Mangley. He's on 2. And they've got lots and lots of work to do if they're to get up to this target of 131. As the captain can bowls a delivery which the batsman is coming forward. Lashley plays it into the offside. No run result, and the score will remain on 78 for 6, and indeed in a spot of bottom Martin.
And as a cement mixer goes by, the two of them in the middle have to cement this innings for the West Indies team.
Another flighted delivery ball by the captain. Can brings the batsman forward. No run result in 3 dot deliveries already in the over. No need for panic. There's still lots of overs left. So there's no need for panic. And Lashley, not one usually to panic, faces up to flighted delivery, comes on to the front foot. The keeper from behind the stumps, around to his left smartly, does the tidying up. No run result in 4 dot balls already in the over.
And they used to call Sir Frank Worrell Atlas because he basically took the weight of the West Indies team on his shoulders.
78 for 6. Lashley driving down the ground has the weight of the West Indies Masters on his shoulders as he goes up to 21 and the score up to 79. 79 for 6. In the course of the 26th over, Lashley up to 21 brings Mangali onto strike. He's on 2. And remember the target, Paris, is 131. There are 79. 79 the West Indies Masters, 79 for 6. And indeed in a spot of bother, needing a partnership. As Captain Singh goes a delivery outside the yard stump, the batsman Mangali offers no shot. So at the end of over number 26, I can tell you that the West Indies Masters, they are 79 for 6. Lashley will be on strike. He's on 21 and Mangali is on 2.
And somewhere in the subcontinent, a young schoolboy or schoolgirl is doing the countdown, runs and balls, as well as throughout the Caribbean, as they love to do their own commentating and scoring, especially as they follow the coverage of this big man over 50s tournament on YouTube.
So 79 for 6 as we head into the 27th over. It's going to be bowled by Sharma. In the number 27 jersey. It's Danguria. Correction, Danguria coming into the attack. One more to the score, one more to Lashley. He goes up to 22 and the score up to 80. 80 for 6. Martin Paris.
Yeah, he's patiently trying to pick a pepper.
Into bowl to Mangali, leaves a delivery outside the off stump. No run resulting. Ball goes to be taken by the keeper. 80 for 6. Mangali is on 2. We're in the course of over number 27. It's being bowled by Dungaria, operating left arm around the wicket. Bowls a fly to delivery. There's Mangali, attempted to turn it into the onside and then making the adjustment. Playing it into the offside, opening the back face and playing it into the man there at the point region and no run resulting.
An opportunity for redemption for Mangali.
Dangali again into Mangali. Mangali forward, back and pad close together. No run resulting. Dangali continues to be very tight, operating here from the northern end of the ground. On his way past umpire Johnson now. Left arm around the wicket. Bowls a delivery. Batsman sweeping. There's a loud appeal coming from the bowler and the keeper. And clearly from this angle here, you can see that that one was clearly angling down the leg side. Umpire Johnson in the saying negative. In the negative with that appeal. And it was a good decision by umpire Johnson as we're almost to the end of over number 27. The West Indies Masters 80 for 6. Mangali will need to use all of his experience here now in trying to get through this over. 4 dot deliveries already. As Dangari into Mangali, who's forward, plays it into the offside. So at the end of the 27th over, I can tell you, the West Indies Masters, they are 80 for 6. Martin Purse.
I'll tell you, as a former umpire, I would never have moved my... I signaled no balls with my left arm. And out was with my right hand. I would never move it when an appeal was going up unless it was coming up to say out. Just now, umpire Johnson moved his hand to click his counter and put the fear of the Lord in the batsman.
And I'm sure that Mangali was almost certain that that delivery was going on the leg side. So as we head into over number 28, with Lashley, with lots resting on his shoulders now, all the hopes of the West Indies Masters getting up to this 131 resting on Lashley's shoulders. He's down the track when he gets there, drives pleasantly up to long off, gets an easy single. He goes up to 23 and the score up to 81. We're in the 28th over of the innings. They're 81 for 6. Lashley's on 23 and with him is Mangali. He's on 2. Correction, 82. We're up and running here now in the 28th over. 82 for 6. Lashley's on 23. Mangali's on 2. So far there have been some 5 extras. Dungary 5 overs, no batters, 1 for 21. And Khan, the captain On his way into bowl, the delivery batsman is Charlie sweeping down to the fine leg region, the vacant fine leg region. Lots of real estate. They've gone for one. They've completed two. And I think that's all they'll be, as the return is already on its way from the man running around from the point region to do the tidying up. So two more to Mangali. He goes up to 4. And the score with that double goes up to 84. 84 for 6. We're in the 28th. We're the 24th over of the innings. It's being bowled by the captain Can. Flighted delivery to Mangali. Mangali's driving down to long on the field. That comes around and puts it down. Puts it down. And the batsmen have completed one. The return is already on its way. But there was Mangali being all for the life. He goes up to 5 and the score up to 85 for 6. A poor shot by Mangali and an even more poor effort by the man coming in from long on.
In all fairness, both errors were a matter of judgment. But it's good cricket in the end because no wicket fell and just the one run. So the opportunity for redemption is about match awareness now.
Delivery, Lashley's turning the delivery into the onside. He goes up to 24. In fact, they will come back for the second round. They'll have to hurry. But some urgency being shown here now by the West Indies Masters. And with that double, William Lashley, he goes up to 25. And the score now 87 for 6. And the West Indies Masters trying to dig themselves out of this hole that they dug for themselves.
Lashley recognizing that the particular fielder's returns are an extra run.
Can into Lashley, solid and forward as solid as a rock is Lashley. So at the end of over number 28, I can tell you, Martin Parks, without a shadow of a doubt, William Lashley, he's on 25. Mangali is on 5. And the score at the end of over number 28, I can tell you, the West Indies Masters in pursuit of a target of 131 for victory to record what would be their first victory in this big man West Indies Masters competition. They are 87 for 6.
And then it will make the next encounter of these two teams even more juicy to follow to determine who goes through to the cup or the play.
So it looks like Dungaree will continue the attack from the northern end of the ground. Left arm orthodox from around the wicket. Bowls a delivery outside the all-stump, which is cut pleasantly past the man at point by Charlie. They've gone for one. They'll come back for the second run quite easily. So Mangali, he will go up to 7. And the score up to 89. 89 for 6. The West Indies Masters in over number 29. Remember the victory target. Got to keep informing the viewers of the victory target is 131 after the India Masters made 130 for 8 off the allocation of 45 overs. A delivery which is driven through the man in that short extra cover. They've gone for one. They will complete the second quite easily as the man from long off has a lot of work, a ground to cover around to his left, and the batsman easily complete 2. 2 more to Mangali. He goes up to 9, and the score now up to 91. 91 for 6. I think he can stop right in now because the technology is back up and running. So I think he can take a break. 91 for 6. 91 for 6. The delivery is bringing the batsman forward. Looking for a quick single was Lashley at the non-striker's end and being sent back rightfully by Mangali. 91 for 6. We're in over number 29. Over number 29 as Dungaree on his way into bowl to Mangali, who's forward. Calling on all of his experience, Martin Parse.
To prize that one out. And the thing about the drive just now, fingers don't grow back that fast after you reach 50.
Mangali on 9. He's on strike. Lashley at the non-strikers end on 25. They've also been 5 extras already in the innings. There's a loud appeal down on bending knee like boys to men in appeal. But the umpire, Johnson, says not out. 91 for 6. Not out, says umpire Johnson. He's been steadfast in his decision-making all tournament thus far.
It's almost a version of please release, let me go. But this contest is still keenly poised on a knife edge. The importance, one team looking to get their first win and give themselves a chance.
Dungaree on his way into bowl to Mangali, who's beaten out the side of the all-stump. So at the end of over number 29, the West Indies Masters in their second game in the Big Man Masters tournament here at the BNOC ground in pursuit of a target of 131 Martin Parse. They are 91 for 6.
Well, horse racing being postponed, but I'm sure Lyndon Yard will remember this name. The West Indies team is trying to bounce back. That was a prominent horse in the Garrison Savannah setup, coming back from that defeat to the USA in the opening encounter.
Well, I'm not really a horse racing man, but the only two successful horses I know at the Garrison are Ben Tom and Stanford Prince.
Immortalized in song.
So 91 for 6, and you know I'm of the younger generation, so I wouldn't know about those other horses. As Can, the captain, will continue from the southern end. On the strike is William Lashley. He's got some 26 runs. And lots resting on his shoulders as Can into Lashley, a flighty delivery. Lashley forward, bottom part close together, quite solidly in defense. Plays it back along the track where the keeper from behind the stumps comes around, does the tidying up, and the ball is back with the bowler Can. Before this 4.1 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17. He's on his way, passes the umpire now into bowl to Lashley. Lashley's back, forcing the delivery off the back foot down to the long off region. Sensible batting here by Lashley. He goes up to 26 and he score up with that single to 92. 92 for 6. We're in the 30th over of the innings. I'll quickly endeavor to run through the bowling figures of the India Masters for you at the end of this over, as Lashley is in fact Mangali is forward and gets an easy single. Mangali, I don't know if you know a lot about Mangali, but Mangali now trying to call on all the experience. He was just recently discarded as the chairman of the selectors of the Trinidad national team.
We
93 for
say
6.
Discarded, but he is being replaced.
Right, replaced, yes. 93 for 6. As Can on his way into bowl to Lashley. Lashley's forward. Batting part close together again. The ball ricocheting into the short third man region where it looks like the man in the number 43 jersey in Raman is in attendance. The batsman, no time for a single. The score will remain on 93 for 6. We're in the course of the 30th over of the innings. The captain Can into bowl to Lashley, who's the man, steering it to pass Raman. I will get an easy single in the end. One more to the score. 94, I make it now, 94 for 6. Remember, the victory target is 131 Martin Paris, and they have all of 45 overs in which to do so.
Well, you would call this parade squared up and shoulder movements everywhere, Corporal Strong.
Delivery, which is bringing Mangali forward at the end of over number 30. The West Indies Masters in pursuit of 131. They're 94 for 6. I can tell you that William Lashley, he's not out on 27. And with him is Rajendra Mangali. He's on 10. Bowling for the India Masters side, Patel Saburami, 4 overs, no wickets, 4 runs. Patel, 3 overs, no maidens, 3 runs off his bowling, yet to pick up a wicket. And Dungari, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24. And Can, the captain, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. So it looks like a water break or a refreshment break. Because some of the fellas don't use water in, so it's a refreshment break. And we'll have a break here. 94 for 6, Martin. Your thoughts on the proceedings thus far?
Yeah, well, I'm waiting to be joined by Chandrapal Singh. But I'm going to give you a promotion. Warrant Officer 3, Strong. Your parade command control is excellent.
I usually prefer to earn my promotions.
Well, in my army, you have been promoted.
And it looks like we'll have a short interview with the man, Chandrapal Singh.
Go ahead. Mr. Singh, come this side with me so you don't get into the door. Or I will come your side. Yes, because... Not to worry. Yeah, you sit down because you're playing. So we'll make sure that what's supposed to be on camera and what's not. Come right out. And I'm going to small up myself. Correct. And you'll go on the inside and make sure no one else comes through the door. They can go through the other door. At 145 pounds, Mr. Singh, great to have you on camera. You were sharing some information with me. Apparently, you've got a connection with the new Providence Stadium there in Guyana.
Part of the ground staff who recently in the CPL.
And yourself being from Guyana, you had a little look in by the selectors when you were a youth. Tell me about that.
Not really. I went to the trials and I've been left out. And after that, still playing cricket. And some of the guys them who have been picked in front of me now migrated and not playing cricket as yet.
And the next question is, you played in some Masters cricket back home in Guyana,
Yeah.
and strange enough, somebody questioned your age when you had to walk with your ID card.
Yeah, that's about 2 years ago.
We've been seeing you since the match at Windward, and you've been covering more ground than a marathoner, and that arm is still deadly accurate from in the deep. Tell us how you managed to keep it up for all these years.
That because I'm back home, I'm playing most of my cricket. I still play in the first division cricket, and I'm the oldest in the team right now. About 2 weeks ago, I was involved in a master final at the Georgetown Cricket Club border, where I was being named man of the match.
And what was the result?
The result was West Bank Warriors was batting first, made me 129, and the Esquibo team was bowled out for 97.
And which team you played for?
West Bank Warriors.
You like you were a champion and you just didn't want to tell us that. Well, congratulations on that. And the other thing, before the play resumes, you like bowling better than batting?
I used to opening when I played in the county level. I was the opening batsman at that time. And by age catching up, I go in the middle and bat. But I still can bat in the middle. But I just give the youngster them more chance to go up and bat.
They always ask that the older fellas give their experience over who they see coming up. Who are some of the people that you watched and are proud to know are playing for the current West Indies setup now?
I think they have some good young players. I like Shai Hope. He's a good cricketer. See him as Brooks. I call him Mr. Ease when I am in Providence and see him, because the way he plays some shots, I don't know where he timing the ball so sweet.
Well, your timing is excellent because we're about to resume and you can hand the microphone back to Wayne Holder. Thank you again and continued service and success playing for the West Indies team.
Thanks for having me.
Well, Kurt Strawn is going to actually take up.
So I'm sure,
Volleyball.
Martin, if there's one man that got a smile out of our producer, Mr. Philip Hackett, just now was sing when he said that Mr. Brooks he calls him Mr. Easy, and you know how sweet Mr. Hackett is on Brooks.
Especially his batting. He said he was born in 1954.
So Kumar Sharma comes into the attack, replacing Dungaree at the northern end of the ground, and Lashley will be on strike. He's on 27, and the West Indies Masters in pursuit of 131 at the start of the 31st over. They're 94 for 6 as we resume after the refreshment break. It's going to be Sharma. Bowls a delivery, which Lashley is coming forward. Ever solid and reliable, William Lashley, Mr. Paris.
Yeah, and some decent left arm business coming here by the bowler.
As Sharma tosses the ball from hand to hand, operating left arm through and around. Passes umpire Johnson now, and to this delivery, Lashley forward quite solidly. I can briefly endeavor to run you through the scorecard. Ishwar Maraj, he was caught and bowled by Patel for 5. Rajendra Sadio, he was bowled by Kumar Sharma for 17. Brian Johnson was LBW Sharma for 13. William Lashley, he's not out on 27. Fareed Hussain, elevated in the batting order, didn't do a lot for the captain's confidence in him. He was caught off the bowling of Baduran by Dungari for 2. Anthony Morris, he was caught at long on off the bowling of Dungari for 9. Rajendra Mangali, he's not out on 10, and with him is William Lashley. He's on 27, trying to forge a 7-wicket partnership here to get the West Indies Masters over the line as a delivery is steered down to short third man, where Lashley goes up to 28 with that single, and the West Indies Masters up to 95 for 6.
And apparently this is one of those 6 o'clock bowlers who the captain would say, I will put in a slip for you and the rest scatter, because the field is spread far and wide to try and counter any big hitting.
As bowler. Bowls a delivery which is coming off the shoulder of the batsman in Mangali. Got a bit of bonks there, Martin.
And for a spinner, he had a big follow through, like if he was Curtly Ambrose, man.
Well, yes, when he saw that bounce, he became very, very excited in his follow through. Actually, he was looking to take a return catch, so he could understand the enthusiasm in trying to get down the other end as the bowler, Sharma, on his way past his umpire, Johnson, left arm thrown around. Bowls a Rich is coming off the inside portion of the bat, narrowly missing the leg stump, runs down to the fine leg region. They've gone for one. They've settled on two. They're thinking about the turn, but the return is already on its way, and the batsmen have settled for two. So at the end of the 31st over, I can tell you the West Indies Masters, they are 97 for 6 and staging a bit of a recovery here now with this 7th wicket partnership.
And it seems as though they've worked out the running between the wickets between the two of them and the turning over of the tins. So it's just a matter of maintaining the same progress and changing their fortunes around.
So far, Martin, this 7th wicket partnership were some 20 valuable runs, I must say. As we head into over number 32, it's going to be bowled by, it looks like, the man in the number 68 jersey. Sundar will come into the attack for the first time, Martin, operating from the southern end. Let's see what Sundar will bring to the party.
I'm trying to see the field
As I look
first.
around the field,
right?
He starts with a man at backward point or short third man. He starts with a man at point. He has a man in at cover point. He has a man at long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket, a man at mid wicket, and a man at forward square. Saving one, and there's a man at deep backward square as well.
Square completes the field. He doesn't want the slip. Everybody scatter. No, he's called in the deep backward square.
So he has a man at backwards, two men behind square, but all two of them saving one. In fact, he's asked that man to come forward.
In, right.
And come in a few paces, saving the single.
And
so some pressure being put on the William Lashley now, the captain of the India Masters team, trying to create some pressure.
This is the mind games, the subtle adjustments in the field. Because the requirement is not above and beyond.
Lashley. There's a delivery which is taking the outside edge, but dropping well short of the man coming in from short third man.
And this is the...
And the score will remain on... just a little. Yeah, thanks. The score will remain on 97 for 6. We're in the 32nd over of the innings. As a short delivery, Lashley forward. Stylishly plays it into the onside. No run resulting as the keeper very quickly from behind the stumps. Does the tidy end up on the ball? Already back with the bowler.
And remember, Kurt, this is the bunksier end of the BNOC pitch.
Shyam Sundar bowls a flighted delivery. Well flighted there, Martin Parse. I like the approach of Sundar to a nice, easy, gentle approach. He completes his action at the top, and you can see him trying to bring some turn, get some turn out of this wicket. Yeah. 97 for 6. A Sundar. Short delivery, and there's Lashley forward, lunging forward. Ball coming off the inside portion, back into the onside. The keeper yet again, swiftly from behind the stumps, does the tidy end up. The ball back with Sundar. Sundar looking to make some more adjustments in the field, begging and pleading with his captain to get that guy in that backward square, coming in tighter to save one, but now he's asking him to go back. The captain, as Sundar on his way into bowl to Lashley. Lashley forward to another well-flighted delivery.
Yes, the previous delivery, Lashley adjusted quickly and removed that right hand so as not to increase any lift. Playing with softer hands.
5 dot deliveries now, and once again some adjustments being made in the field. The man that was just brought in now being sent back on the boundary, just trying to close out this over, Martin Parse. So a good thinking and good tactics here by the captain of the India Masters thus far. So at the end of a maiden over, a well put together over by Sundar, belatedly introduced into the attack, starts with a maiden, and the West Indies Masters, after 32 overs in pursuit of a target of 131, they are 97 for 6.
And the West Indies team having the luxury of taking 6 balls to look and see what the new bowler is offering before they decided where to pick in the field and how to play him. So it's the mind games now. West Indies slightly ahead, just nosing in front. It's a matter of preserving the few wickets, but the run scoring is not as challenging as in the first half of the innings.
They've got 13 overs in which to get up to a target of 131. They're 97, so mathematically speaking, they require a further 34 runs. And that should be an easy equation, but cricket is a game of glorious uncertainty and uncertain glory. So we'll have to see. This game is still on as Sharma on his way into bowl to Mangali, who's driving into the onside up to short mid-wicket, where the man from mid-wicket comes in and does the fielding. No run resulting, so that's 7 consecutive dot balls, Martin. Let's see how Mangali will approach this over as Sharma on his way into Mangali. Mangali's into the offside, looking for a non-existent single. That's 8 consecutive dot deliveries now, Martin. Your
Mangali
thoughts?
just wanted to make sure that he had the circulation and the adrenaline in the legs there, just in case he really has to take a single.
97 for 6. Over number 33 is Sharma. Left arm around the wicket. Boza Davis is played into the point region. Yet again, no run resulting. So the India Masters beginning now to string a few tight overs together.
Tightening the screws.
So they say in cricket, the team that loses is the one that usually crumbles to the pressure first. And India definitely building some pressure here now. The India Masters team, well led by their captain Khan, as Sharma on his way into bowler delivery down the leg side. Swept away by Mangali. They've gone for 1. The man from forward square has a lot of work to do. The batsmen have completed 2. They're coming back for the 3rd run. And that's the 100 being brought up as well for the West Indies Masters team. The 100 being brought up in the 33rd over. 32.4 overs have already been completed. The 100 coming up off 199 deliveries, 85 minutes, 3 fours and 1 6. 100 for 6, so they require a further 31 runs, Mr. Paris.
And they're doing it ball by ball, rather than trying to go for a bang and a whiff.
A delivery which is bringing the batsman forward. Delivery which is bringing the batsman forward. They're 100 for 6. Lashley, he's on strike.
And Mangali there is ably assisting in the partnership.
Yeah. Lashley on 28 and Mangali on 15. So far, this 7-wicket partnership worth some 23 runs. So at the end of over number 33, the 33rd over of the innings, the West Indies Masters requiring a further 31 runs. They have all of 12 overs in which to do so. 12 overs, 12 sixes are 72. 72 deliveries remaining, and they require a further 31 runs, Martin Parse. Where would you put your money now if you were a betting man?
On Chandapal Singh, who continues to defy time, logic, and everything else. Sprinting out there with the most recent message, and here he comes again. Many would have seen him doing the same thing during the intervals at the New Providence Stadium and as part of the ground staff. But now he's actually enjoying the playing element of his love for cricket.
So it looks like Sundar, Shyam Sundar will continue the attack from the southern end. Before this, he started with a maiden over, but he's bowling now
trying
to
to deliver before the long on was in position.
Mangali, and Mangali's forward. Well bowled again by Sundar. Belatedly introduced into the attack, but he's come on and he's been doing a very good job for his captain so far. 7 dot deliveries already.
Continuing from the previous over that he bowled.
On his way into bowl to Mangali. Mangali going back, attempting to cut a delivery which is spinning prodigiously back into him. In fact, some action happening at the
sound the
umpire's
horn.
end. The umpire Clark has called the ball.
Hit.
So 101 breaking the shackles and now a free hit as well. So let's see how costly this will be for the India side as Sundar on his way into bowler free hit. Mangali down the track, and when he gets there, he drives into the long on region. They've gone for 1. They'll complete 2. A good bit of work by the man on the long on boundary, diving away to his left. The batsman having enough time to complete 2. And with that double, the score will go up to 103. They're 103 now, the West Indies Masters, for 6. Remember, the target is 131.
Counting down. Who is under pressure here?
A magnificent shot there by Mangali. Back and punching a delivery through the cover region and through the man in that cover as well. They've gone for 2, and that's all they'll be. Lashley was interested in the third run, but Mangali quite contented with 2. He goes up to 19, and the score now 105 for 6. We're in over number 34. Remember, they've got all of 45 overs in which to reach this target of 131.
A bit of fox in there by the cover fielder. The ball had already passed him, but he foxed and made it seem as though he was actually feeling the ball, but it had already passed him.
105 for 6. We're in over number 34, the 34th over of this innings, as Sundar on his way into Mangali. Mangali's forward, showing all of his experience here at the BNOC cricket ground here in St. Philip, representing the West Indies Masters. Remember, they would have lost their first encounter, so they're desperate to get some points on the tins in this, the big man West Indies Masters cricket competition. Sundar on his way into Mangali. Mangali's driving pleasantly down to long off. They've gone for 1. That's all they'll be as Mangali goes up to 20. Lashley, who's on 28, comes back in the strike. There have been 6 extras already in the innings as the West Indies Masters progress to 106 for 6. We're in the course of over number 34. It's being bowled by Sundar. Short delivery. There's an appeal. Not out, says umpire Clark. All is well that ends well. So in pursuit of a victory target of 131, requiring a further 25 runs for victory, the West Indies Masters 106 for 6. I can tell you, William Lashley, he's not on 28, and Mangali, he's on 20 in a partnership worth so far just 29 runs for the 7th wicket. They've done the job and done it well so far for the West Indies Masters.
And you can tell by the elevated and animated responses and support from the West Indies squad to our right of the commentary booth, and the momentum shift. They're cruising home now, and it's most likely tipped firmly in their favor, but as we know, it's a game of glorious uncertainties. It's not done and dusted. A late burst of sunlight as the clouds.
Well, yes, actually the whole day was
parted.
overcast and no bright sunshine here at the BNOC Oval. As Sharma, it looks like Sharma will continue from the northern end of the ground.
Making a chess game out of the fuel placings.
So it looks like they've made a change now. So Sharma has been banished into the outfield and they've gone back to Dungaree. Before this 4 overs, just for 4 runs, yet to pick up a wicket. In fact, he has picked up a wicket. He's picked up the wicket, that of Anthony Morris, who was caught at the long-on boundary. A brilliant catch by the man Patel, who just had to settle and take it. And he was dismissed for 9. But since then, a partnership worth some 29 runs for the 7th wicket between William Lashley and Rajendra Mangali have put the West Indies Masters on some steady footing. A delivery outside the yard stump. There is the batsman Mangali getting a bit ultra aggressive and lofting the delivery. They're looking for 2. And there is Mangali sending Lashley back. And rightfully so, trying to regain his composure after playing what was indeed a fault stroke. 107 for 6, Martin Paris.
Snagging that one from outside the off stump and almost bringing it all the way around to the mid-on fielder. But fortunately for him, trundled along the ground and managed to rotate the strike.
107 for 6 here at the BNOC cricket ground in St. Philip. The West Indies Masters in pursuit of a target of 131. There's Dungaree bowling the delivery, which is bringing the batsman William Lashley, who's not on 28, into strike. No run resulting. Looking at the field, there's a man at backward point, a man at point, a man in an extra cover, long on and long off. A short delivery outside the off stump, which is swung to the man coming off the forward square boundary. They've gone for 1, and that's all they'll be as Lashley goes up to 29, and they score up to 108. 108 for 6. We're in to the 35th over. I can tell you that at the end of this over, there will be a double change as Lyndon Yard and Wayne Holder. In fact, just one change. Wayne Holder will come into the commentary box, and he will keep your company, Mr. Paris?
And butterflies are free to fly.
108 for 6. I'm yet to work out the meaning of that phrase there
Well, you
because I
would've-
haven't seen a
you
butterfly
mean- you
all
would've-
day.
yeah,
but
but you were looking
108
at
for
Wayne at
6
the
as
time.
Don Gary Boza Davis is coming off the outside portion of Mangali, who's having the heave outside the all stump. They've gone for one. They'll come back for the second run, and that's all they'll be as he return already on his way. And it's a good one, too. Tidied up by the keeper. 110 for 6. We're in over number 35. 110 for 6. Mangali, he goes up to 23. William Lashley, he's on 29. There have been some 6 extras in this partnership worth some 33 runs thus far for the 7th wicket. The West Indies Masters, 110 for 6, requiring a further 21 runs for victory.
You missed the yellow butterfly going to the east of the ground.
The only thing that I've seen yellow going to the east of this ground has been a minibus. 110 for 6. As Dongari Boza David is beating the batsman outside the all stump. Ball spinning away. And at the end of over number 35, Martin Paris, as I say my goodbyes to you, the reality here is that at the BNOC ground in St. Philip, the West Indies Masters, in pursuit of their first victory in the Big Man West Indies Masters competition, they are 110 for 6 in chasing a target of 121.
Well,
Sorry, correction, 131.
yeah, well, hopefully you won't be needed to come back on with the minimum amount of runs required. And Wayne Holder joins me, a man capable of taking things home.
The game is on. The sun is out with us here at Woodbourne. He's getting down to that final. It looks like the captain, Iqbal Khan, has reintroduced himself from the southern end for the right arm power spin. And now the clock comes to him. Lashley almost yonks himself, though it gets too far. Bouncing up to the border. The border is Khan. There goes that yellow minibus that Kirk Swan was talking about, Martin. As it heads up towards the eastern part of the either heading to Bayfield or
Through 6 roads at least. Through 6 roads at least.
St. Patrick's, whatever the destination.
The next movement from here is 4 square and then on.
Flighted outside the outside. Really there. Down through the vacant slip area. One more run to the total.
Mangali to face. Contrasting styles, one man with a flourish and the other with a gentle nudge. That sounds like 2 of something. And my primary school arithmetic, 18 from 9 gives you 2. A bit of a decent footwork there. As long as there is many balls as there are wickets to be able to fall, and the runs have not been added to the scoreboard. And walked away and admonished himself immediately. Waiting for that one.
Until he comes back at the end of the match to probably talk to one of the individuals involved in what should be a quite riveting contest, even from this stage. 116 for 6.
What I will say is, I like a game like this where there's no clear single performance that gives you a man of the match, because cricket is a team sport. I'm going to make way for one of my teammates, and the next time after you will be Lyndon Yard.
Yes, so the bowler will be Krishnan Subramaniam, coming back to bowl the 38th over, left arm orthodox between the umpire and the stumps, bowling to William Lashley, and Lashley's onto the front foot and acquiring for leg before wicket, and umpire Clark says, yes, Lashley, you are out. That ball, Lashley coming onto the front foot, the ball beating him on the inside of the bat, striking the pad, and a dejected William Lashley has to turn. Has this game taken another twist, Lyndon Yard? As I was about to tell you, no more turns in this derby.
Well, as Captain Amen goes to the crease, I think the Indians will believe that they have a good chance of getting back into the game. Praise wicket of Lashley. He batted well, but I was having a conversation with Morris a little earlier when we were saying that maybe he had a 1-2 ball that you really could have pushed off him half volleys per se, rather than leaving it late and then losing 1-2 wickets, and then he might have to open his arm. But in the case it didn't happen that way, it happened the other way, where he got himself out, and he's now given the Indian side another hint that they can win it.
Well, William Lashley, leg before wicket to Subramaniam for 33. He faced some 72 balls. He was at the wicket for 79 minutes and struck 2 fours, and at 116 for 7. This game apparently has not taken its final twist. Lyndon, it is not locally. We would all know that Lyndon Yard is one of the leading horse racing commentators on the island. There are some who would say the leading commentator, but I'm not going to enter that debate right now. But Lyndon, what the international audience may not know this. So again, in horse racing terms, are we set down for the drive?
Yes, we're definitely down the home stretch now, 116 for 7. But I will say it's neck and neck. If the Indians can praise out Mangley, then I think they will push their head in front.
Well, here comes Krishnan with a delivery, angling in from around the wicket. He's bowling left arm, slow orthodox between the umpire and the stumps around the wicket.
And a stylish Amin is in behind it.
And
Rather
the
stylish.
captain has gone to the wicket, as this delivery is bringing him onto the front foot. He's stroking it up to the fielder at cover, that's Singh. And no run.
Mangley on 25 from 40 deliveries. He's batted well.
Is getting a short delivery outside the all-stump. The umpire signals a no ball. I think that no ball signaled because it would have bounced twice before it got to the batter.
The last time we saw that rain was in the Herman Griffith competition.
Well,
that's the schoolboys competition held here in
primary
Barbados.
school
Primary school.
competition here
Which
in
is for
Barbados. So
age 11 and
here
under.
we see a no ball. So one more to the total and a free hit also. So much to the advantage of West Indies. We are seeing
Yes, a cardinal sin. I think they're committing a double cardinal sin because
attempting to
they're dropping the
change the
field
fielding.
of cover back, which he
very,
cannot move.
very alert West Indies
Yeah.
huddle,
They-
though, because in the dugout,
Yeah,
they
they know the rules.
immediately called on the umpire to pay attention to
To
the,
inform the fielder he can't
the
move.
attempted change of the field. So Krishnan is going to continue. This is a free hit, 117 for 7, 14 more runs required. As this one is flighted up, he goes for a big swing and misses through to the keeper. So nothing gained by that free hit. As Amin looking for a big hit, just swinging away.
Interesting tactics there, Rain, because he opted to go across the delivery rather than go straight. Haven't played his first two deliveries straight.
Here he comes again. Krishnan outside the off stump and left alone by the batter. As a matter of fact, the batsman and the ball going in opposite directions. Amin looking to give himself some room towards square leg. The ball pitching and spinning further away from him into the gloves of the keeper. As he is coming onto the front foot, pushing this one square on the offside. Thinks of going for a single. The fielder coming in is Singh, and he comes in quickly. No run on offer. We've come to the end of another over. That's the 38th done. 7 overs left. Some 14 runs required. 3 wickets still remaining. It still is anybody's game, Lyndon.
Yes, and my question to you, Rain, is where's your money?
Well, my money is normally in my pocket when I have money.
I was surprised you weren't carrying carrots. Which pocket is this?
Well,
On the trousers you have on? That you have on or one hang at home?
And I think I don't have any money here or anywhere. But it's a very interesting game. Even at this stage, although one might want to claim with only 14 runs required that the West Indies might be slightly ahead.
Well, just to bring listeners up to date, the other games going on. West Indies here, 131 for 8. In response, UAE, they are 80 for 3 after 17 overs. Remember, that game is reduced to 34 overs. England, they're comfortably in charge against Canada. England, 202. Canada, 90 for 8.
That game between USA and Wales will be a very important one to both the teams involved here because they are from this group. And a victory here for India would more or less decide the two teams to qualify for the semi-finals.
Very much so.
With England and India both on 2 wins and West Indies and Wales not having a chance to go through. But of course, a victory for West Indies is going to make it
We'll keep the zone very much open. It means that the USA will qualify according to Kurt Sean. I like that terms.
USA
they manhandle the Wales side like a ZR.
So the USA having to play against India and West Indies coming up against Wales in the next series. Here comes Sharma. This ball off the edge, down to third man. The batsmen, are they going to come back for a second? Yes, they will. And runs in the dark here for the West Indies team off the outside edge through a very fine slip area. And an educated edge, if ever there was one, Lyndon.
Yes, a good delivery. Moral victory there for the bowler, but he would have loved for his keeper to have gotten his gloves to that, which will bring the India side right back into the game at 117 for the loss of 7. As we head down the home straight, 119 for 7.
That's my phone. In his 9th and final over, the ball pushed away square on the offside. Some thought of a single. Good moving by Kumar coming in from point. Let's look at the field. It's a short third man, a backward point, deep cover, extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. A man in at the shortest, straightish mid-wicket, and a man that backward of square just to the right of the umpire. And here comes Sharma into bowl to Mangali, coming off the front foot. The ball running away in front of square on the onside, and the batsman hurriedly coming through for the single, eventually getting through quite easily for the run. So one more now to Mangali, who has played a very, very important knock here with his side behind the 8 ball, more or less, joining William Lashley in a very, very crucial partnership for the 7th wicket. And here he is with an opportunity to see his team through till the end. It is going to be Sharma to Amin on the front foot, knocking it into the onside, straight to the fielder there at short mid-wicket. There is no run. One delivery left in the 39th over. 120 for 7, 11 runs required. Off the front foot again, off the outside edge, running down to third man. Some footwork done there by the man at the short third man position. His return to the non-striker's end is a good one, but much too late to prevent Amin getting home for that single. Amin, with that single, will take the strike at the start of the 40th over. It's now down to just 10 runs required by West Indies and India in search of a miracle.
Yes, they would definitely need a miracle with, or to form that miracle, they just need to get the 3 wickets. West Indies only requiring another 10 runs. They have all but, I make it 6 overs to get 10 runs. And
Well, with
they're
6
sitting pretty.
overs, a minimum of 36 balls. But we've also got to think 36 balls are also available to take just 3 wickets.
Most
So
definitely.
The
So they
game
need
really going all the way down.
10 runs in 6 overs.
You know,
With Zaman, Amen, the captain, not on 1, and Mangali, not on 28 from 44 deliveries.
Still Krishnan Subramariam, and he is bringing Amin onto the front foot, dropping it away just almost in the crease, just to the offside of the wicket, and there is no run. So let's see the field. The mid-off and the mid-on have been brought in, Lyndon. I think that is a ploy to entice the batsman to look to go over the top as he's onto the front foot, steering this one screw on the offside.
Well, I think as a captain who's searching for results and only want the result of a win, you need to have the mid-on and mid-off in for sure, because
mid-off, the
you have to
mid-on
force.
is
You're behind the 8 balls in terms of overs to be bowled, and you'll need these 3 wickets. So you're going to force the batsman's hand.
Actually, the only boundary rider is deep mid-wicket, a man just forward of square. There in the deep. All the other fielders inside the circle as Amin looks for a big drive to a delivery outside the off stump. Doesn't make contact. Through to the keeper. 121 for 7. Subramarian into bowl to Amin. Amin is onto the front foot, gets off the outside edge, and he's going to get a single because this ball running through the 4th slip area, and the man at backward point having to come in and around to his left, that man being Viren Patel, unable to stop the single. One more to Amin. He doubles his score. He's 2. The total is 122 for 7. And we're now down to 9 runs required. Here comes Krishna, driven in the air but falling well short of the mid-off fielder. Intelligent batting once again, just pushing the ball into the spaces, picking up the singles. That's all it's going to require for the West Indies to win this match. And one more to the total, 123. It is for 7. 8 runs required as we head towards the end of the 40th over. West Indies giving themselves a lifeline in the competition with a victory here. Pushed up towards Captain Patel in that extra cover. Doesn't feel cleanly. Allows a single. A cardinal error made by the captain, Iqbal Khan, there at extra cover, taking his eyes off the ball, allowing it through his legs. And that single, much appreciated by the West Indies team at the end of 40. It's 124 for 7.
Yes, and they're sitting extremely pretty now at the moment, the West Indies side. Captain Kang haven't given away a single there. You have to save those singles to stay inside the game. Rain, I'm going to just drift you away. Do you know what major sporting event is taking place today and tomorrow across the world?
Are you talking about horse racing?
Yes, I was just about to tell you there are no more turns. So you have to give me the name of the title that's going on. Okay, I'll help you. In athletics, it's called the Olympics, which brings the world together. In horse racing, it's called the Breeders' Cup.
The big Breeders' Cup in
The
the
big
US.
Breeders' Cup. And guess what? There's a Barbadian trainer with a horse running at the Breeders' Cup today. I think around 4 o'clock today, exactly. If you get back to that, and his name is Nathan Squires, related to Gwyneth Squires.
Okay.
A leading costume designer here in
very
Barbados
much
for
so, very popular crop over personality.
number of years. Get back to that after this delivery.
Well, yes, well, that is quite something to look out for. As this delivery from Sharma, looking for a big back foot punch is Amin. The ball coming off the inside edge and running down off the under edge, in fact, down to the fielder at slip. So a dot ball, only 7 required. 124 for 7 at the top of over number 41. Between the umpire and the stumps, Sharma flights this one up. Coming onto the front foot is Ahmed, strokes it out towards extra cover. Just accompanying the ball along the way, I believe trying to tempt the batsman into attempting a single is Iqbal Khan there at extra cover. Doesn't fall for the trick though, as Sharma is outside the off stump looking for a big hit. Skied, here it comes. Khan taking the catch. Amin gone. More hope. Is there still hope for the India side? Amin gone, caught by Khan off the bowling of Nitish Sharma for 3. It's 124 for 8 as Ian Drakes makes his way onto the field.
And you notice we're going to have a big smile on my face because with Ian Drakes going to the crease, he fancies himself as a big bat. He would have opened the baton at some point in time for Malvern, a renowned 40 over intermediate
Benfica
side,
also,
Benfica as well. So as an opening batsman, I think that he can use his experience to get his team across the line, as they only require another 9 runs for victory, Wayne.
Actually 7 runs.
Another 7 runs for victory. So I'm going to bet some money what they have left on Ian Drakes getting inside home along with Mangley. Mangley's batted exceptionally well. And they require another 7 runs with about 5 overs remaining.
It was interesting to hear Kirk talk about Bangalese experience. Because there's experience and there's experience. But among masters, what's the advantage of experience when you have people who have been playing as long as all the players in this contest have been?
Well, based on how he's gone about his cricket, not with his fielding was atrocious. He spilled 3 catches today. Kirk said, if a rain comes, he didn't catch a cold. So he's done well with the bat.
But he has made
and he did bowl well.
He has done more than made up for it with the bat.
Well, once he gets his tide over the line.
Well, Ian Drakes, who fancies himself, as you said, as something of a batsman, comes in to face to Sharma and comes onto the front foot. There's an appeal for a leg before as the ball runs down to short, fine leg. The batsmen have settled for 1 and actually the ball coming off the inside edge.
I'll tell you what, Wayne, Ian Drakes left in here with that shot made up.
Well, it's been successful.
He waited a year and a half. He made up in his mind. He's played that shot every time he left in here.
He has brought his side within 1 strikeout victory.
Yes.
6 runs required.
And most important, he's got Mangley on the strike.
And Charlie Mangley, who is on 29, is in strike. Cuts this one, beats the diving fielder. At point, they are going to come back for 2. No. A good return, 2 coming in. And keeping the scoring down to 1. Mangley goes up to 30. The total 126 for 8. 5 more runs required. We are in over number 41. 4 overs and 1 ball left. The 2 batters meet in the middle of the pitch.
I think it's a very good single there, though, Wayne. It brings Drakes back on strike. And the WhatsApp is saying some 97% of the people believe that he's going to have a lash.
Well, I actually was going to say, as far as he's concerned, this is something of a free hit for him, because whatever happens after this, they would want Mangley to be on strike at the start of the new over.
Well, he's done that.
But yes, Drakes has allowed discretion to get the better of valor and gently pushes this ball out towards cover at the end of over number 41. Nitish Sharma, if one can look at, well, that was Dungaria, in fact, finishing his 9th over. He's bowled 9 overs for 33 runs, Dungaria. And we've got Subramanian, who's 6 overs for 18 runs and 1 wicket, will bowl the 42nd over. Just the 6 runs required. 5 runs required, in fact. And I think to their preference, for the West Indies preference, Charlie Mangley on strike, as he is coming onto the front foot, guiding this one square. They go quickly for 1. The fielder, Patel, at backward point is much too deep. I think the captain missing a trick here by allowing that fielder to stay as far back, and basically allowing a single once that ball is put square on the offside. He's now going to have the deep cover coming inside the circle. And that man Patel at backward point has also taken a few steps in. We're seeing the man at the deep square leg coming right in to a short forward square position as this one is flighted up to Drakes, turning it away into the fine leg area, gets an easy single, one more to the total, 128, 3 more runs required, West Indies.
I think this is the best time I've seen Drake's back.
Drake's defying the expectations of the likes of Kirkstone and Lyndon Yard, who expect that he was going to have a lash. Here he is, Mangali outside the all stump, looking to cut, missing, through to the keeper, taking it low down.
I think he probably figured that he missed the game there because with the fielders up, short term, man backward point and a cover point.
Well, yes, all the fielders in now except the long on and the long off. Now they have been sent right back on the fence. Interesting to see the approach of Mangali here. This one flighted upon the stumps, looking for a sweep. Ball traveling to that man at backward square, diving and getting both hands to it. Unable to hold on though.
That's Bumla.
Bumla, that man at backward square. The fielders, the batsman going through for one.
And again, all attention turned to Ian Drakes.
Back to Ian Drakes on 49. Mangali on 32. Drakes is on 2. Faces up. And comes on to the front foot, turns this one in the air. A diving effort again by that man at backward square, that Shantae Berry. The batsman come back for 2. I think that should do it. 131 it is for 8. And the signal comes from the scorers. The flashing light indicates to the umpires that the game is finished. West Indies win by 2 wickets. With all of 3 overs and 1 ball left, 131 for 8 from 41.5 overs. West Indies are alive. India and the West Indies will be battling for that final place when the third and final series of preliminary matches come off, with West Indies coming up against Wales and India up against the unbeaten USA. I think you ask for my money? I'm going to put my money on the West Indies because they expect USA to beat India.
Well, I will have to back you there because Wales have won nothing thus far. And they've made like opposition for India and as well as the side that they lost against today, USA, who steamrolled them. So congratulations to the West Indies team on a hard-fought victory in the end. But at the end of the day, they've gotten off the mark. India, they will say that they played well and just came up short. But a good game in the end, and West Indies getting across the line.
Well, West Indies, I think did very well. First of all, I think the important thing was to keep the India total within reachable proportions. The bowlers did a very good job in that area, keeping the Indians down to 130 in their 45 overs, and then a series of important partnerships. Key periods during the innings, eventually seeing the West Indies getting home. So let's, before we go for the final wrap-up, run through the scorecard of the West Indies innings for you. We're 131 set of 45 overs. Ishar Maraj cotton bowled by Patel for 5. Rajendra Sadio bowled by D. Kumar Sharma for 17. Brian Johnson leg before wicket to Sharma for 13. Narain Badeshi caught Kyan bowled Badruddin for 6. William Lashley leg before wicket to Subramanian for 33. The top scorer of the innings and a very, very vital hand too. Farid Hossain promoted up the order, caught Dongoria bowled by Badruddin for 2. Anthony Morris caught Patel, bowled Dongoria 9. Zamin Amin caught Kyan, bowled Badruddin, bowled Dungana for 3. And Ian Drakes not out 4. Sudesh Danira, the batsman who didn't get to the wicket, and a total of some 7 extras made up of 4 wides, 2 no balls, and the one by 131 for 8. And looking at the bowling for the we're going to have to get that bowling for you, but get a look at the bowling figures. But again, a very good win for West Indies, and well done to umpires Johnson and Clark, having a very good game. We expect Martin Paris will be providing some guests for us, but at the moment, both teams doing their warm downs, and I guess in the normal after match meetings discuss the proceedings.
Yeah.
But we're looking for the bowling figures for the second innings, for the bowling figures for this innings that has just been completed for the West Indies innings, the India bowling figures at 131 for 8. But this one going quite not exactly down to the wire, Lyndon, but still a keen finish. It was still anybody's game
Yes.
until the very end.
Yes, and this is what you anticipate in good cricket games. You never know which way it's going to swing, especially towards the end. And at the end of the day, it did go in favor of the West Indies side, and they got the job done in the end. So I can tell you that if you were looking for some bowling figures towards the end of that innings, I can tell you that England have trounced Canada. And it was
So-
what you call a walling
So
in Barbados
effect-
parlance. That's when
so-
you got a good beating.
Effectively, they go to the top of the standings.
Yes. And just to give you the bowling figures you requested, I can tell you that Patel, he sent no 6 overs, 2 minutes, 1 for 11, 6-2, 11-1. Sabra Raymond, he sent no 6.5 overs, no minutes, 1 for 23, 6.50, 23-1. Dongaria, he sent no 9 overs, no minutes, 2 for 34, 9-0, 34-2. Kumar Sharma, he sent no 9 overs, 3 minutes, 3 for 17, bowled exceptionally well. 9 overs, 3 minutes, 3 for 17. Varghese, he sent no 3 overs, 1 minute, none for 16, 3-1, 16-0. Captain Iqbal Khan, 6 overs, no minutes, 1 for 22, 6-0, 22-1. And Sayem Sundar Gopal Krishnan, he sent no 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 6. So 131 for 8 in 41.5 overs. And the West Indies' hopes are alive in this Zone A contest. And just let me go to that other game that has been completed. Ray can tell you in a Zone B fixture, England 202 for 5 or 45 overs. Canada 90 all out of 39.4 overs. 90 all out of 39.4 overs. And I can tell you that James Williams, he picked up 3 for 11. James Williams 3 for 11. Just going to give you a complete bowling figures for that innings, where Canada simply self-destruct. Eswara Langam, he made 21 to reach the top score. Jay Sekra, he contributed 17. Mohammed, he got to 14. And at the top, Casta Hero, he also made 14. Bowling for England, 2 to Bipin Desai, 2 for 19 to Bipin Desai. And James Williams, he picked up 3 for 11, 3 for 11. So Canada finding going rough, having gotten a point for their rain out first game against their first. Actually, they didn't get a point. Actually, they were defeated here by West Indies A at this very same venue. And they are obviously heading towards the plate, Caribbean Cup plate, playoffs. And in the other game at Lucas Street, Wimbledon to be exact, in St. Philip, I can tell you that West Indies A 131 for 8 in 34 overs. UAE 90 for 5 of 20 overs. 90 for 5 of 21 overs. And it means that they require further 52 runs from 12.4 overs or 76 delivery. Win, and more from you, and then Martin Paris.
Well, yes, as soon as Martin has lined up his interview, we will ask him to introduce the personality. But yes, just to say that earlier, the India 130 for 8, and so we're going to have. So Martin is going to be having a chat with Raj. It appears. Martin, over to you.
Thank you very much, Wayne. I've got the chairman. These are things that are loosely used, but as you can see, he's the big man of the big man cricket, and glad to be here with you.
I'm the poster child.
Yeah, there you go. A successful day, turnaround of fortunes for the West Indies team here, just defeating the India team. Your perspective on the day's play?
It was an interesting day's game. We got the full 45 overs in, and it was a full match, so it was very, very closely contested. You could see 18 wickets, no, not 8, 16 wickets falling today, and we had to fight very hard. The wicket was a bit tough, right? The spinners ruled the roost. You could see, the wicket was holding up, so a lot of catches in the deep. The guys, then the guys who were in, some of the guys got themselves out unnecessarily with some loose shots.
In essence, you are managing the West Indies team.
I've got so many hats right now at this point in time. I'm the chairman of Cricket West Indies Masters Association. I'm the tournament chairman for this big man cricket over 50s tournament. I'm also the tournament organizer. I'm also manager for this team. So I got loads of hats, man. We are short of personnel, so I've been filling many shoes.
And it's nice to see that even some of the unofficial people who are members of the BNOC staff and the club are helping to smooth and grease the cogs.
Yeah. Anthony Morris is part of our directorship, so Anthony was our local contact, who made most of the arrangements in terms of grounds and umpires, scorers and caterers and all these things. Anthony was a wealth of help, assistance for us, because of his local knowledge and knowing which grounds are good grounds and who they need to contact. So Anthony did a lot for us, and whatever other things that we need to put in place. I was here since Thursday, and we've gotten it in place. We had a few kinks on Wednesday at the Wanderers ground, but we've moved away from Wanderers now because the ground is in very, very poor condition. We've moved the matches from Monday and Wednesday to St. Catherine Sports Club, and we've also managed to have the Kensington Oval for the final. That information is going to be released very shortly.
You just released it.
Well, officially. It's out there now. So we were planning to have it at 3Ws Oval, but we were able to secure the Kensington Oval for the final.
And everybody who plays cricket, whether it's a West Indian or from wherever else in the cricket world, like Eden Gardens, like Lords, like Perth, etc., everybody wants to have a match at some point in time, and it's a fitting location to be at Kensington Oval.
Definitely. This is our first big man cricket tournament, and this is at the over 50s level. We'll be having another tournament at the over 60s level in January, February, right? Starting January 30th. And, as I said, that Kensington is the mecca of cricket. Barbados is the mecca of cricket for the West Indies. So we are happy. We're very, very happy to have the finals to be played here. All the teams are very happy. So it's going to be from what we're seeing now, it's England really massacred Canada today. US destroyed, who did they play?
Wales.
Wales, they destroyed Wales. So US is at the top of the table. We've now gotten our first points. And our next encounter is against, who's our next? Wales. We got to play Wales on Monday. So hopefully we get over the line there. We've got Sadesh Daniram coming in tomorrow. So he's going to beef up our batting, and hopefully we should get to our 4 points. So as of now, it looks to me England. I'm hoping that my West Indies A team there over at Windward could come out victorious. They have like about 50 odd runs and 5 wickets down. So the guys have 5 wickets to get. They're defending 145. I think they have 52 more runs the guys got to get. The opposing team with 5 wickets down. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we could have 2 victories today.
And what's it like managing this crazy bunch of half a centenarians?
Yeah, it's quite a challenge because to get the players to come out, I guess you guys know this is a private affair, right? No, we're not funded by the ICC or anything, so everybody here is funding themselves, right? We try to reach out to some sponsors to get some guys who need assistance, right? Because we want to feel the best team, right? You always can't. And the geography of West Indies, especially at the Masters levels, not only in the West Indies, we draw players. Look, Suresh lives in New York, right? Quite a few of the guys are from North America, Canada and the US. We got a guy from Guyana. We're trying to expand structures within the Caribbean, right? I'm encouraging Anthony to start a big man domestic league here, big man cricket domestic league. I had a chat with Charlie, who's going to start a similar big man cricket in Trinidad. So that is what we want to do, set up proper structures around the Caribbean so we could have regional tournaments at the same time and broaden our base of our pool of players. So we'll have more players to choose from, right, and quality players.
And before I let you go, for anybody who complains, but I don't know anything about this big man thing, how can they contact you so that they can say, well, all right, we've got somebody from the Windward Islands, the Leeward Islands, Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, and so on within the West Indies diaspora?
Yeah, we've got a website, windiesmasters.org. So anybody could go online there and register for the play. Right now we are registering players for the over 40s World Cup, which will be held in Pakistan next September. So, and we've got the over 50s World Cup in Cape Town in March 2020 also, the 6th to the 20th. I mean, we're trying to build our brand. We've partnered with the BCA, who've been very helpful to us. I mean, they've been advising us and, well, not advising us, but, you know, giving us local knowledge on how best to build our brand here and ensure that the big man cricket takes off, all right? Because it's a great thing to see this kind of cricket. You know, these guys come out, they start to want to compete more, they try to get themselves healthier and so on. So it's a lovely thing. They're bringing out their families, like persons come with their wives now. Danny Ram is going to come with his wife tomorrow. So that's what happened. I went to London, Australia. I took my wife over there. So it's going to build the sports tourism here also in Barbados. So the tournament that we have in January is going to be over 6 tournaments, similar. And we were going to be featuring like 6 countries, right? West Indies, Australia, Canada, US, rest of the world, and England, right? It's going to be a really nice tournament.
And I'm going to thank you. One last request. You said you combine and get the man of the match for each of them. We'd like to have them to have their words on the enjoyment today. And the 2 captains, as soon as you're ready, let us know. Yes, we can do it right here. And right now, I'm just expecting Wayne or Kurt. Yes. And it'll be on YouTube, so you'll be able to review it for the rest and keep it for posterity. Ready all like now. And Wayne will come and join me here before. You don't have to worry about another mic, Wayne. A bevy of information about this tournament. The fact that we managed to get Kensington over for the finals. You can't ask for that much more. Apparently on this camera. They put the 2 ugliest men to do on camera discussion.
Well, yes. Well, I guess that is something of a trophy, being able to play the final of this competition at Kensington Oval. Whichever 2 teams get that opportunity, I'm sure that they are going to be extremely elated and very proud to be at as iconic and historical venue as Kensington Oval is. Kensington Oval, one of the major cricket grounds worldwide because of its vast history and the
2 ICC finals.
And the dominance of West Indies at that particular venue. I tend to shy away from using that word associated with Kensington Oval, but definitely as far as performance and results concerned, Kensington Oval very much the headquarters of West Indies cricket.
It's been a bastion of West Indies success for years, even since the 2007 era, because as we expect some of the performers from today to come to provide the closing, what do you call, jewels in today's broadcast, the performances at Kensington Oval up until when Richie Richardson had been West Indies captain and infamously said it was just another match, broke the hearts of several West Indies fans. And the other thing that we would know, because you're still active at Kensington Oval when West Indies duties are taking place, a lot of teams in the world, it's their native team, and then their second choice is the West Indies.
Well, yes, there's this saying that the West Indies are most people's second favorite side, and the Kensington Oval, again, as we highlighted, being having such prominence and such importance. But nonetheless, that is, as I said, one breakthrough for the organizers of this big man cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup competition. And some of the, I also heard Mr. Singh talk about the utilization of another venue in St. Philip. You know, St. Philip's has figured very, very prominently in this competition. There's the Windward Club in St. Philip. There's the Four Square Oval in St. Philip. There's the Barbados National Oil Company. And now you mentioned the St. Catherine team. As I hand over to you, Martin, to speak to our man, Mr. Khan, the captain of the India side.
There you go. Welcome and thank you. As I say, unfortunate the way the result went. However, from a neutral standpoint, an entertaining day of cricket.
Correct. Yes, it has been. Yes, I think West Indies boys played really well. We did everything what we could, and they've crossed the line. You know, with lovely batting, they played really well in second half. So credit to them. Well done, West Indies. Yeah.
How do you get the India squad together to prepare for this tournament?
Yeah, we had half the guys in India, half in England, many places. We got together and had netting, practicing. Obviously, in England, after September, you can't do any outdoor activity due to the conditions. So we practiced indoor, and we met in London. The Indian boys came in London, and we all got together, had a few good sessions, and we just came here 2-3 days before.
And a little birdie told me that quite a few of the guys have been here before, so it was nothing new for the majority of this squad.
Yes, majority of them have been here before. That's what I heard. Yeah, I'm first time. I've not been here before, but some of the guys have been here with the clubs. Yeah.
I also see that you get everyone on this squad to autograph a miniature bat, and that is presented to which player? The team?
Man of the match. Okay. Man of the match.
You are allowed to reveal your choice of your opposing man of the match.
We have discussed a couple of options. There's one gentleman who bowled 7 overs. He was not out at the end, 37 runs, and he bowled 7 overs for 8 runs, 1 wicket. So I think I'm going to give him my man of the match.
He will find that out when Mr. Singh sends the others around. Enjoy. Sorry for beating you. Good luck in the next game. And remember, you'll be playing either at Kensington Oval or the other venue, because apparently Mr. Singh says the final, if that's an incentive that you need, the final of the competition has been worked out to be played at our Kensington Oval.
It's an honor to play on that. It's a great place to play cricket.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Well, I'm not sure who else is going to come to my assistance now while we wait for Kirk to bring over the next interviewee. I know Wayne is dotting his I's and crossing his T's. There he is. Hi, Wayne. As I see a lumbering figure coming my way, they want us to keep looking at that camera. And you've been sent over, Mr. Lashley? Summoned. Okay. Do you want to handle this one, Wayne?
How can I refuse in front of a live audience, Marty? Congratulations to you, William Lashley, to you and the West Indies team. A quite close call, but you yourself played a very important role. How important was this, though, to you today?
Well, very important, because if we lost this, we really out of the tournament, and the guys would not have the heart to fight. You would have lost a whole bunch of fight. And it's important that we won it so that we could play together. It brought a lot of team spirit, and the guys were backing each other. They were backing me today, but everybody put in a little bit of a performance, and I think that this will make us stronger, and we'll try to do better next time too.
Well, yes, a major turning point of the match, of course, would have been that 7th wicket partnership between yourself and Rajendra Mangali. And talk us through that process, the discussion and the whole plan going through that partnership.
Well, I had a little different plan, because the guy was looping up a little bit there, and he didn't have the feel for it. So I was I had a plan to attack him a little bit more, but The Mandalay, Charlie, as he's known, like pulled things back, and after he gave a chance and he settled down a little bit, we decided that we can just wait for the bad ball. They gave him a bad ball every once in a while, and there was this guy that was bowling pretty good, and it suited him. So we played each ball on his merit and hang in there on those good overs, and it worked out. They started to fall to pieces a little bit and panicked. So we started to panic too in the end, but yeah, that little partnership push it down to the end, and that when it gets near to the end, both sides might have a little bit of difference in opinion, right? So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you talked about the missed chance involving Mangali when he was put down quite early in his innings. Do you think that may very well have been the turning point of the match? Well, of the chase, I should say.
Big turning point, because he was a little nervous. He admitted that, and I think he was playing too many shots on that wicket to get away and to be able to come back and calm down and play some of the shots that he played and the patience that he showed. Really helped the partnership a lot, because any more wickets falling there, from what you saw, we might have lost this match. So I'm glad that he put his head down and built a partnership. Actually, he was one of the key people saying, "Calm down, don't go for any shots." So I'm pleased with how he changed after that chance.
You talked about the pitch, though. I mean, it was difficult throughout. Did it at any point get any easier? You thought did it ease out as the game went on by any chance?
I would say one end did, but the other end continued to play in a sticky manner. But as you know, on these soft wickets, we played on wickets, uncovered wickets, and you know that you still have to bowl very good on them in length, and as soon as your length is wrong, is a pull shot or a long hop. So just a little bit of experience there helped me. Even going across and batting on off stump and making them bowl short and taking the ball on leg side. So the toss was very important. I think that it was really little helpful at the beginning. And I'm glad we won that toss in a situation like what we were in.
Well, right, and of course, going into the final game of the series, looking for I don't know if you know the result of the other game in the zone today, but USA were easily able to get over the Wales side, so Wales have slumped to 2 victories. Do you think that by any chance suggests that maybe that makes your job a little bit easier, having to win that match to have a chance to go through to the next phase?
Yeah, well, we can only do what we could do. We can't control the other teams or the other results. So the aim is to get in there and make sure that we have the chance to be able to play in the semis and then the finals.
And what advice would you be giving your team when you get in the dressing room tonight and, of course, before the start of the next match?
I would say from the batter's point of view, I would say hang in a little bit longer. I mean, it's 45 overs, and if you hang in a little longer without losing that extra wicket, it gets harder for the bowling team, even although they might bowl a few maidens. And because, you could get some singles in the outfield, you just got to be a little bit more patient, and we will do much better, because then we got the hitting power down at the end, which will then accelerate the score. So the perfect match hasn't been played yet, but the guys haven't gotten a wicket that is true to form for the known Barbados wickets yet. So hopefully we'll get something like that soon.
And the final word would go to your comments on the opposition. What is your take on the India team?
Well, India, they got a lot of spin bowling. I was going to say at the end of this tournament, I would be playing more left-hand spinners than I've ever faced. left arm over on every team, in fact. And there was one there who was one of the quickest spinners I've faced in a long time. I mean, I actually called him Pace. But he was pretty accurate. And this wicket, actually, he had to be accurate. And they were good opposition. I think they had the hardest time of the match.
Okay, we're going to have a presentation on the field of play. I've been asked by Mr. Raj Singh, the chairman of the Cricket West Indies Masters Association. I'm going to pass the mic over to Raj. So Kamisha is going to be making a presentation, or? Commissioner takes over.
Yes, please. Okay, guys, good evening. My name is Kamisha. And basically, I'm just going to give this is the closing ceremony for this evening. First, let's just thank everybody for giving us a very interesting game. It was well played. And we're also thankful for the fact that the weather held up so we could have a good game today. How can I face it? Then they can't hear. Okay. Yeah, it looks that way.
Y'all just face that way, the camera.
Give your good faces, guys. Give your good faces.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with you standing and then causing them to adjust for you. Ladies first.
Okay.
You can look in that general direction. They'll hear you just the same.
You was hearing me before? Okay. Oh, okay. But then we'll now ask the captain, Mr. Amin, to come and give his remarks for today's proceedings.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I am glad that the weather held up for us today, and I want to congratulate my boys for coming out with a victory, and wish the India team well in their next couple of games. I want to also thank the groundsman for job well done with the wicket, with the threatening weather and all of that. They did a wonderful job, and not to forget our umpires here. Well, good job, well done. For the man of the match for the India team today, we have a couple of candidates, but of course we can only select one. We had the captain Iki Badruddin, scored 37 and got 1 wicket, but the man of the match goes to Fakir Dongaria, who make 30 and got 2 for 34 in 9 overs.
Who's taking a picture? We'll now have the captain from India, Mr. Akbal. You make your speech. Iqbal? Sorry if I called your name incorrect.
Yes, right. You're fine. Am I start? Okay.
Yeah, you can go.
Well done, West Indies. Well done. Good day for you guys. Turn up on a winning side. Well done, boys. Tried our best. Weather played a big part. Shouldn't have lost the toss, but I'll get you next time. Great day, lovely. Good hard work by the groundsmen to give us a game to play. I would like to wish everybody go ahead, enjoy a few days, and meet up again. Our man of the match from our management I've spoken to is Rajendra. Please, for the fantastic show. Come here, mate. Well done, very well done. Very well done, mate. Very well done.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
Okay, guys, before we go, we just want to thank everybody for having a good day and everybody being safe. And I just hope you guys enjoy our lovely island for the rest of the time that you're here. And have a great weekend, guys.
Thank you very much also. We look forward to you again. So here it is. It is not often, Martin, that we West Indian cricket fans get to say this. West Indies defeated India in cricket. In the big man cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup. West Indies at Woodbourne today defeated India by 2 wickets. India held to 130 for 8 after they were invited to bat. West Indies getting home with 3 overs and 1 ball to spare, 131 for 8 in 41.5 overs. Congratulations to West Indies.
Right, and all that's left for me to say is what an enjoyable day spending with you crazy guys and all of the crew from Flash Drive Media and, of course, Anything Cricket Let's Talk. Our next broadcast match will be at the Pickwick Ground, when it's the four square oval, when the West Indies will be up against Wales on Monday. And from all of us here at the BNOC ground, that's a wrap on today's match in the Big Man over 50s Masters Tournament.